Hey, what's up?
You start it?
Yeah, welcome back to the Boner Police Podcast.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Hi. Hi there. But, yeah.
Hi, I'm Asian Jim.
Asian? People think that?
No.
I was like,
I wish so.
people think you're Asian?
No.
You're not as white as it gets, dude.
So they thought I was Mexican, though. Until I showed a
Wait,
picture.
who?
The kids I play online with.
Oh.
There's like 4 of them that thought I was Mexican. I was like, no, I'm not Mexican. They're like, you sound hella Mexican. Actually, one of them goes to U of A. I met him online.
You're like, hey, cuz.
Yeah. No, they were all like hella Mexican. They're like, we thought you were Mexican. I was like, no, I'm white as fuck.
Essay.
Yeah. I'm white. I'm white as it gets. I'm crispy white. I'm like, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You know, then you're like, yeah, my ancient relatives are like European. We're from like England or some shit. I know my family is like just straight up England.
Yep. Yeah.
There's a place in England named
Scottish.
named after our last name.
Oh really?
Yeah, which is weird. But you know, I don't. It's weird thinking about that.
My granddad used to like be obsessed with that kind of shit, and so he like would tell us about it, and he traced our lineage like all the way back to some king in England. I was like, that's cool, I guess.
We're royalty, boys.
Fucking worst country. Fuck the English. I hate England. So now all we do is go to Irish pubs and shit, like when I'm with my brothers. It's a lot of fun.
You're like, we're Irish.
We're actually Scottish, but Ireland's close enough. Not a lot of Scottish pubs around.
Yeah, my sister went on my oldest sister, she went on like a trip, to Europe. She would like pay for like these trips for over like the course of a year or something, and then she would just like go to Europe, and they would like do a bunch of tourist shit, and travel around with like a group of other people that wanted to do that.
Yeah.
And so they would go to they went to like Ireland, Scotland, England, all those places. I guess she's doing it again, I think, this year, maybe.
I think that if you make the whole ass trip all the way and you don't get out of the just drive or get on a train. You can literally get on a train from London and get all the way to the mainland Europe now, right? They've got the train. It goes under the canal.
I've never been there.
Oh. I've been like thinking about doing the same thing, but I think what I'm going to do first is go to Australia.
Yeah, that's where she's planning on, like, her trip is going this year.
Okay. That's sick.
Yeah, I think it's just like you pay monthly or something like that, and you just slowly pay for the trip. You don't have to pay it all at once.
Okay.
So it makes it easier, I guess. But
I
think they go for like 2 weeks.
Oh. I was thinking
like
a whole year kind of thing. You can get there's a specific visa for like young. You can't have kids. You can't be married, and you have to go to school and you have to work. Those are the rules, which is fine because that's what I'm gonna do here anyways. So if I can do that, plus my little brother is gonna turn 18. He's gonna graduate next like April, so almost a year from now. I'm like, that's an option for him because he also is getting pressured to go on a Mormon mission.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I need to scoot in so that you can actually see me.
I'm gonna move this down.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah.
And
I'm just like, remember Tim the Toolman Taylor?
Yeah.
You ever seen that show?
Tim the Toolman Taylor.
He was like, what was the name of that show? But Tim Allen.
Yeah.
There was like a TV show, or it was like a sitcom or something like
I
that.
gotta get outed as like a pedophile or some shit.
I don't know. Wait, I don't know what he's doing now. I think he might be in jail.
He was in the Santa Claus movies, right? That's Tim Allen. He was Santa Claus. Okay.
Yeah, but like in his TV show or something, like his neighbor was just like a dude that would just peek over a fence, and you could only see his eyes.
That's weird.
And that was just like that was just like the gimmick.
That was the vibe.
That you could just never see his mouth or like anything other than his eyes, and like that's what I felt like we were doing right now.
No, I can't stand Tim Allen. I don't know why, but he had that one. He has a show that my family would watch all the time about him being in like he pretty much owned a Bass Pro Shop, right?
He did?
Yeah. No. Like in the show.
Oh, in the show. I was like,
that's the whole premise of the show is that he's the owner and he's managing the show, and it's like funny. It's not. It's terrible. It's horribly written. It's like a shitty like sitcom, right? Just terrible. But my family loved it, and so they watch it all the time. So like I know about it. I don't know. Like I never watched it, but it would always be on. And so I was like picking it up, and it's just Tim Allen sitting in an office being like, "Oh, not again! Jeffrey lost the tools." I'm like, You guys, come on, please.
Fucking Jeffrey, dude.
Yeah.
Hate that guy.
I'm like, there's infinite amount of anything you ever want to watch right now, especially with like YouTube and like Twitch and stuff. And they chose a shitty sitcom.
Just show him like just chatting.
Yeah, I'm gonna show him.
Show your dad just chatting and see what he thinks.
Yeah,
like, this is Amaranth.
Hey, this is what's that one? Pokemon.
Dad, this is Pokemon.
I
Just
think
clean.
Could you imagine? Like if you found out that your dad was like a Pokemon simp, he was one of the dudes that's like donating thousands and thousands of
like
dollars.
$500 like every time he watches because he wants her to say his name or
that
something.
Would be. I think that I would change my name. I would change my name so fast. I'd be like, nah. You can find another son.
Can't have my friends finding out my dad's a Pokemon simp.
That would be ruthless.
That would be hilarious.
Could you imagine? That's
Just
like the
roast
biggest
the
slander.
fuck out of your dad every time you see him.
Fucking simp.
Oh, what? Oh, is Pokemon streaming right now? Oh.
Just be like, hey, I think Pokemon stream's up. You're not watching it? Are you a true mod?
I thought you wanted to be a mod. Dad?
That would be really
Your
difficult.
dad's a Pokemon mod?
I think there's a lot of mental health problems in today's society, and I think that one would take the cake. That would definitely be like the base thing. You're like, my dad consistently watches Pokemon.
You could be like on a. You could be like on a. Like an A&E show. My dad's a Pokemon simp.
Is your roommate vacuuming?
That's the Roomba.
Oh, that's the Roomba? I thought he was vacuuming. I was like, that is awesome.
That's a Brobot. Fucking Brobot, dude.
I feel like Roombas are like cool and all, but kind of scary.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how they just know your house.
Yeah. Turns out the whole time they were mapping out your house.
Yeah, they just do that.
Because they could.
Yeah, they have
it wouldn't be that hard to.
They have like a remote too that you can control them, but it's so like janky. And,
oh really?
And dumb to try and use that it's not worth it. That's why we modded ours.
So what?
Ours is modded. It has a voice box.
Oh wow. You guys got a sick ass Roomba.
When it bumps shit, it goes fuck off.
Fuck
or
off.
like just random shit like that. I don't know. Me and my roommate programmed a bunch of voice lines onto it.
I thought I didn't know you had a Roomba. I guess you've told me before, but I forgot. And I thought your roommate was vacuuming. I was like, that's a good roommate.
I should probably turn it off, but
I don't know. I don't think it doesn't look like it's.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad.
No,
honestly.
I don't think it is.
Just talk and probably pick up voices more than it will a Roomba.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was just.
So it's Brobot, by the way.
Brobot. That's the name of it.
Yeah, painted it. It's a female.
Interesting name. I like that you guys are just shitting on all the gender norms or whatever it is.
Something like that. I don't know. We put stickers all over it and painted it pink because we thought it was funny.
That sounds funny.
It's also why we have a whiteboard out there and people just draw on it. Robot, seriously, fuck off, dude.
Oh yeah, he's getting in on it.
I'm gonna turn him off.
It's becoming self-aware. It's like, you never invited me on the podcast.
You never invite me on. Bitch.
I was like, man, I'm feeling a little bit tired. I can't be tired or else I won't talk. So I drank a full NOS.
Oh.
Which is like 300 milligrams of caffeine, which
dude, those things
for me
are crazy.
Is like a lot.
Yeah, that's why I got caffeine pills.
Those are worse for me. It's just absolutely.
They're not good for you, but I think it outweighs like the sugar and everything else that's in like an energy drink for me.
Yeah.
I'll take a caffeine pill before, I guess.
That's smart.
And
it's probably better for
I
you.
like the taste of Red Bulls and stuff, so that's why I still drink those every once in a while. But I'll just like, I don't know. I think they outweigh each other, and like how bad they are for you.
I bought some caffeine pills, and I was like, caffeine makes you less hungry, right? It's like a natural, whatever. And so I was like, I just won't eat and take a caffeine pill in the morning. And that was terrible. That was a terrible idea.
Yeah, they don't make your stomach feel that good if you don't
No,
eat.
you definitely have to like eat something or drink. Meh. Yeah.
Or just drink a shit ton of water or something with them.
Yeah, like I went and hiked to the top of Flatiron in the Superstitions.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's like a pretty decent hike. And so I took a bunch of those up with me. And I was all like, I was with my two brothers. My
I'm
brothers
just gonna
George and
munch
Jacob.
on these instead of bring granola bars.
Yeah, literally that. It was like we got to the top. I was like, and now for the descent. You guys want a caffeine pill? Pill. So we all took a pill and just kind of was like.
I keep them in my backpack when I go to work, and like sometimes when TSA is checking my bag, I'm like, is this a problem?
It's the bottle I have is very clear. It's a caffeine pill. It's all
Yeah,
like
I keep
it's
them
like
in a plastic baggie because I
Okay,
don't want to
that-
bring the whole bottle
yeah.
with me. But I mean, they've never questioned it, so
That
usually
is
I have my little
sketchy.
handboard in there, and they're like, "Nice little tiny skateboard," and I'm like, "Thanks."
the bag of pills, not a problem. Skateboard, cool as hell.
So you know Josiah, right?
Yeah.
He just got suspended
For
an
what?
NOV. So he
What
just
did
got
he
an
do?
NOV. So at work at the airport, an NOV is a notice of violation, and that's when you do something that's wrong. It's basically like a ticket, but either from TSA or like operations, which is like airport
Which
police.
can be a $400 fine.
Yeah, which can be like almost worse than a ticket,
Honestly.
and it can. I'm pretty sure it can go on your record as well.
Yeah.
Your driving record, because I mean, if you're driving like one of the little tugs around the
Too
airport, like you can just you can get messed up and shit. But what the dumbass did to get an NOV is he had lighter fluid in his backpack, and that wasn't even the like in my eyes that wasn't even the problem, was the lighter fluid. No, what else he had in his backpack? He had his rig. He brought his rig to work with his wax. So he brought a dab rig.
He could have gotten sent to prison.
He brought
they
a
gave
dab
him an NOV
rig.
to spare that idiot.
I know, he brought a dab rig in his backpack.
That is the second person in the 6 months that I was working there. I guess technically I was not working there anymore, but
so retarded, dude.
he wasn't
And-
smart to begin with, so
No.
it makes sense. Like, it adds up. Why the lighter fluid?
Well, I think he had it for like his torch or something. So he had a torch,
Okay.
his lighter fluid, his dab rig, and a little tin with his wax in it.
So when you say torch, then or lighter fluid, I think charcoal fluid. That's when I like lighter fluid.
I'm thinking like
barbecue.
I'm thinking like the Zippo, like
Yeah,
the tin
yeah.
with like the little top on it. You just squeeze into like your thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was that, but that was, I guess,
Oh,
what they got him for.
He's so stupid. That's crazy that he had it with him. Like, was he gonna
Exactly.
go?
He
light
could
up
have
after
just
work
left
or some
that shit in the office.
Yeah, he didn't
and
have to.
been fine.
The crazy thing is that it's they don't try to stop you, right? There's checkpoints you have to go past. He could have just turned around, set his shit down, and then gone in.
Exactly what I was thinking. I don't know how he was like, yeah, this is gonna be fine. I'm gonna walk
Yeah.
up to TSA. They're gonna check my backpack. They're gonna see my dab rig, all my wax, my lighter, and my lighter fluid, and it'll be fine. They'll just let me through
Because they don't.
because I work here.
I think that people like don't understand that there are different governments, right?
Mm-hmm.
The TSA works for the federal government. That is still illegal. If you get arrested with that, that is a federal crime. You get a felony. They take your rights away and put you in a federal prison. If you get
Yeah.
stopped by like a state, it's fine, right? It's legal in Arizona. What he did was no problem in Arizona, but he came to federal property. The airport is federal property.
It's different laws.
Technically, it's like the city of whatever, but they have the jurisdiction there. The same. I had the same thing with Chandra or like a B.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he was like trying to fight him because they were like being a little bit slow. I was like, you don't mess with the TSA,
Yeah,
man.
don't fucking mess with TSA. You just be cool with them.
Yeah.
You're just like, yeah, what's up, guys? Like, how's it going? How's your day?
Yeah.
You know, just fine. All right, thanks for searching my backpack. Here, I'm gonna go on my way.
I'm like, dude, you have a lot to lose, and the TSA will take it if they want to.
Yeah,
'Cause
all they
can.
gotta do is just be like,
He has
hey,
a weapon.
I don't like this guy. I don't
Yeah.
think I trust him going down there. You know.
That guy took a. They could just say that like a pencil is a weapon, and that you were trying to take a weapon out onto the ramp, and they could. That's like a felony.
They could just waste your time even.
That too.
They could just give you an NOV for something that you don't even have,
Mm-hmm.
and or I don't know. They could just lie or some shit.
And they
like
can
that.
make it what they want, right?
And all they gotta do is just give you a form,
Right.
and now you got to go to court basically.
It's like a full court. It's crazy.
Apparently, it's like all online or something like
It
that
is now.
But
It used to be like.
I don't know. Taylor, she's been on the podcast before, but Taylor, she like her first day, she had pepper spray on her and she got an NOV.
That's awesome.
But that was just because it was on her keychain. She forgot about it because she carries it with her all the time.
That's crazy that they wouldn't let that slide once. It's like they gave her the NOV regardless.
Yeah.
Because if you get a certain
But-
amount, it's like it increases in like how problematic they are.
Yeah, you could be like speeding on the air in the ramp or airport or something like that, and it's a federal crime.
Yeah.
Like that shit.
Which is crazy because that happened to you where you were pushing a plane out, and that happened to me while I was pushing a plane out. Those guys in the trucks, the Tacoma, that guy was working for Passport. That guy tried, or what is the name of the company?
Swissport.
Swissport. I said Passport. That guy tried to hit the plane. He was going way above 15. He's probably going like 40 in a Tacoma, and he skidded to stop to not hit the plane when you were pushing it out. I don't know if you remember that, but I was wing walking.
Yeah,
and I watched it. I was just like,
I was like pushing, and I was like, I mean, I can't slam on the brakes.
yeah, you're gonna throw all the passengers all over the place.
I was like, I mean, if I slam on the brakes, we're still gonna move.
Right.
I'm still gonna hit him. Like, it's not gonna do shit. Except,
That's-
like, I don't know.
Yeah, that
Dude,
something
when
similar.
we're pushing planes, like, people just don't look.
It's crazy how
I'm driving a huge ass plane.
Yeah.
It's going. There's lights on it, and like people are just like
La-di-da.
blindly driving around, probably on their phone.
yeah.
And I don't know, dude. Like, you're not supposed to go over 15 anywhere at the airport at all. And like, I mean, unless you're like operations or like the fire department or something like that.
There's exceptions, but
Yeah,
I
there's
mean,
exceptions, but
that one tug does the speed governor's off of it, and so
yeah, that shit just goes fast as fuck.
it's awesome.
If you
Every
if you
time I'm
hold
like,
the
I
pedal
need
at the right spot, this shit's just like
yeah, speed governor, not speed governor, and you just
Boom.
fucking send that shit.
Go
Every
fast
time we
as
went out to parking, or I was always looking for that to get there.
yeah.
No, something not quite as intense. That guy would have definitely ran into the plane. The first time I pushed a plane out onto the ramp or onto the like
Yeah, the taxiway or something.
taxiway or whatever, this guy just wouldn't stop. He just kept going, and he just kept going. I was like, I'm pushing the plane out. You gotta stop, please. And it
Please stop.
fucked me up. I fucked me up the first time I ever pushed it out without anyone helping or anything. Yeah, I was just I was like freaking out. I was like so mad. And then Tommy was like, maybe I shouldn't have certified him. And I was like, nah. So the next one I pushed it out perfect. But
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, sad like shit like that like happens.
it's mind-boggling to me, like, to think what like the people they hire and what they pay the people that run that. Because if the rampers stop, the people on the ramp stop, the planes stop. They cannot do it without them. And they hire the craziest people. They hire dudes that bring wax pens, and
they hire the most retarded people because they need people.
it's because it's like a management thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would find better people. They have good workers. Like they got you, Tommy, and like, I almost said your name.
Jaime.
Jaime.
Like, there's good people that work there. People that will like put their head down and like get the shit done.
But if they would pay more, they would get better workers. If they got better workers, there wouldn't be problems. And there's problems.
Or they could just like they get a shit ton of resumes, like more than you think they do.
Oh really?
And they like weed through them, but they just like pick the first few that they think are okay.
Yeah,
and they
feel like
don't
that's
even
definitely
interview them. Like
Yeah,
they
Jeff.
barely interview. I haven't seen them turn away a person before.
because they need the people, and I'm
They're just
telling
like, oh, you came in for the interview. Okay, you're hired.
yeah.
And I'm like, do they have a driver's license?
They don't even
no.
care.
All right.
Dude,
well,
what
then
use is this
fucking
person
send them to
to
the
me?
curb. Like, what the fuck? These people are useless.
Yeah. Was
There's
that
like
one?
so many
Isabella?
people. Yeah, there's like so many people on the ramp that either have a suspended driver's license or can't drive.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or like felons.
yeah, something.
Some
like
of them are fine. Like obviously, it's hard. I think it's harder. You have to be really good at interviewing to find those like just real fuck ups, because that's what they have to be. That kid Isaiah really fucked up. Like that is just stupid. How dumb he fucked up.
Like, I don't know. I'm not trying. I'm allegedly. Okay, allegedly I have smoked before with one of my homies at work. Not at work, but like in the parking area, like going to my car.
Oh, did they
It
like,
was,
get mad at you for it?
Marquez.
Yeah.
He was like, "Yo, you smoke anything that's not that?" And I was like, "Oh, you mean like, uh-huh?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Yeah."
Is he
And so he's like, "Oh, I got you after work." And I was like, "All right, cool. As long as it's after work,
just not look at?
not on the ramp, not inside
Yeah.
the building. I'm fine if we're like going to someone's car or if we're like just, hanging out."
That's what I like. I understand. I would not though. If I'd be like, you want to go? Like, you can come back to my apartment if you
Yeah,
need a place
you want
to
to come
smoke.
hang out or something?
I would not until I got off of federal property, because
Exactly.
the feds will do what they want, and if they want, they'll put you in prison for 20 years because you had some wax, and that's crazy.
Yeah, because you had fucking drugs. federal property.
The U.S. government lost the drug war, and they should just accept it.
I mean, Arizona's not doing too bad right now.
The cells are crazy.
Yeah, the shit's all legalized.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, not Ramp Greg, but there's a different Greg that works customer service. Gregory Crockett or something like that, whatever his name is.
That's a name.
But he's like tall, skinny black dude.
Yeah.
But he just got a job at a dispensary.
That's awesome.
And he says he loves it there. He's like, it's crazy that this shit is like a thing, that I can do this.
Yeah, it's crazy that he had that reaction, because to me, it's like, it's crazy that they ever were like, yeah, you guys can't do this. They don't, where's their right? The audacity.
He's like, I just started working there. I love it. It's my favorite thing. He's like, for every 2 pounds of like weed that like I trim or whatever, they give me $50 to buy whatever I want.
Dang.
And he's like, every time I work a weekend, they give me $50.
Dude, well, can you imagine how much they're making? They're probably making.
They don't like
bank.
schedule people on weekends or something like that. And if you want the shifts, you just pick them up on the weekends, and they give you money to buy weed with. Like, that's crazy. He was telling me like all the little things you could do that they just give you money for. And I was like, dude, this shit's insane. How much are they paying you? And he's like, $15.50. And I was like, that shit's crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah, just go get a job there.
Yeah.
That's what I talked, because I left. I used to work at the airport with you, Hudson, and I left because I got a different job, but it's in Connecticut, so I'm in like transition. And I talked to him, and I was like, so if I come back, I can have the supervisor position, right? And they're like, well, if we need a supervisor. I was like, well, I'm not coming back then. Fucking not a chance. Go back. They do, like, you're crazy. They expect a lot of you.
They do.
For what they're paying you. Because, I mean, I guess all jobs do in the end, but like you said, that job at the dispensary, it's a little bit less money, but
it's like cushy.
Cushy, yeah.
He was telling me that like you can just volunteer to be like weed testers, and I was like,
you have to write a review.
They just pay you to smoke weed and
baked.
like tell you what it's like.
Yeah, that's what I mean though. It's like there are so much. I don't want to say better jobs. Like the airport isn't a bad job, but it seems like it's undervalued for sure. In my opinion. Like
when I tell people I work at the airport, they like, I don't know, they give me like a little bit of respect.
Oh, really?
They're like, it's a cool job.
Yeah.
It's like interesting. It's not like a normal job like working at a Fry's or like working at a grocery store or something like that. They're like, it's different. That's cool. Oh, you work with airplanes? Oh, that's like, people just like automatically like associate airplanes with like high value.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, I don't know. They come in, I deal with them, they leave. I'm like, that's it.
I always had to explain. They're like, oh, so you load the bags? I was like, no. I mean, yeah, that's the smallest portion of it. It's the tiny. Like, that takes 5 minutes. Yeah. The rest of it is
it's hard to explain, like, what you do.
Once that plane... Because
you're doing so many things.
Once the plane comes in... Oh, actually, once it crosses that line, like, we're in charge of it. We have to, like, make sure that it's ready to go.
Especially me now.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
The second that plane comes into the gate, it's my responsibility.
Yeah.
It's my responsibility to make sure it gets offloaded, everything goes in the right spot, everything goes out, and it goes out on a reasonable time. I kind of like the fact that I got a time crunch. Yeah, it makes the, like, out of all the jobs I've worked quite a few different jobs. And that is definitely, like, the fastest job. Like, you get to work, you do what you do, and then you're done. It's because you're constantly... I don't want to say that it's, like, hard work. It is at times. It gets crazy, but the time crunch really just... I like being on a schedule. You know? That too. How it's like, I know when this one's happening, and there's, like, a little variation or whatever if they're coming in early or late. And, like, once they get here, I know I have this much time to get it done. Yeah, you get into work, like, if you're going in the morning, you get at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you know what your day's like the entire day. I mean, sometimes, like, once a week, there's craziness, but... You can, like, check, usually, like, almost a month in advance, like, what all the flights are going to be like. Yeah. And there's some variations. It's not, like, concrete, obviously. There's, like, especially with COVID, I feel like it threw a lot of the craziness into it. Sometimes you have to do maintenance on the plane, like, mechanical stuff, and that changes it. The other day, a plane came in, and on Airbus A320s, there's 2 bins. There's one in the front, one in the back, the forward and the aft bin. And right behind the aft bin, there's like that door, you know, that like we don't ever touch. Yeah. And you like press a button and it'll pop out a lever and you pull it and then you press it inwards and the door opens inwards and there's like some maintenance stuff in the back. Yeah. But that door just came in open
Off of the flight?
off of the flight. It just showed up, and
Those
I was
don't
like,
just open.
And I
Someone-
was just like, that shit was just open, guys. Like, did you guys anybody touch this door? Like, I'm not mad. Like, did this shit come in like this? And they were like, yeah, just came in like that. And I was like, hey, maintenance guys, did you touch the door? Did you guys open it? And they're like,
Nope.
no. Is the door open? And I was like, yeah, it's fucking open.
They're like, it's leaning a little bit to the left to the pilot.
And like, I don't know, I asked the pilot about it, and I was like, hey, did you guys know like the door was open or whatever? And they're like, no.
Couldn't even tell.
Because like, I guess since it opens inwards, like the pressure on the inside is sucking the door closed.
Okay.
So like, it was basically fine.
Oh, okay. So once it depressured, then it opened all the way.
it kind of like, it didn't open all the way. It was just kind of cracked open.
Okay. So it wasn't like open.
But it looked, I don't know, like since it opens inwards, it just like got sucked closed. And so nothing went out. But like, that's what we were worried about, was like shit going out.
They're just dumping shit all the way from Denver. That's hilarious.
You know what they did? They
What?
made a new plane. It's got my name on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The Hudson?
Yeah, Hudson the Bog Turtle.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You're a bog turtle
I'm a
now.
bog turtle. It's crazy.
I don't know what the fuck a bog turtle is,
Yeah,
but
it's
it
like
sounds cool.
it's like a really tiny little turtle, like the size of your palm. It's,
Okay.
That's neat.
I assume it lives in bogs.
Hopefully.
Swamp turtle.
Yeah, hopefully it's a swampy turtle.
Little swamp guy. That's awesome. I
That's cool.
hate all the names.
I like seeing my name
There's
in that
like
font.
2 names that are good names. There was one. There was a deer named like Buck or something. I hated that. All the names are
I hate
terrible.
that shit. They just need to like have millennials name them.
It's like the most boomer.
I want to see Steven like the crocodile or something.
Yeah. I think the deer. There's a fawn. It's something the fawn, but it's like Bambi or something like that. And I'm like,
Like very creative, Frontier. Very
dude,
creative.
who is the head of the art department? Because you're trash.
Like these pictures are nice, but like
Yeah.
who was naming them?
I can't remember. There was one that particularly like pissed me off. I think it's Courtney the Cougar, simply because it was Courtney the Cougar. Like, how dare you? First of all, because it's just infinite opportunities. Courtney the Cougar sounds like the old chick that still hangs out at college bars and picks up young dudes. They'd be like, "Yeah, that's Courtney the Cougar,"
Or
and you'd be
it's-
like,
or
"Courtney's
it's like,
Courtney's pretty chill."
It's like some school mascot that they wanted to make a female.
Oh yeah, it's clearly doesn't matter. But they're like, you know.
Why are like all school mascots males?
I think it's because usually dudes are
They're trying
inside
to
the
be,
suits.
Or trying to be tough.
Oh yeah, that too.
They want to
It's-
sound tough. They don't want to be like, here's a.
The idea is to be
you know,
intimidating, right?
Here's like a little turtle. It's named Samantha.
This is Samantha the turtle.
Samantha the snapping turtle.
She doesn't like loud noises.
She doesn't like loud noises and lights hurt her eyes.
Samantha the turtle. That would. Yeah, I don't know. Every time I saw the names, there's like the newer ones are definitely better because they've got like cooler animals. They're more specific. But all the older planes, because at Frontier they paint the tails, right? So like
They're just like stickers, you know that?
they are. I thought
Yeah.
they paint them.
They don't even paint them.
I know that it's crazy expensive.
It's cheaper to just put the stickers on them.
Yeah.
That's why they're all like most of the planes are white because it's that's the cheapest paint.
color. Yeah, that's what that one guy was telling me. I can't remember his name now.
Me neither.
Yeah, he's a no name.
I don't know.
Fucking randoms.
I don't know. If I don't know about them enough, then
He totally lied to me too because I was going through the Loadmaster training, and he was like, "Yeah, they're gonna get a direct flight from Sky Harbor to London through Frontier," and I was like, "That makes it worth it, right? Because that's free. You pay the taxes. That's it."
you put
as an
taxes
employee.
on it, and for maybe your bag or something. I don't know if we have to. I've
No,
never
you get 2 bags
get
actually.
2 bags or
yeah,
something
for free.
like that.
So, which is like that's great. That's literally what I wanted. That was the whole idea of me like getting.
I
was
think
like,
they're still planning on it. Honestly.
yeah, but it's not until
just like-
2024. It's
yeah,
3
I think
years.
It's just like a super long time away.
Yeah.
I think they're coming out with like the planes that are more like long haul planes.
Yeah, they're getting whole new planes for it because they have to.
Yeah, they have to be able to get that far
Yeah, that's a long way.
without them stop.
The one no stop flights.
Yeah, I'm always curious about those. Like
That was-
how much fuel goes onto those planes.
Oh yeah, probably a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
probably a shit.
so we're usually sitting at like 10
Because like
pounds of
when a
fuel.
plane goes to like Orlando, that's probably like the farthest flight that we have right now.
Mhm.
That's like a 4 or 5 hour flight, and like on a Frontier plane.
That's pretty sketchy, right? They've
I
got to
don't know
be.
if I like that. I'm not dogging on Frontier. I'm just saying
I
like
am.
their seats aren't the fucking best.
No, I've
They're
seen.
definitely not the best. There could be you could fly Southwest.
Yeah.
You could fly American.
That's what, like, that was my whole idea. Is like, if I could get, it's super easy to get hired. Like you said, they're like, you showed up for the interview. I didn't even apply. When I worked there, Taylor posted on her Snapchat story, which my roommate was friends with, and he was like, "You want to come with me and go see if this is an all right job?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
Oh, so you got hired because of Taylor?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Well, I got hired because of my roommate.
Basically, yeah.
And so all three of us, my roommate, me, and my brother, because we went down, and they were like, "Yeah, so what's your work schedule?" I was like, "I'm taking the semester off of school, and so I don't have a schedule. I can come whenever." He's like, "Here's the packet if you fill this out." I was like, "Wait,
Who
what?"
hired you? Tommy or Jaime or something?
It was Jeff.
Jeff?
Yeah, it was Jeff.
Jeff hiring retards again.
Yeah, Jeff not giving a fuck. He was just like, "Yeah, show up, man."
My mom got me hired.
Oh, really?
I don't know how she got hired, but I showed up and Tommy was just like, "Here's the hire packet," and I was like, "All right."
Yeah. They don't there's no interviews.
I'm sure she was talking me up like a storm the entire time, but
I always wondered why Jaime was there. Like, I'm sure he's been there like 6 years, right? So
something like that. Yeah.
they're supposed to get a yearly raise, which they told us about.
I always wonder how much he's making.
Right? That's what I wondered.
I've asked him.
Because he's told me about the shit he does. He was remodeling homes for a while, which you can make a lot of money doing. It's not very hard. You just have to, like,
Right now, he owns like 7 cars.
Yeah.
And like a bunch of houses or something like that. And he just rents them to his family.
Yeah.
And
he owns like 8 houses. He has a net worth of like, it's in the 7 digits. And bro, I was working as a fucking rent manager. I know he's making like $50,000, about $50,000, because that's what he told me a year. Because he said that he made, when they were working overtime, when it was all crazy because of COVID, he said he made like $30,000. He's like, that's like almost as much as I make yearly normally. I was like, so he said something like that nature. I'm like, why are you here?
I think I've asked him that before. I think I was like, why do you work here if you have all this other stuff?
If you have the stuff to remodel homes, why not just keep doing that? Yeah, and just flip them instead of, like, I know he's like,
I wonder if he pays people to flip them.
Or gets paid. I'd just be my brother-in-law. He worked in remodeling. He quit the job because he didn't like it, but they were making crazy money off of it.
That's crazy.
That's why my question was always.
I want to be in his position when I'm older, I think.
Yeah. Well,
maybe not like a rent manager, but like
yeah, have the money.
His assets that he has.
He's got hella assets, and like
he's just like,
he just fixes cars.
He's like, I just bought more parts for my car.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. He's like, I just had my girlfriend drop me off.
Right.
Yeah. I was like, all right, I guess. I'm pretty sure she doesn't even work. I'm pretty sure his girlfriend doesn't work at all.
I don't think she needs to.
Yeah, she just takes.
I think he really just does it because he enjoys it.
Or he's bored.
Yeah, bored too.
It's just like, I want to do something. I need to have something to do, and then they gave him a position of power, and now he's like, now I got to take care of all this.
Has Tommy talked to you at all about being one of the coordinators?
Like a security coordinator or whatever?
No, like a gate coordinator or whatever?
No.
Oh. That's what, when I was leaving and I told him I was leaving, it was like, he's telling me about that. He's trying to find a different job.
He wanted to be one of those?
Yeah.
Since I've been hired, Tommy's been talking about getting another job.
Yeah.
The entire time. Been there for like 6 or 7.
I think he enjoys the chaos. He really thrives in it.
Yeah.
When you see him running around, when shit gets real nasty and he's just sprinting around making everything work. Like, we're supposed to have, they give us a lot of times for the planes, right? Because there's a minimum amount of stuff you have to do.
Yeah.
And it's 45 minutes for the small planes, and for the larger planes, it's 55 minutes. And we would get them in and have them out 25 minutes flat. They literally would, like, unload and go, and they're like, well, its leave time is this, right? But it landed 25 minutes before that. And they're like, well, we could still get it out. So they load all the people, and we have it ready to go and just send it out. I'm like, all right, Tommy, good job. He's like loading it by himself. He's like, you guys go take care of that one. He's throwing. I'm like, dude, if you were not working at the airport, people would be listening to TED Talks of this guy being like, this is how I built my empire. Why are you here? You work so hard, and I don't know.
Tommy's a crazy man.
Him and Tommy, they both work.
They work hella hard.
They must be getting paid more than I was getting paid.
I mean, that's what. I mean, Tommy makes it sound like he's getting paid like $5, but
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it pretty much is. Fucking. What can you buy with that much money? You can't buy shit with $5. It was like $20 for these seltzers. They're okay. What's your take on them?
they're okay.
Yeah, right?
I don't know. I had the strawberry one. I feel like the regular lemonade one would probably be good.
So I went. Peach tea is my favorite. Like if I'm getting tea, I get peach tea.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's like a tea as well.
Yeah. So that's why it's a little bit sweet, I assume. But like tea doesn't necessarily need to be sweet.
Yeah.
You can have just unsweetened tea, which I think would have been better. The sweet kind of tastes. It tastes artificial to me. It's not sugar. It's like what's it called?
Stevia or whatever. That one that they put in there that's sort of like sugar but not.
Yeah, that's it. Like
Carbonated water, alcohol, natural flavors, citric acid, honey, brewed black tea, sodium citrate, stevia sweetener. Yeah.
Yeah, stevia. You're literally perfect. Spot on. You're absolutely right. I hate that. It's my.
That's
I
so
hate
weird.
artificial sweeteners. It tastes terrible to me.
Just use sugar, man. If you're gonna make it sweet, just use sugar.
It's.
Fucking,
They're like, look it. It's
They're
good
like-
for you. There's no sugar
Yeah,
in it.
look
It's
at it.
alcohol. It's
Yeah,
alcohol.
Look at it. I don't fucking care. I'm doing this shit
It's
for myself.
literal
I don't
poison.
care.
I don't care if there's
I'm
sugar.
poisoning my body to make me feel like less sad.
I have the same opinion with just tea. If if it was just a peach tea and I learned that they put the fake whatever it is called stevia, I'd be mad. It's
I
terrible.
think I only know because I've baked, like I bake stuff every once in a while. And
Yeah.
that, like I've tried stevia once and I was like, this shit sucks.
It's
ass.
terrible.
There's no point in using this.
Yeah.
I just threw it away. It's like, why did I buy a bag of this shit? Just use sugar.
Yeah.
I think a recipe I had called for it and I just didn't even know what it was.
That's a terrible recipe. Whoever made that was trying to poison you.
Yeah, they definitely were.
Wait a second.
Recipes on the internet, dude, are just all white women that just think that
Oh,
whatever they have is the best thing in the world.
Yeah, no, they really just think that they're like the best cook in the world. I'm like, no, you're subpar at
You
best.
go to like their blog page.
They
and
write
it's
a
like,
whole ass page.
It's like 4 pages of just like, so this is my grandma's recipe. And
No, my
like,
favorite is
we make
they're
it
like,
every Christmas.
Whenever my husband's mad, I make this so he doesn't beat me. And I'm like, oh my god.
I guess you must know how to make it good.
Whenever I don't burn this, he won't hit me, and that's
It's like
really
a picture of her holding the cookies. She has a black eye.
Yeah, she's like, her arm is in a sling.
She's like,
It
even
only
though,
took me 2
I have a
tries.
broken leg, I can still make them pretty good.
That's how it really is.
Even though my thumb is broken because of Jordan.
They're like, who's Jordan? Oh,
Who's
that's my
Jordan?
husband.
He's like, but these are so good.
He just gets a little bit excited.
Yeah, he gets excited when he comes home from work after a long day and 5 beers.
It's really, they're so disgusting, and every time I try to I'm just like, I want to make like something, right? I just try to find the recipe, and it's just like scroll. I don't give a fuck about your grandma.
Yeah, you
Please, God.
scroll, next page, scroll.
I'm trying to
there
know how
are
to
the
make
ingredients.
lemon chicken, and that's it. That's it. I don't care the rest of it.
This is the best lemon chicken you're gonna ever have in your entire life. You gotta really love your food when you're cooking it, you know?
You
You're
gotta,
like, what do you mean? I'm just fucking putting chicken in there.
that makes me think of a post, like a green text post on like 4chan.
Yeah.
The dude's like, I accidentally, while cooking naked, dropped chicken breast on my dick, and now it's burning. What happened? They're like, you fucked the chicken, didn't you?
You fucked it,
You fucked the
didn't you,
chicken,
you asshole.
Yeah, that's, dude,
That was perfectly good chicken, and now you're trying to fuck it?
Yeah.
Alright. I see you.
that shit's fucked. Quite literally.
Yeah. Quite literally fucked.
Now I tried to look up a recipe for something recently. I think it was French fries. Like I want to make homemade fries like in the oven, and it was that like a whole ass. I don't give a fuck about your grandma. I don't care about your life. I don't care about your abusive husband. I just want to know what temperature to cook French fries at, because I don't know.
I don't know. We need to make like random recipes. Just make your own.
Just throw them all online and
Put it on
just
the internet.
absolute
And it's
garbage.
just like ingredients. How long you need to cook it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. It just says you're welcome.
I love you. Bye.
Just call it no bullshit.
No bullshit recipes. None of that grandma background shit. I don't care.
Yeah.
I get it. You got it from your grandma. She's dead now, but like fucking, I don't care.
Fuck your grandma. I don't give a
Fuck your
shit
grandma.
about your grandma.
I don't care. That's what's popping. Damn.
You're right though about Jaime. I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't think about it as much, but he's like telling me he's got like 8 houses. He's like net worth over like $1 million, and he's just chilling at the ramp. I'm like, why are you?
They make him do so much now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like now he's a manager.
Yeah, it's
Brand
crazy
manager.
that Jeff is even there.
He doesn't need to be there.
He's like
They
the
need
connection
they
between
need someone.
Frontier and the actual people that do the job.
Yeah.
Which
But
is also
every once in a while, I get a little light into what he's actually doing,
yeah.
and I'm like, I mean, I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah. Well,
But-
there's other stuff that he should be doing. Like, there's no water in the office. That's like one of the
Like, just prioritize things that make us do our job better. I don't know. We
Yeah.
get us gloves, maybe.
right
Like, if you just provided, like, maybe work gloves
or jackets.
or, like, jackets.
they make us put T-shirts on top
On
of our
top of
jackets because you
hoodies or
have
something.
you have to have reflective clothing
Yeah.
on, especially at nighttime, because there's just people everywhere doing everything. And so they don't.
In the wintertime, you
It's
gotta
a
wear a
t-shirt.
jacket because it's fucking cold.
I know it's 5 a.m.
So
and
you have
30
to put
degrees.
your dumbass little T-shirt on over top of it.
It's absolutely the most annoying shit. I would.
And then when it gets hot, you gotta take off the T-shirt, take off the sweater, put the T-shirt back on. Like,
Because it's like sometimes there's a lot of bags and you gotta load them, and you gotta go fast, and that shit gets hot, and then you're like sweaty, and then you go outside and it's cold again. So you can't take off your sweaty ass jacket because you gotta have the reflective thing on. Yeah, no, it was terrible. And they tried to make us wear those shorts. I was like, no.
yeah,
I was
no
like-
one
I was like-
wears the shorts.
I was like, Jeff. Oh, he's like, why don't you have your shorts off? I'm like, Jeff, it's 30 degrees in the morning. I'm gonna wear pants. And he's like, put leggings on. I was like, I don't know no pair of leggings. He's like, go buy some. I'm like, I'm not gonna buy them. You want to give me leggings? I'll give me leggings. I have no reason to have leggings. 0 reasons. I'm not gonna go buy special clothing for this job.
It's not worth it.
No.
I bought like some long johns, and like, I mean, I got leggings, but I haven't worn them to work because it's not. There's no point.
Yeah.
So those things like don't do anything for you. They're just like air goes straight through them.
You know what does do something though? Pants.
Pants, yeah.
Yeah.
Sweatpants. I mean, those aren't very professional. I don't know. But
I don't
like,
think you need to be professional.
you
on the
don't.
range.
You don't really. Honestly, if you have like your T-shirt on or whatever that you need to be wearing, I show up in whatever I want to wear. Honestly, I show up in whatever I want to wear.
As long as you have
and
the
I just put my
reflective vest on, yeah.
I just put the fucking vest
See-
on, and then that's it.
But you had the vest. There's no vest. You care if I move this pillow?
Just do whatever you want.
Okay. I apologize.
I'll put it there because like 90% of the people that I have on are like, I'm like, you want a pillow or something to put behind you? And they're like, yeah.
I just felt like I was like sitting like this, you know, fucking gut out and everything.
It's just how I sit on. I put a pillow behind me because my chair's all fucked up, so it leans back too far when it's straight up.
Yeah, I just put the little lock-in thing so it doesn't lean back too far.
But yeah,
Oh.
work is fucked up.
I don't, dude. Stronger than I am. I was like, man, I gotta find something else. I was like already trying to find another job, and then my old boss called because it's like a seasonal thing.
Is it just during the summer?
Yeah. Well,
it's
like, it's
so
like
what is it? It's
March.
like it's like pools or something like that.
Yeah, we fix automatic pool covers and install them for super rich people, like Dr. Oz. Like, I worked at Dr. Oz's house. I didn't meet him. I met the guy that took care of his house because he pays a guy to do that. I'm going to be working on Long Island, so I know it's going to be even more disgusting than it was because I was working in New Jersey and upstate New York, which is all super rich people's second homes that they come to the weekends on and shit. Or like, it's disgusting how rich they are. They're just like a $40 million home. I went to this architect's home, and he was explaining it because he designed the whole thing. It was an indoor pool that he designed, and he was like telling me about it. We took off our boots. That's how nice it was. Like, he was like, "You don't wear your boots in here," and we are like, "Fine, whatever. We're gonna go work. We're gonna fix your fucking automatic pool cover."
Barefoot.
Yeah, in my goddamn socks. And he spent more money on a pool than my parents had ever spent on a house I lived in growing up. That's how it was.
That's crazy.
Yeah. No, they're crazy rich. Like, I went into someone's living room that was a pool. That one was particularly disgusting. I was like, they had a pool in their living room. That's what it was. I was like,
Just
I didn't
watching
even
TV in the living room.
Yeah. No, they
in
had
the pool.
They had like a 75-inch TV and a bunch of couches, and then a pool. And also they were on the coast, so you walked outside. There's a deck in the ocean. I'm like, seems a bit overkill, like repetitive. But
Was it heated?
I don't know.
It had to have been heated, dude.
I imagine. Yeah.
I mean, it was inside, so I wouldn't really have to worry about the elements making it cold, but...
Well, there's a whole thing about, like, if it's too humid, it'll destroy the walls, like, especially with drywall. So they just didn't have drywall. They had wood and glass. They had, like, it was an absolutely beautiful home. Disgusting
I just want to own, like, a giant house with a bunch of glass walls and just walk around naked.
Yeah, just say fuck you. I went to a place like that in New York. It was a giant home. It was like a compound, really, is a better way to describe it, on top of a giant hill in upstate New York, and it's just glass. You could see all the way through the house.
You're like, damn, I'm about to fuck this house up.
No, it really was. So they had obviously, that was just like the public areas. They're like a kitchen, a living room, stuff.
Yeah.
They had private quarters. Like, I know that there's a downstairs, which was like underground, and like an upstairs and whatever, but
You're like, there's a pool on every level.
it was crazy it looked like it was like a small town. You're like, oh, this is a neat little community, and then it was one person's house. You're like, this the guy that takes care of it when they're not in town at their other house, because everyone lives, they've got two homes. They have a home in upstate New York, and they have a home in New York City, where they work.
You want to be the guy taking care of the fucking houses, you know?
Yeah, that's my life's answer.
That's what you want to be.
Yep.
You want to be the guy taking care of some rich-ass dude's house.
Yeah.
And just, like, go up in there, vacuum the floor, try and find shit to do. Dust.
Yeah, so a common thing, right, especially among the really, really nice end ones, is they'll get paver stones and put them on top of it, because, like, you have to have somewhere for the cover to go. The cover helps with, like, cleaning the pool and stuff, so shit doesn't fall in, and the water doesn't come out. Especially on indoor pools, like, it doesn't make sense to have a cover on an indoor pool. If the water comes out and, like, destroys the roof because of the humidity.
Because of the humidity, yeah.
The cover traps the humidity in. So on pools like that, they would have, like, $7,000 or $8,000 stones put on top of the cover to hide it, so that you couldn't tell it was there.
Oh, so you can just remove the stones and have a pool underneath
So we
them?
had to remove those stones, and sometimes they would break. Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I've never broken one myself. I've chipped a couple, and if they notice, we'll stick a little glue on, put it back on, and it doesn't look like it's broken. But the guy I was working with, who was like, he was the guy in charge, like I'm his assistant, he broke one, and it was like a $6,000 stone, and it's literally like a 1 by 1.5 stone, and they're like, that is $6,000, and I was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. That guy paid more for that stone than in my car.
I don't care how much your fucking rock is, bitch.
and so that's literally, we did a job. It's like an hour job, right, to fix what they wanted and do what they wanted. They want us to like clean it and whatever. But it's like an hour job, and we do that, and then it's 3 hours of us trying to figure out who's paying for the fucking stone, because the guy I'm working with is like, I'm not paying for it, and the company's like, we'll pay for half of it, and they're like, no, you're paying for it, and we're like, you have to lift up your stones. That's part of the thing. We'll lift them up for you, but we're not paying for it. And so that was like a whole thing. $6,000 fucking dollars for
put that in a contract. Like, we're not responsible for like fucking damages or some shit.
We actually had a job where, because I worked with like 2 different people, because one of them like quit. Well, he didn't quit. He got a better job, but good for him.
But he quit.
But really, he quit. The other guy, we weren't allowed to go back, because apparently they broke the stone. I know what happened, right? Because I was there. They broke the stone after we left, because I'm very like scared of that shit, because I didn't want to deal with it. I know they broke the stone. Well, I don't know. Maybe that kid broke it. I say kid, but he's a 40-year-old man with 2 kids, but he was a kid. You know what I mean? He's a little bit dumb.
Dummy.
He's a dumpster. But he broke. I guess they say they got us on camera breaking it, and they try to force us to pay for it and shit, and they were like, yeah, you guys aren't allowed to go back there anymore.
Show me the camera, bitch.
Yeah.
Show me the video.
They're trying to claim that it just completely shattered it. I was like, we would have noticed, right? Because when you have to lift them up, and sometimes they're like 100-pound, 200-pound stones. And they were saying that this 100-pound stone, because it was like a 1.5 by like an 8-foot stone, that we broke it. I was like, we would have noticed.
I would have known if I broke that bitch.
Right?
I would have been scared for my life if I broke that bitch.
And rich people, there's a lot of like, they're like assholes, man. They really just view you as like a peasant. You're like, okay, whatever. It's fine.
I guess I'm a peasant, but you got a cool house.
When
I'm gonna take a shit in your pool.
Yeah. When you pull up and they have a 4-car garage and the $70,000 Porsche is on the outside of the garage. And it's not like Arizona. So in Arizona, a lot of people won't park their cars in the garage because they don't need to. The worst thing in Arizona for weather is the sun. In New York and shit, there's like hurricanes. Trees fall down constantly.
It'll fuck up your cars if you're outside.
There was a tropical storm while I was there last year, and the power was out for a week and a half, right? In a lot of where I was. And they were like sending up power line. They were clearing the highways for like a week and a half. And I'm like, what cars are on the inside? I watched a guy drive a $150,000 Porsche into his garage. He was trying to rush to meet us because he was supposed to meet us there to show us where it was, and he literally hit his garage. Turning in, and he went, crunched the door, and then hit the pillar. A $150,000 car. I'm like, money? Bro!
You're like, let me lift the stone.
That is a Porsche 911 Turbo.
Let me just fucking lift up the stone real fast.
I'm nervous to lift up your stone wrong, and you just ran your Porsche 911 into a fucking car, or into a garage.
And he's like, again? Fuck. You're like, again? Whatever. Fucking.
I would shit bricks if I watched someone drive my Porsche 911 into a building. It wasn't like he was going fast. He was going slow, and it was minor cosmetic damage, so he didn't care. But it's just like the principle of it, They don't care.
You're like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
That shit's crazy.
That's just. It was like truly opening, because I was raised like lower class in Arizona, which is saying something. Arizona is like a pretty poor state, considering. Mm-hmm. There's not a lot of, like, there's like, in Upper Scottsdale and shit, that's where you're going to find the nicest homes. Or maybe, what's that one place? That one little, like, valley, it's all touristy. It's, like, all turquoise. There's, like, a turquoise McDonald's out there.
Like, Sedona?
Sedona. So you'll find some nice places in Sedona, but it's nothing, man. You just got to see with your own eyes.
Some parts of Phoenix are really nice. Like, right, I lived in Phoenix for a little bit with my mom.
Yeah.
And, like, there's parts out there. Okay, so story time.
Yeah.
I can talk about this a little bit. So when I lived with my mom's, I still worked at Fry's. And I would commute to Mesa to go to Fry's. I work at a Fry's, dude.
Yeah, that's...
Because we used to live over here in Mesa, and we moved out there, and I was planning on moving out soon, so I didn't want to transfer stores yet.
Yeah.
So I could still work there. And not to, because there was like a time limit on when you could transfer.
Yeah.
You could work there for like 3 months and then transfer or something like that, or
so you didn't want
like
to
a
stuck.
minimum. So I didn't want to transfer out there and be stuck and have to keep commuting back out there in like a shitty Pathfinder or whatever.
Yeah.
With zero garbage gas mileage. So I would commute back and forth back out there, and so I guess one day I went to the store. I went to like a Target or something like that, and I was just like browsing like I normally do. I think I was looking for things to decorate my room with.
Yeah.
And like I was walking down like the kitchen aisle because like I like to cook and shit, so I like going down that aisle and I like looking at all the cool stuff.
Yeah.
And like the things I wish I had. And then some dude on like an automatic cart just like rolls by, and he made like a comment to me. He was like, "Oh, nice seeing like a young man like looking at all the kitchen supplies. We need more of you guys like cooking and stuff." And I was like,
he's calling you gay, but
I was like,
I'm just kidding.
All right, I guess. Cool, thanks, man. I was like, I just like cooking and stuff. And he's like, oh, really? He's like, I think I got a proposition for you. And I was like, what the fuck you mean, dude?
Yeah.
And he was like, here's my business card. He was like, I need someone to come over to my house and help me like cut up like some brisket that I'm making for like a big, like a thing going on that I got some people coming over for. And he's like, I just hurt myself, so I can't really like move that fast. And he's like, I kind of got to do it a little quick. You mind coming over and helping me? And I was like, what the fuck? He's like, I'll give you $100 to come over and help me. And I was like, where do you live?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude, I'll follow you.
Did you do it then? You went to the guy's
Yeah,
house?
so I was like, I'm gonna go over to this guy's house. The guy turns out to be like a owner of like PF Chang's. Like he's the founder of that place.
Nice.
And like he owns a shit ton of fucking like restaurants and shit.
Yeah.
And he lives in like the nice ass area of Phoenix where like every house is like huge as fuck and they all have like nice ass like buildings and all. I don't know. Everything's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like their own community. It's like a gated community and stuff.
They got
like
their own security.
And I was like,
whatever.
all right. And he was like, yeah, I just kind of live here by myself. My daughters and or whatever all grown up.
Yeah.
And he's like, I just live here with my partner or whatever. He turns out he's gay, dude.
Yeah, there it is. That dude was trying to fuck.
And I was like,
he was trying to see if you were interested.
Once he said partner, I was like, ah.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. He just needed a cute dude to come cut up his brisket for him.
Yeah.
But I showed up and this man was like, all right, so this is what I have. I got this right here and I got this one right here. And they're both huge ass fucking briskets. They're like been marinating for like a week or something like that.
That's awesome.
And he had like sauce like in his fridge that he was like making. And I was like, all right. And he's like, I'm just gonna start heating up the sauce. If you want to just start cutting them up. And he was like, I want you to cut them kind of like this. And he like showed me like a slice. And I was like, all right, whatever. He pulled out like this automatic like fucking electric cutter. And I was like, cool. And then my mom was texting me, and she was like, "Where are you at?" And I was like, texting her like, "What the fuck happened?" And I was like, "Yeah, so this guy offered to pay me money to go over to his house and cut his meat for him."
Mom, I'm a whore now.
And I told the guy, I was like, "Yeah, I work at a deli, like in fries." And he's like, "Oh, so you like know what you're doing?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess."
I dabble in.
Yeah, I know my way around some meat.
Wink, wink,
wink, wink. And he's like, all right, cool, I could use you. So I texted my mom that I went over to this guy's house to cut up meat for him. And she was like, where are you?
Yeah, dude.
And I was like, hey, what's your address? My mom just wants to know where I am. And he's like, oh, understandable. You know, whatever. And he's like, this is the address. And so I texted her and she shows up 10 minutes later. My mom was like showing up. She's like, I'm coming. And I was like, Mom, I'm fine. Like, this is an old dude. Like, I could beat the fuck out of this guy if I needed to. Like
there is a huge thing with rich people sex trafficking. You almost got your mom saved you from being sex trafficked. I could have
got dicked.
Yeah,
you know, pretty good.
I would be willing to bet that he was looking to get dicked.
Maybe.
Yeah. That's what my gamble
looking
was.
to get dicked.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
You know what I mean?
don't know. Something. But it was.
I bet you there was a lot more money in it if you did do the dicking. Or whatever happened. I don't know, whatever was going on.
If I did,
dude was looking for some meat handling.
Yeah, if I did give him some dick, you know, maybe I would have got another 100.
Yeah, another 100. You probably could have set up a nice life.
I could have got a fucking sugar daddy.
Yeah.
I could have got. What am I doing with my life now, dude?
That.
But I still have his business card in my wallet. I think his name was like Tom.
Please.
I think he had 2 first names.
How could you not like text, dude?
Every once in a while, it's like
just be like, you need some meat.
Remember that one guy you cooked sliced your meat for him? Yeah, that's me. Hey,
you need your meat.
What's going on? Just how's life? But I went over to his house and when we were trying to cut, like I was trying to use one of his regular knives to like cut it.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't working, so he was like, oh, maybe let's go buy like an electric cutter or like one of those automatic ones people use for turkeys and shit.
They're pretty fun.
And he was like, I think that Bed Bath & Beyond might have one or something like that. He's like, he's like, let me look one up. And so he looked it up and we went to Bed Bath & Beyond. We drove in his fucking Escalade to Bed Bath & Beyond to go buy a fucking meat slicer.
Dude, I would just be like, you guys want a son?
And like I was sitting,
I'm in the need of some parents.
When I heard this shit, and I was at Target, and like this guy was telling me like what he is, and like all the shit that he what he was wanting, and I was like, what else am I doing today? Fucking nothing. All right,
yeah, that's a whole ass.
I was like, this is an experience. This is a story to tell people. You know, fuck it, let's go. What's gonna happen? I'm gonna get a dick. Like I don't know.
You're gonna get sex trafficked.
I'm gonna get fucking dick down. What I don't know. Shit's gonna happen.
I wouldn't mind.
I was like, something's gonna fucking happen, and it'll probably be cool or it'll be interesting. I don't know. But he made some really bomb ass fucking sauce. I don't know what it was. It was like some type of fucking, I don't know. It wasn't like a marinade or something. It was just like a liquid that you pour over like your meat. But like that shit tasted so good. Dude, he knew how to fucking cook so well.
I imagine.
Now, that brisket tasted amazing. And then he was like, all right, now dip it in this sauce. And I was like, all right. Dude, this shit's fire. Oh my god. I was like, can I have your recipe? What the fuck? Oh, dude. I was surprised. My mom showed up and then she was like,
your mom's a vibe killer.
Yeah,
your mom cockblocked
Mom, you
you.
fucking killed the vibe. What's going on? We were fine. Now I'm sitting here just cutting meat for this guy while she's talking to him.
You're fine. He was talking to me about his guest house in Italy. He wanted me to come visit. He was going to pay for the plane ticket, too.
Yeah, he said he was going to pay for me to come visit him in Europe, Mom. What the fuck?
I would have been asking that guy if he wanted a new son, man. Oh, my Christ. Be like, look, I could be a good son.
That shit was crazy, dude. I enjoyed it, honestly. It was fun. I enjoyed talking to the guy. He was very smart.
Yeah.
He knew a lot of stuff. I was like, dude, if I need to start a business, this is the guy I'm going to go to and talk to.
Dude, I thought you were going to try... Dude, why would you try to get a job as a chef for him? That sounds awesome.
Yeah, be like, yo, you need a chef or something?
Right.
Can I work for you?
Just be like, I'm in the need of a job
Maybe I should text him. Maybe I should hit him up.
Maybe
I should send him a text and see how life is.
I should text her.
I should send him a text. See how it's going.
I had
maybe get lunch.
Definitely not as extensive as that. It was way more brief, but I had a similar situation where I was on Mill Ave, and we had pregame. Like we were planning on going to the bar, but like shit happened and we didn't end up going to the bar. But we had pregame, so we were pretty like buzzing, whatever. Mm. And by the time we're leaving, we're just walking, and there's a group of like 30-ish old, 30 to 50 years old, somewhere in between there. They were older. They'd obviously gone to ASU, and they'd spent time at Mill Bar. They knew what Mill Ave was for, which is, if you don't know, at ASU, the Arizona State University, Mill Ave is the bar street. There's always a bar street at party universities. ASU is like the king of parties. Well, it was, whatever. That's the whole thing. But Mill Ave is the place to be. And they're drunk. And one of them is really drunk. And she starts talking to us. And it's me, a friend, and my brother. And she's like, so what do you guys study? And we're all engineering students. And we're like, yeah, we're all studying engineering. And we start like talking ourselves up and whatever. And she's like, yeah, that's so awesome. And she's like, so you guys have like your parents paying for it or whatever? And we're like, no. I was like, I'm on scholarship and so is my brother. We're like, and so is our friend. We're all on scholarship. Our parents aren't doing like whatever. They're not helping us at all. She's like, oh, that's crazy. Do you guys want someone to help you? Like, I could help you. I could be that for you. Do you guys want to come to Chicago? And we were just like, yes. Yes, we want to come to Chicago.
Let's go to Chicago, guys.
Dude, and her friends were like, oh, she's so drunk. We're sorry. We're like, no, shut up. And they like whisk her away and throw her.
Shut up. We're trying to go to Chicago.
I know, right? We were like, we're trying to go to Chicago. It took me too long to catch up on what was going on. So my brother picked up on it way sooner and starts like flirting, like full-blown flirting with her. Trying to, like, and she just like her friends shove her into an Uber. They're like, she's so drunk, and we're like, we don't fucking care. I want to go to Chicago.
This shit's funny.
I will go to Chicago right fucking now.
Let me get your phone number, please.
Yeah, that was the biggest missed opportunity in my life, by far. By far. Dude, I'm trying to be the sugar baby for a MILF from Chicago. She was hot too. She wasn't like.
She wasn't just some bimbo out there getting drunk with her homies.
No, she was apparently fucking rich. She was offering us to come to Chicago.
And pay for college.
Yeah, and give us money and like allowance. Because we're like my brother's like, he's got like a 4.0. He's a really smart guy. He's killing it. And I was like, yeah, I'm in engineering. I'm definitely not retarded. No, I don't know if I can even say that.
Damn.
Yeah, no, that was I think about that night a lot. Because it's like my life could have changed if I would have been.
Every once in a while, I think about the same that little story.
That could have been a real pivotal moment, and I just didn't realize it at the time.
Yeah, I just didn't. I was like,
or were you?
I was like, this is kind of odd.
Yeah,
like the thing I'm doing right now is odd. I didn't think I'd be doing this today.
Yeah,
but this is fun. I like this. This is interesting.
Arguably the best days are those days like that where you're like, this is definitely not what I had planned, but
I definitely remember in my head I was like, what else am I gonna do?
Yeah,
I'm gonna go home. I'm just gonna do nothing, play video games.
Yeah,
or maybe skateboard or something like that.
Yeah,
I was like, or I could go hang out with this cool guy. In my head, cool guy.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I was telling him about like live streaming and shit like that because I was doing that like heavy at the time. Mm-hmm. I was like, yeah, I have like a little bit of an audience. Like people like watch me on the internet. And he's like, that's really cool. Like he's like sometimes, or he was telling me that Sometimes he like goes to the casinos or something like that. And, like, does,
Dude, he was trying to go gamble.
gambles.
He should have been like, let's go.
Like, you want to go gambling? Like, hell yeah.
Right now.
Dude, I feel like I should hit him up and be like, you want to go to lunch or something? Like, catch up. Let me cuss some more you eat.
He's like, who are you? You're like, damn, feels bad.
Fuck. He's like, fuck, he forgot.
That's
He's too
rough.
old now. Damn, he got AIDS and died. But, damn. Think about that guy somewhere.
No. Ruthless.
Casually throw that out.
Throw that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I have his business card. Maybe I should hit him up.
I mean, that seems like
See
that
how
would
it's- see how
be
it's
a cool
going.
person to meet. Like, I genuinely appreciate meeting, like, new people, especially when they have totally different aspects. Like,
Yeah, he had like a completely different life.
never had anything like you.
That's
Well,
crazy.
maybe not. That's a pretty big claim, but you know what I mean.
I like that guy. I think his name was Tom Frank or something like that. He had 2 first names. I was like, that's
Oh.
kind of odd. But, you know, he had like a business card he gave me, and I was like, alright, cool.
Do you ever like meet people and like your first impression, you're like, oh, this guy's pretty chill, and then you're like, you get to know him and you're like, oh my god, this guy's a fucking psycho. He's a crazy person.
I think so.
You got any stories like that?
There's like this one kid at the skate park that I think about
Oh, okay.
every once in a while when I see him. But apparently I've heard stories about him. And,
What was the worst? Like, what was the craziest story though?
well, I guess like a while ago or something like that, like some of the kids that like actually knew who he was and like have talked to him and like are kind of friends with him or something like that, but not really anymore. They were like telling me, I think his name was Cole, fucking Cole.
Mm-hmm.
It's always some kid named Cole. I think he's still in school or something, like high school basically.
High school.
But I guess he like made out with his sister or something like that.
Oh yeah,
And
there
I
was
like,
always rumors
I was
like
like,
that.
I never would have thought that dude. It's just like, I don't know. He seemed kind of crazy. The first time I met him, he was at the skate park on acid,
Okay, yes.
like just chilling, and I was like, "Are you okay, man? Like for reals? Like you're just sitting at the skate park and you were on acid right now." He's like, "Yeah, I've been on acid since yesterday." And I was
That's-
like, "What the fuck?"
That's a thing that people do, by the way, which is like, never in my life would have considered that.
I was like, "How did you get here?"
Yeah.
Like, like, did you drive here? Like, what the fuck?
I think that they're on like some synthetic bullshit where it's like fucking mixed. I don't know enough about it. Like I know about it because I'm a chemical engineering major, so I learned about it, but not like it's all book. Like I'm like, yeah, I could probably make it if you wanted me to. I don't know about it. I've never done it. The kids that I met at ASU would take acid and LSD and ecstasy on the weekends, almost every weekend. I was like, bro, I thought like I can't fuck with you guys. I cannot be around this shit. Like I gotta do my school stuff. I was trying to prioritize school. Honestly, probably should have just fucking done LSD with them. But
Might have opened your third eye.
yeah, no, I'm super like I know. Side note, I have the same arm as this. Same mic, same arm. I just realized.
Yeah, I got 2 of them.
Sick. They're nice.
One of my friends gave me that one. It came with like a really shitty microphone,
Yeah.
and I was just like, I'm just gonna use the arm.
Mine, no matter how tight I get, it always loosens, and so I have to constantly adjust it. Which it's super. It was like a 30.
I got like a wrench, and I tightened
Oh,
these
yeah.
these right here because this is what I cared about, and the rest of it I really don't fucking care.
Yeah.
I think it was like, I don't know. I might have tightened these and these because like I liked it being out straight and not like falling.
Yeah.
It's not
In order to
very
do that,
hard.
I just let it hang, so I have my mic hanging upside down. Just
I think I saw that when I was over there. I was
Yeah.
like everybody has it like
Their
this,
own
I guess,
way.
because they have the same situation. But
Mm.
I think I saw some League of Legends streamer that had it like this, and I was like, I want it like that. I want to have it like hanging.
I think it's to like minimize how distractive it is, but I've adjusted my camera where it's just solely not. It's not there, and it's not.
And I
in
have
my-
it on my desk.
so I can like.
On my PC, I have it connected to like my monitor arm, and so it like hangs over my monitor, and it's like hanging downwards, and it's just barely out of my view, so
Yeah.
like people can hear me at good quality, but like, it's not distracting me at all.
Yeah.
But I don't know. When I first started, it was like this, but except it was like hanging down, like this. I guess I don't know, something like that. I don't fucking care anymore. It's just fucking
Yeah.
microphone.
Did you ever have a problem when, like, I know you like me, you were like pretty chill, and you got out of high school and like you started like smoking or whatever, right?
Yeah, so I didn't start smoking weed until I moved out.
Yeah.
Until I was like 20.
I
didn't
had
move
the
out
same
till I was,
thing,
like,
but I was like
20.
17 when I moved out, and I just had there's etiquette. There's etiquette that you need to know and should follow, and I didn't know. And so a lot of the kids I met when I was at ASU, like I just didn't follow that, and so they thought I was an asshole, but I was just stupid. So that was a huge thing with like there was definitely some kids that wouldn't fuck with me because I was like it wasn't my weed, like they were sharing with me and I was taking as big as hits as I could possibly take. just fucking ripping that shit and getting as stoned as I could. Yeah, and
Free weed?
They were mad, right? Because it was their weed. They didn't have a lot of money. I mean,
Like,
I should have just bought some weed and they would have been chill, but I didn't know it, right? I didn't understand any of it.
Yeah, I didn't know etiquette either.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Taylor was the one that fucking got me stoned for the first time.
Yeah, I had some friends from high school, but it was like after I had left, because I went to high school where I grew up, and then my in between my junior and senior year, I left. I just kind of like up and dipped because my parents like kicked me out, but it was like an empty threat. They were like, if you're gonna act like this, you can leave, and I was like, okay. And they were like, wait, no. I was like, nah.
Nah, you can't take it back now, bitch. I'm out.
Stop being such a bitch. And then I left. And like I went back and hung out with my friends a couple of times, and like we got high a couple of times, and they didn't really teach me any etiquette. They were being nice. They're like, oh, you're in town, you gotta come smoke. Like there was never a thing. They were like, this is, what's mine's yours.
They weren't like, oh, bring some weed. They were like,
yeah,
yo, we got some, like, just come over.
Yeah, and so
you were like, oh, sick, okay, cool.
I just didn't understand the etiquette. I always felt bad because I just don't fuck with those people anymore. Mostly because they like do hard drugs like Molly and shit, and I'm like,
Nah, I don't want that.
Yeah,
I want to do mushrooms. Though.
I would absolutely do mushrooms, but I think that's
I don't think that's as far as I want to go.
Yeah, I know too much about how they make synthetic drugs like LSD and Molly and that kind of stuff, and I'm like, no, nah.
I don't know. I feel like if you were gonna do anything like that, you have to test it, dude. Like if you don't, you're retarded.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
You're just taking shit that someone just hands to you.
That's crazy.
I don't know. If I was at like a party or something like that, and someone was like, "Here, man," I'd be like, "No, fuck that."
I was even like cautious about the weed. Like, well, I don't know if they're gonna get mad if you mention that.
I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Cool.
It's kind of whatever.
I was always like cautious of it. That's why I was more. So I would smoke. At first I didn't care because I didn't know. And then I was like, oh, there can be really problematic things that will really mess you up. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that get like really messed up things after smoking because they smoke a lot, but also they smoke, it'll have stuff in it or whatever.
Yeah, they could put
obviously.
I didn't understand what cutting meant for a long time.
I kind of understand, but if I was perfectly honest with you, I don't.
Yeah, I guess when someone says like, oh, like this cocaine or something like that was like cut with this, that just means that they used it to like as a padding.
Yeah.
They add it so they have more.
Yeah.
And so they can give out more, which is fucked up.
Yeah. One, they're lying about what it is and to make more money. And two, well, they're not lying, but they're to sell more. They have more, but also a lot of the times it's very problematic.
Cocaine.
It's very problematic.
Yeah.
When you mix it with shit. Like, there's been a lot of famous people. That's how...
Yeah, like 75% coke.
Mac Miller.
25% fentanyl or something like that.
Yeah, except for like, as someone that spent a lot of time studying this shit through, like, organic chemistry, fentanyl was used as an elephant tranquilizer. That's why they developed. The chemists were like, we need something to take down fucking elephants. And they're like, here's fentanyl. And people were like, don't mind if I do.
Like, let me see what that's about.
And then, after my oldest brother... he got bit by a rattlesnake, they almost killed him on fentanyl. Like, he almost died from the rattlesnake, and then later they almost stopped his heart because they gave him so much fentanyl, and I'm like, people take this for fun? It must be a lot of fun. Because I know, like, I broke my ankle. I'm a bitch. Terrified of drugs. Especially, like, opioids.
Same.
I'm glad that you can appreciate it. It's terrifying to me. I broke my ankle, and they gave me hydros for that, and I was taking half of the dose they recommended to me, and I could not speak. I was like slurring my words and shit. Like, I don't know if I'm just straight up like a stupid person, but you see me. So you saw me when I was on those edibles. Like, I took half of what you guys took.
I was really questioning, being like, "Yo, come over and take some of these edibles."
No, I can't. I can't.
And then I was like, "No, he's got to go home."
Yeah.
Because I was like, okay. Well, I guess we could talk about the story, I guess. Yeah. I was thinking about that. So we tried to get really high and go to the aquarium.
That was a failure.
That was a failure. We went like the Odyssey Aquarium over in like Scottsdale or something like that.
Yeah.
I invited David as well.
Oh.
I was like, yo, you want to come over? Like, we're gonna do this, and because I know he worked today, he worked until like noon or something like that.
Oh.
So I was like, oh, you get off like at noon, like fucking come over.
He's probably tired.
But he was like, hey, sounds like cool. Maybe I will. And then I sent him a text later, and he didn't reply. So I guess he's not coming. But
Yeah.
he would be here already. But we, me, Joseph, and David, we were gonna go like get really high on edibles and go to the aquarium. Instead, we just got really high, went to the aquarium, and just couldn't go because like the line was super huge, and
there was
you had to,
so many people.
There was like a wait list basically there,
Yeah.
so you had to wait till like 8 o'clock, and it was like 5,
Yeah.
like 5:30, and we had to wait till 8 p.m. to like even get in. It was fucked. So we were like, yo, what else could we do? Let's go play pool or something like that. So we were like, oh, where's a bar that we can go play pool at or something like that?
So we end up at that social.
Yeah, we went to the social hall like in Tempe. It's like right close to where you live, I guess.
Yeah.
And then that place was like full.
Yeah.
I mean, I was keen to just sit there and wait 45 minutes for a table.
We were all stoned as fuck.
Yeah, I was like, I'm
definitely
fine. I'm fine if we just wait for a table for like 45 minutes and just sit here and maybe get a drink or something. But then we were like, nah, we want to do something else.
Yeah,
and we just went to fucking Sonic. We went to Sonic, and I love sitting in the back seat when I'm fucking stoned or drunk or something like that. I just sit in the back seat. I just chill. I don't care about, like, if I have to talk to someone. I don't know, if a conversation in the front seat happens that I enjoy, I'll be like, all right, let me chime in a little bit.
Yeah.
But we just sat in Sonic for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Like just sitting there. I got 5 fucking
pretzels. 5 fucking pretzels.
I got 5 pretzels, which was the big brain move. I ate like 3 of them while we were in the car, and then I had 2.
Packed them away for later.
I had 2 for the ride. and then I got a Sonic Blast as well.
Yeah.
And that shit was the best.
I just got a large cheesecake Sonic Blast, and I slurped on that shit for like 2 hours, and when it was gone, I was so fucking sad.
I remember just looking up in the front, Joseph would be talking, he'd be saying some high shit, like talking about how your eyeballs work or something like that, and he'd be like, yeah, your eyes... Yeah, they're fucking crazy, man. Like the way...
I kept saying bonkers, I remember that.
Bonkers how your eyes fucking work.
Because it's...
And then you keep talking. Every time you take a slurp, you just like keep talking afterwards. I'm like, yeah, this is fucking great.
Yeah,
I have a Snapchat in my phone of me sitting in the back seat, and you're like, yeah, man, just fucking... like you're in the middle of a sentence and you just stop to drink your fucking shake, and that was hilarious to me.
For the record, I took 40 milligrams of... Is 40 calories or whatever. There's a guy who makes videos, and because he's putting it on YouTube, he just says calories, but he'll eat 1,000 milligram edibles, and like one time he ate 3 of those 1,000 milligram edibles, and just like videos, he's like, you can see it in his eyeballs, like how it just absolutely blasted. I'm like 40, and I'm just gone, absolutely gone, cannot hang. You guys took like twice as much.
I think David ended up taking like 90 or something like that.
Yeah.
He took 50 before he even showed up.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, just ate 50. I'm on my way. And I was like,
what?
Oh my, okay.
I
was planning on taking
10.
that through the whole time I was going to be there. Like, 50 was my max.
I absolutely.
And then I was like, oh, these are like the fucking Sour Patch watermelons. That's what's up. I love those. Let me have 4.
Yeah.
And then we were going, and after the aquarium situation where we couldn't get in, I was like, all right, let me take a couple more.
Yeah.
Before we went into the aquarium, I was like, all right, let me take a couple more because I know this is gonna hit, and I'm gonna wish I had more, and so I'm gonna take a couple more before we even head in. And then we got back in the car, and I was like, I'm gonna take a couple more.
I know. So I was getting paranoid off of what it was. The fucking manager or whatever kept coming out and looking at us, and I was like, I didn't say anything.
We're at the aquarium.
No. When we were at Sonic.
When
I was like really high, and I was getting paranoid, and I was like,
he's gonna ask us to leave.
I was like, I'm gonna have to kill this guy because he's gonna tell people we're high. I was like, I get so paranoid, and that's why you guys are like, why don't you have another? I was like, I cannot.
If I will die.
I'm walking a line right now. I was gonna eat 20, which I did. I ate 20 milligrams, and then you guys were like, these are really good. You want to try them? And I was like, Yeah.
Yeah. I love Sour Patch watermelons.
I also get like, I always have really vivid dreams after, so the next couple of days. I don't know if like that's a normal thing. But I'm always like, oh god, I'm gonna have the dreams. They're always
gonna have the dreams.
They're good. Like they're not nightmares or anything, but it's just like vivid, and I'm like, was that real? I can't tell.
I don't know if what's happening right now is real.
Yeah, it freaks me out.
It's crazy.
It is. I was so high. That was a crazy conversation. I always will like focus on things like the whole like eyeball thing. I probably talked for about an hour about how the way human eyes work and whatever.
I just remember you sitting there. You're like, it's bonkers how your eyes actually work. You're like,
you
want to know how they actually work, and David's like, yeah, of course I do.
Because it amazes me.
And I'm sitting back there like, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be amazing. I like this.
I like a lot of people do a lot of different things to make them feel good. Like some people have sex, some people are alcoholics, some people drink caffeine. Like there's a lot of different ways. But whenever I get high, and I'm not like, I'll do like once, like every 3 months maybe. And every time I'm just like, yeah, everything's great. Everything's great. Everything's cool.
This is fun. This is amazing even.
Yeah, everything's great. I don't know. I don't know how some people get high every day, though. That terrifies me. I would die. Yeah. I'd just be so like anxious all the time.
I don't know. I got a cart, right? One of those cartridges, and I just have it sitting on my desk, or I had it sitting on my desk, and like that was just one of those things that was like,
yeah,
I know how much is gonna like it's gonna take, and so I could like get just before that or whatever, and I'll be fine through the whole night. And so it's just like just enough to like kind of make me just like chilling.
Yeah.
And not just like, oh my god, like I'm fucking high right now. No, like flower weed, like that shit does it to me every time.
Yeah.
Anytime I fucking like, I could be smoking weed every day for a month, and I'll take like a couple hits off it, and I'm fucking zonked, dude.
Yeah. I don't like smoking. I'll hit carts. Well, I do like it, but I was like, it's too much effort and stuff.
Yeah, I think I have.
The smell and like dealing with it.
Yeah, I have to like, I make it like a thing, you know.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I'm gonna get a drink or something like that. I'm gonna go sit on the porch for a little bit, hang out, watch some videos on my phone, smoke a joint. I don't know. It's not like oh, every night I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna just like hang out, I'm gonna smoke weed.
No, I get what you mean.
I hate the thought of someone coming into my room or whatever and being like, oh, you fucking smoke weed, huh?
Yeah. It is a like, I don't want to say dirty, but it really, it's the smell, like it's clear when someone smokes like flower a lot. Like if you're in a cart, it's kind of like vaping and stuff. But like imagine going into a room and it's clear someone's been smoking cigarettes constantly. Like
yeah, it's just got like that smell of just like old smoke.
Like it's like,
no, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I don't know. It's hard to describe.
Yeah.
I just don't want that.
Yeah, that's like I don't want
that's
that.
what I don't. My roommate was like, you know, I don't care if you like fucking smoke in your room, just open the window or something
just like
that.
a damp.
And I was like, no, I'm gonna go outside if I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Unless I have a cart or something like that. That shit, I'll sit on my desk all day watching fucking YouTube videos until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's what it is. Every time, I don't know. I know there's like strains or whatever. I don't know anything about the strains. I'm just like,
I just know one of them kind of like hypes you up a little bit, and the other one makes you sleepy.
Right. So the sleepy one, it works. That shit will knock you out. Like my friend had a cart. Well, and we were like living together last summer. And so we would hit it like every night and just pass out. We'd watch a regular show and then pass out. It was epic. It was great. It was a good summer.
Good summer.
But that was definitely the most I've ever smoked. Like I was smoking pretty consistently, but it was a cart. It wasn't smoking. Just hitting carts and.
Yeah, I think I need to take a break. Honestly.
Yeah, like tolerance.
I feel like I've been doing it too much.
Yeah, I do the same thing with alcohol too. It's not just like weed, where like if I've been drinking a lot, which I've been drinking considerably more than I usually drink recently. Especially because
speaking of, one another one.
Yeah,
I'm thinking I want to get another one.
Yeah.
Let's go grab another. We'll be right back.
Yeah. As long as you're vibing.
As long as we're vibing.
Dude, I'll talk all night.
Because I think the longest one I've done was like 3.5 hours. Nice. And that was like with my homie Carl. Carl with the K.
Nice. With a K?
Yeah, you can tell if you...
KKK Core?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I guess his girlfriend is pregnant right now. And, I guess it's gonna be a boy or something, and I was telling him he should name it Carl, or like his son Carl.
C.
So it could be Carl's Jr.
Oh. I thought you just wanted to call it because, like, to avoid the
Carl
junior,
with the C.
Carl with the C. Carl with a K and Carl with the C.
Hey, get in here, Carl.
What, so you're Carl Jr.? Nah, I'm Carl with the C, homie.
Cuz.
Cool. Let's try the lemons ones now. Which one did you get? Lemon? Okay.
Yeah. You gotta like this one.
Oh, this one's way better.
Yeah.
Absolutely better. It's probably because I'm a little bit more drunk, but... Yeah, it still has that aftertaste from the fake sugar.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's always gonna have that, though. Stevia. Fuck stevia.
Fuck Truly, yeah. They try to use stevia. Absolute trash cans.
Bunch of shitters out there.
Truly tea seltzers, terrible. They try to stick with the... Because seltzers are 0 calorie, and that's why they use the... They shouldn't have. I like the hard teas. I like sweet tea. Sweet tea is probably my go-to. Yeah, twisted teas are really good. I haven't been able to find them.
Never even had a twisted tea.
I
see people drinking them, like sometimes at the skate park.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they must be good because they sell them in those fucking big ass cans.
Oh, they go and get the big. I would just get like a 12-pack of them and
like
use
the
them as a
ones.
mixer. So, I think I was telling you earlier.
Use them as a mixer. Would you? Oh, you mean like vodka? You put
I
vodka.
put vodka
That's
and
right.
then I crush a lemon in them because it's a lemonade. So it's like a nice sweet.
You know,
Oh,
whenever
it's like
me
an easy
and
Arnold Palmer.
me and my roommate and like our friends. So I know my roommate from working at Papa Murphy's pizza place,
Oh, okay.
and I've known him since that was like my first job.
Yeah. So
And I've
you've
known
a long
him
time.
since then. And then he moved out of his mom's house, and I was still living at home. And then once I moved out to Phoenix, I was like, I need to get out of here. And so I was like, Yo, you got a spot? And he was like, Yeah, I got a room. We're roommates moving out. And I was like, Okay, let me get the fuck in there. So I moved in here, and some of our other coworkers from there, we're all still friends.
That's sick.
So him and like 2 of our other homies are like brothers.
Okay.
And so they worked there and then they all worked there together, and then I got hired on there. And they all left, and we all left, and so we're all just homies now, pretty good friends. And so every now and again we'll go out to the bar and like just go get some food, have a couple drinks maybe, nothing enough to like get us fucked up, but like just enough.
Chilling.
Just like have a beer and like some chicken tenders or something. I don't know.
Chicken
We like
tenders?
going to Four Peaks.
Okay.
Four Peaks is really nice. They got some good chicken tenders there, dude. I'm gonna be honest. They're like beer battered fucking chicken tenders.
Yeah, it's a brewery, right? It's usually
it's
nice.
a brewery, so they got
nice place to be.
good food.
I like Santan's beer too. It's good.
Santans?
Yeah.
I've never been to Santan.
Wait, isn't that where you just?
No,
where do you
Four
go?
Peaks.
4 Peaks. Okay.
Yeah, Four
Santan
Peaks.
has
It's
a
over.
brewery, too.
It's really close to where you live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like really close. Like
I've never been.
The Rock Gym is like right next door to your house.
Yeah.
And that's in the same parking lot as the Rock Gym, basically.
I had no idea.
So you can like park inside the Rock Gym parking lot, and you just hop the wall and go to the Four Peaks.
Oh, that's crazy. For some reason,
So it's
I was
like
thinking Santan.
So it's like you're right here on the road, and it's like behind you.
Oh.
It's like you're insanely close to this place.
I had no idea
you
where
could walk
what you're
there.
talking about.
You could walk there with your brother or whatever, and just
I
be
might
there in
have
like
to.
be there in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. That's sick. I didn't.
Yeah, definitely go there. But yeah, so we'll go there, and we just like messing with the waitresses and shit, like not being a dick, but
Yeah.
being like,
Goofy.
Yo, all right, let's get a round of limes or a round of lemons for everybody, and the waitress will come up and we'll be like, can we get a round of limes or a round of lemons? And they'll be like, all right, so just like 5 lemons, and we're like, yeah, just 5 lemon wedges, yeah, let's bring them out, and then we just eat them whole.
That's awesome.
We just wait till they come back, and we all just cheers, and we just pop the whole thing, and we just
the peel and
we
all.
eat the whole thing.
That's awesome.
It's hilarious every time.
I like.
We're trying to make it like a tradition, you know. Every time we go out, we all just
Eat
like
the
let's
whole-
get a round of lemons up in here.
I like.
Let's get those guys a round of waters.
Yeah.
or
Send them water because they are trash.
or just something like that. I don't know. It's fucking hilarious. Like we, our friend Tyler. So my friend Jake and my friend Tyler, those are the 2 brothers.
Yeah.
Now they work at the Rock Gym, They're like one of them's a manager or something. Tyler's the older brother. He kind of looks like Thor.
Yeah.
And Jake's the younger one. He's just like tall. He's got a scruffy looking beard. But Tyler was closing up the rock gym, and so he was there a little bit later. So we all went and got our table ready, and we just told him to come meet us afterwards. Because all you do is just hop the wall, and we were like, "Yo, we're gonna tell him like we're waiting for another friend, right?" And he's like a special dude, you know. We're like, "Oh, we're just waiting for our special friend here." Making him sound retarded.
Oh, I thought.
And we were like, "Hey, can we get some crayons and like a coloring page for our friend when he shows up?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "Yeah, definitely. We'll get you some crayons and something to color on." And we're like, "All right, Tyler, you're gonna." Once he got there, we're like, all right, so we told him you're retarded. We made it sound like you're retarded. So when they come back, just like be full fisting a crayon, like just head down coloring. We're going to order for you.
Yeah, that's so awesome.
And he was like, all right, just as long as I get chicken tenders.
It's like,
she was so fucking funny.
throw like a tantrum. I want my chicken tenders.
I wanted to be like, yo, like just eat a crayon when she comes back. But no, he was like, I'm not gonna fucking eat a crayon, you retard.
That's hilarious.
This shit was so funny, dude. The best thing to get there is the chicken tenders, and you get a side of cheese sauce.
Oh, just dip them in the cheese.
Yeah, like what they would give you for like a pretzel, because they
Yeah.
have those too. Those are also fucking good. You get like the cheese sauce with the pretzels, and you get that with your chicken tenders, and it comes with chicken tenders, French fries, and cheese sauce, and like jalapeno ranch or something like that. Fuck that. Cheese sauce is where it's at.
Yeah.
Makes everything better.
Yeah. Cool.
But that's the order right there. You can get whatever fucking drink you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you're drinking, but the
Just
goddamn
cider or
cheese.
something.
I like that you go to a brewery for the chicken nuggets and then the drinks at the brewery are on the side.
Yeah, they're the side. I just wanted to go hang out with my homies and have some food. That's all I cared about. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm fucking hungry. Haven't eaten all day. Just want a fucking snack. Something to munch on.
We always go, whenever I'm just hanging out with my brothers, we'll go to just like a smoke shop. It's not even an actual bar. They don't have a liquor's license, but they sell beer there. So you should get like, they always have a couple like local brewery shit. So like Santan or Four Piece or something like that. We'll get that.
Where's that at? What the fuck?
What?
What place is this?
It's literally just called the Smoke Shop. Yeah, it's in like West Mesa. There's also conveniently Irish pub called Fibber McGee's, which is a great place. They've got really good live music. It's really like a whole aesthetic.
Never even heard of that place.
It's in Mesa. It's right there. It's in the same little shopping center. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
If you look at the lights, it helps.
I don't want to sneeze. It's gonna be loud. Actually, it's not. I just have a girly sneeze. I'm like, choo.
Sometimes when I gotta like sneeze, I'll be like, I don't want anyone knowing I gotta sneeze. So I'll be like.
My problem is as a kid, I always had a cold, and so when I sneeze, I blow fucking snot, and so now I've like PTSD of blowing snot because you're like a kid and like.
So I had something similar happen.
It was like
when I started making pizzas, I don't know what happened. No, I would get like nosebleeds.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Constant nosebleeds all the time. It was like a reoccurring thing. Almost every day, I would get like a nosebleed or two.
Just dry or what?
It must have been because it was dry, but like it went all the way up until like a year or two ago. Like I would just get nosebleeds all the time. Like I would wake up and just my pillow would be bloody.
That's
like just nosebleed while I was sleeping.
It's never like a thing you're like, this is just kind of happening.
I went to the doctors and they were just like, yeah, I don't know.
You're like,
I was like,
fuck you.
I was like, so it's like dry or something? They're like, yeah, try putting Vaseline in your nose. And I was like,
not a chance.
no thanks. I don't want to do that.
Dude, that sounds terrible.
And so I just kind of dealt with it. And every once in a while, like I'd just be sitting there and my nose would just start bleeding. Nothing would happen. I wouldn't touch it. And like the smallest bump in my nose would make it start bleeding, but I wouldn't touch it at all. And it would just like fucking start like dripping blood, like constant flow. Like someone had just severed like one of my veins or something like that.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy how often it would happen.
It'd be cool.
And so now I have like PTSD of sneezing and like that shit would just start bleeding.
Shoot blood.
Because I would be like, I would sneeze and like then it would start fucking dripping down my face.
I think it'd be way scarier if you could sneeze blood because people would freak out.
One time in high school is when it was happening. So I can kind of feel them when there's
Yeah.
when it's like starting to drip a little bit.
Yeah.
And I just like sat there and I was like, fuck, nosebleed. And so I was like, looked at the kid next to me because he was looking at me, and I was like, Satan, 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 and my nose just started fucking bleeding. And he was like, what the fuck?
Oh
and I was like,
Christ.
this is the best gag I've ever pulled on anybody ever in my entire life.
You gotta do it to the super religious kid though to make it just full effect. Like,
Start spouting gibberish,
Yeah.
speaking in tongues.
that is crazy. Speaking of which, the fucking Little Nas shit. That's a Little Nas X or whatever.
Does he have shoes coming out with blood in them?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
That's kind of fucking hilarious. Dude, he's a fucking meme lord.
I love everyone that supported him, and then they realize he was gay, and they're like super bigots, and they're just like, I can't support this. He's praising Satan. I'm like, y'all got a little boner when you watched the video, didn't you?
Like, that shit's fucking hilarious.
It's hilarious. It really
The
is.
guy's on another level.
I watched the video. I saw a lot of it on TikTok, right? And so I just watched the video, and like, it's a good song. It's a good video. It's really funny. It wouldn't have been as big if they didn't freak out. Everyone's freaking out about it, and so it's huge. It's massive. The guy has 2 songs released. I don't know. 2 songs I know about. Does he have any more music out yet? I think he's working on it.
I think he's got a whole discography of songs.
Oh, really?
But the ones that got popular are like the ones everyone knows about.
I've never really looked. Like, I listened to Old Town Road, but it was never like saved on my Spotify or anything.
Yeah, it was like I heard it, and I was like, alright. The song got played a lot.
I know he's like working on his album or whatever, but he has 2 massive songs. Just like, dude,
Insanely big songs.
He's
Everybody
got a
knows who he is now.
Yeah, everyone
It's because of those couple songs.
because people freaking out. Because first, Old Town Road was like, oh, this is a good song. Right, this is a great
I
song.
think TikTok
Everyone's
might
freaking
have
out.
blown it up as well.
TikTok, yeah, right. It blew up because of the internet,
Yeah, mostly the internet, but then TikTok got hold of it. I don't know.
and then he did a whole. Well, it was just like a video he made to Red Dead Redemption. It was like a compilation of Red Dead Redemption, and then he got a hold of the Cyrus guy, Billy Cyrus, who's like he was like a one-hit wonder, right?
Yeah, he was like a really old country artist.
Yeah, but he
Miley Cyrus.
yeah,
dad.
Miley Cyrus's dad. That's what everyone knows.
I
Really, if
only
you
know him from fucking
Hannah
Hannah Montana.
yeah. Okay, but he did a remix with him and he got super famous, and now he does this. And by the way, he's getting sued by Nike. He's making those shoes not with Nike, and Nike's suing him because they're getting a lot of pushback because of the Satan shit.
Yeah, that's funny as fuck.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Fuck Nike, first of all.
He's not like he probably asked me. He's like, "Can we do a collab? I got an idea." And they were like, "No,
No,
fuck
and
you."
he's like, "Fuck
and he's
you."
like, "I'm gonna make them anyways."
And then I did it anyways. The guy's
Fuck you
like,
guys.
he's a genius, right? Like, he's gonna be remembered forever.
And he's our generation.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
he's the first of the Zoomer wave when it's just like, fuck you.
Gay black dude who doesn't give no fucks.
Yeah, no,
And he's a memer.
it's yeah. He really just
He's a
memed.
shit post memer, and I love that shit.
He got famous for a shit post meme,
I see that
and then
shit
he
on
did it a
Twitter.
second. It's like, you know that the meme from SpongeBob where it's Neptune. He's like, it's even funnier the second time.
Yeah.
That's what it really is. It's even funnier.
It's even funnier the second time.
I don't know. Like, it's a good song. The video is good, and then like together they're just fucking hilarious.
I'll have to watch him now. I haven't even watched him. I just saw like on Twitter like the fucking
It's
the picture of
it's-
like him with like red eyes or some shit like that.
yeah.
And the shoes, and I was like, all right. And then someone was like, he's making shoes with blood in them, and I was like, there was blood in them.
Yeah.
The fuck. All right, cool.
It's definitely a whole fuck you to that
This
whole
guy
community.
fucks.
He's like, what could I do to be the most blasphemous anti-Christian, whatever? And he was just like, he did it. I love it. I'm all about it.
Wonder where he got the blood.
It's probably his.
It's probably pig's blood.
Yeah, that's gross. I hope not. I hope that he's capping. There's not blood in it. It's fake.
Like it would coagulate or something like that.
Yeah. Right?
Something like that. I think that's how blood works.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe-
I don't know. I
maybe-
ain't a doctor.
No, I don't care. She's funny. I like it.
Yeah.
He gives me the ha-has. I like that.
Yeah. Well, I like the outrage. I like the people freaking out and being like, how comes people are... it's now... There's a lot of like these rappers and artists that are just not nearly as big as him. And they're all like, it's now socially acceptable to praise Satan, but my song... And they are trying to like they have a song that's literally like praising God, right? And they're trying to push this shit. I'm like, no one gives a fuck about your song, dude.
You gotta be different, bitch.
Be a better songwriter.
You gotta be different, bitch. You gotta praise Cthulhu or some shit.
Be better at music.
Write a better song.
Write a better song.
Be cooler.
Bro, people have been writing hymns for 2,000 years. You don't got the head start. This guy got the head start.
You're not the first guy to write a song about fucking Jesus, my man.
This is the first guy to write a song about fucking Satan.
And it pop off.
And it hit.
A really famous guy making songs about Satan. That's funny as fuck.
It's hilarious. Also, it's super gay. The video is super. Like, I'm not saying it as a insult. There's a lot of gay in it.
A lot of gay.
Yeah, it's.
I haven't seen it.
You should watch it. I think that like everyone should watch it. It should be like part of the curriculum in the U.S. school system or something. I watched it like once. I was like, yeah, no, you definitely did it. Good job, man.
Yeah, this guy does it.
You did it. It's just him fucking him. It's literally just a bunch of innuendos about him fucking himself and himself as Satan and whatever. He like fucks Satan, kills him, and then takes his horns and turns into Satan. And all that. I'm like, wow, absolutely amazing.
Wow, masterpiece. Hell yeah, love it.
More
of this.
I don't know. This isn't mine. This isn't my battle. But that was a win. You guys won that one.
That's a W. Everybody else is taking that fat L.
Dude, he won. He's got to be rich now. There's no way.
He was in like Fortnite or something like that.
Was he in Fortnite?
I think he had like one of those concerts that all the famous rappers.
I thought that was like Lil Yachty or something.
I think it was more than one of them.
Oh,
I think it was like him, Travis Scott.
It's Travis Scott. That's what it was.
I think Lil Yachty's doing one.
Is he?
Or he did one. I don't know. I think it's just fucking weird though. I don't understand Fortnite really much.
Yeah.
And like why you'd want to sit in a video game and have like
they're making money. That's why they want to do it. I know why they want to do it. I don't know why people play
That's
Fortnite.
another battle royale that they keep fucking making popular.
Halo is gonna have a battle royale. I don't know if you ever played Halo.
I played Halo a little bit.
I played
when I was
Halo
growing
like
up. It was just like straight Nintendo shit.
Oh, you
know. My friends had Halo and Call of Duty, and I was just kind of like went over to their house and played a little bit, but it was just like, eh.
Do you think I should buy a Switch? That's a question I have. I know you have a Switch.
Is there a game that you want?
Zelda. Yeah.
Breath of the Wild?
Breath of the Wild, yeah.
That's why I bought it.
Yeah.
I bought it for Breath of the Wild.
Have you used it since?
Since Breath of the Wild? Yeah. I played it a lot. Because I got it because, I was like a competitive Smash player.
Okay.
So I got it for Smash originally. But I was like, well, Smash doesn't come out for a little bit. So I'm going to get Breath of the Wild. And I'm gonna play the shit out of that game.
Yeah.
I played that game for 3 days straight.
That's awesome.
Like,
so it's definitely worth it.
It's worth it. Because if you like Zelda games, this is the best Zelda game in my opinion.
I played Links to the Past or whatever on Game Boy when I was like a kid, and I was like, yeah, this is good.
It doesn't compare to that one at all.
Really? It's just
like,
better.
It's ungodly, like how good the game is.
Yeah,
like,
I think I'm gonna buy one for this summer and just play that.
Yeah, honestly, you should, because you can even get the Switch Lite or whatever.
Oh really?
The one that
What's the difference?
It's like it doesn't have the Joy-Cons don't disconnect. It's basically just like a big Game Boy, big Game Boy that plays Switch games.
Do you need them to disconnect for any reason?
Well, you can like take the Joy-Cons off and you can use it as like a TV screen basically.
But why?
And I don't know. I don't think you can.
So
I don't think you can dock it. I don't think you can dock the Switch Lights.
Yeah. And
like put it on the TV.
But there's like
I think it's just a Game Boy basically that plays Switch games.
Okay.
But
that's pretty expensive though.
But you can't take the Joy-Cons off and put them in a controller. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
And because I mean that's how I played it. I played it through like it comes with a Switch. I think it comes with like a little controller thing that you put the Joy-Cons in and it makes it basically like a GameCube controller or something or some shit like that. But I bought like a third-party one that was like a better grip and it felt better in your hands, which I recommend if you want to play it like that. And then I just hooked it up to my monitor on my computer because I streamed it.
Okay.
I streamed playing Breath of the Wild like 3 days straight until I beat it.
That's awesome.
Because like I don't know, I was like super addicted to the game.
Yeah. I've heard that it was really good. I just missed the whole hype. I know it was like 3 years ago now.
But it still lives up.
Like
in my opinion, it was like before that game came out, my favorite game was Ocarina of Time.
Okay.
And then, I mean, how original of me.
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time. Yeah.
No,
everybody likes that game.
Right? It was good.
Which is reasonable.
Yeah.
And then it switched to Breath of the Wild. I love that game. That game was crazy. So for me, same with movies, TV shows. video games. I can't replay them.
Okay.
The replay value for me is like 0.
See, they
Like the first playthrough of any game or movie or TV show is what it's gonna be.
did you like speed run it though, or were you like every single thing I had to do?
I never was like every single thing I'm gonna do. It was just like I just want to play it through, like how I feel like I should play it through, because it's like an open world game. So you kind of like go fuck off and do whatever you want. You can be like, oh, like this, I could chop this tree down and it could go over this bridge and I can cross it and go get this like mushroom or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I don't think I need the mushroom. So I was like, fuck the mushroom, I'm gonna go.
I know there's like some people that are just like they just crush it, and then other people are like spending all of the time possible.
I've always thought about like trying to do speed runs,
Oh,
and I
no.
was like, I can't replay the games. Like I'm gonna get bored too fast.
I tried to play Dark Souls, and I was like, people speed run this game. That's cool. Maybe I should try playing it. And then I was like, why the fuck?
Same. I tried
Why
playing
the
Dark
fuck?
Souls. It was like what people requested on stream.
You're like,
I was like, what
Shut
games?
up.
Like, what solo games do I play and like that I've never played before?
They hated you.
And people were like, I don't know, Dark Souls. And I was like, I never played Dark Souls. Whatever. I'll buy the first one. And it was cheap. It was like $5 on Steam. And I was like, fuck it, sure, whatever. I'll buy it. And I tried playing it, and I was like, holy shit, this thing's fucked up. I'll have to show you a clip or something like that, because there's like a clip of me like playing it for the first time, and I was like, oh cool, like this is a boss right here. If I just chill up here for a sec, like once he does this animation, I won't get hit by it.
No.
And I'm just sitting on like a balcony or something like that, and he just fucking like spawns and just fucking hits me off the pillar, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
that shit happens. But I guess like a whole dodging mechanic in that game like kind of makes it how it is.
Yeah, it's just rolling around trying not to get slapped.
Because like when you roll, I think you can't get hit or something like that. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't-
It doesn't make sense to me.
A lot of people are like, Dark Souls is such a great game. I'm just like, it really?
I'm like, if you like getting dicked the entire time,
I know. Why do you hate yourself? There's so much, like, because there's a lot of different reasons to play games. Like, some people just mindlessly play games to kill time. Some people are super competitive, and so you have like a lot of different aspects. What is Dark Souls?
I think
You
my
just
super
hate
co-
yourself.
I think my super competitive phase is past me.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it fade, like, because that's why I play Rainbow Six Siege, super competitive. Like, everyone always be like, well, I wasn't even trying. No, you were. No one plays this game to not try. That's a fucking cap.
You don't play this game to lose.
Unless you're making content and trying to be
Dick.
funny and whatever, there's no storyline, there's nothing. You're playing to win. I guess it's
Yeah.
fun. But,
I mean, right. I've been getting back into playing League of Legends a little bit.
whoa.
Yeah, when I was younger, that was like my game. That was my fucking game. I loved that game. I played that game all the time. I played League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and Rocket League.
You're the toxic person in the group.
But I wasn't even.
Oh, really?
So I didn't really like get fucking pissed and like
That's good on
rage
you.
during those games. I was like,
Well, it's not just-
it's so weird that the stereotype around this game is like people just fucking mad the entire time.
I think that it's
'Cause I was
it's
the
like
opposite.
blaming others, like the whole aspect of like they're very, besides maybe Rocket League, very team heavy.
Yeah, there was a phase where I went through that. I guess I went through like the 5 stages of like fucking grief, but
Yeah.
like in video games where it's like you go through, oh, like this game is super fun, to like, oh, I kind of think I want to take this a little serious, to like, oh, I'm taking this fucking game serious,
Yeah.
to like everybody's fucking retarded, I'm the only good one,
Yeah.
to like, oh, like this game is just fun now again.
That's-
It's just like a cycle that you go through. And I'm back to like, oh, this game's just like fun. I don't care if I lose.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I'm just playing the game because it's a video game. It doesn't give me anything else.
That's where I am at. Like right now with Siege, I'm right at the end of the death cycle where I'll probably stop playing pretty soon, because it's gotten to the point where like I cannot play well enough to win. My teammates will just throw, and it's like I'm like, well, maybe if I play better. And then I look at it and I'm like, I have 8 kills and my teammates altogether have 4 kills. We didn't lose because I wasn't playing well enough. We lost because I have a bunch of fucking tossers. Like,
You
I
have
cannot
to rely on 4 other retards
yeah,
with
I
guns.
cannot do it all. I literally can't do it all myself. And so, like, I try to get a stack, and so I get a 5 stack, and they'll be shit. So I go to another 5 stack, and then they're all like higher ranks than me, and I'm carrying them. I'm like,
I think that's why people get more sucked into solo player games.
yeah.
Because then, like,
So-
you're the sole reason why you like progress.
There's a huge argument in Siege to I've tried solo player games. I just get bored really easy. Like,
Yeah, same.
it can't stick. Like, if I could not put the amount of hours I played in Siege into another game. I know I couldn't. I would get bored.
Yeah, same with Counter-Strike. I think Counter-Strike is the game. Counter-Strike and League of Legends are the games I've had the most amount of hours in.
How many hours do you think you have?
Counter-Strike, on Steam, I believe it says like 1,400,
Nice.
something like that. But
I'm at like 4,000 hours with it right
but
now.
like League of Legends is definitely higher than that.
Yeah.
It's definitely closer to 4,000,
So
3,000. I don't know, something like that. Because I've been playing it. That's the longest game I've been playing.
yeah, you've been playing since you were a kid because it's free
The
to play,
first,
right?
yeah,
So it's super
the first game I
accessible.
played was RuneScape though. On the PC, RuneScape was the first game I played.
You want to know the first game I played? Super cringy on the PC. World of Tanks.
World of Tanks. Not
I
bad.
put a lot of hours. I have like
That's not bad.
15,000 battles, which is like each battle can last like 15 to 30 minutes. That's a lot of time at a really shitty
I
game.
never played World of Tanks.
It's terrible.
I always
It's
saw like
pay to win. Like
I always saw
100%.
like ads on YouTube videos of
No,
people
don't
being
ever play
like,
it.
"Get World of Tanks."
This is the opposite of a World of Tanks ad. Please don't ever spend any money or time playing World of Tanks. That's it. I still know people that I would play with that are still playing it, and they have like hundreds of thousands of battles. And I'm like, I played for like 10,000, and I was like, this game is soul crushing. It's like RNG, pay to win, absolutely pay to win, and you have to pay to play. Like, you know how World of Warcraft you'd have to pay
Like a
a
subscription.
subscription? It is the same way. You can play for free, but it's cancerous.
It's a dog shit if you play for free.
Yeah, you have to be okay
It's like
just getting
World of Warcraft,
dicked on.
yeah.
You're
Like,
literally
you can
just
go
a-
to like this far,
you're just a meat
but
bag.
once you pay, like you can go so much higher.
If you wanna be in the like a good player that can be competitive, you have to do pay to win. You cannot play.
Same with RuneScape.
Yeah,
To get the full experience, you
Yeah.
need to pay like $10 a month or whatever.
it's super. It's
Every once in a while
predatory.
I'll be like, I'm gonna play a little bit more RuneScape, and then I pay like $10, and then I'm like, for a month, like I'll play for like a month,
yeah.
and then I'll see if I like it again, and then I'll make a new account, and I'll start playing again. I'll be like, yo, you want to come play with me like on RuneScape for a little bit? I don't know, get back into it a little bit, have some fun, grind a little bit, and
So I've never actually. I think I've seen RuneScape. I've never played it, but what is it like? It's like a team battle deathmatch or whatever. No.
no,
like-
so it's like World of Warcraft basically.
Oh, really?
Except it was before World of Warcraft. This was like the first MMORPG, one of the first ones.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now. I was thinking about a different game that's
It's
made by
like
Blizzard.
you click on the ground, he walks to that,
Yeah.
and then you have like
It's
skills.
real pixely art, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's old school RuneScape. So
But
old
now
school
there's a new
RuneScape is
one?
the one I'm talking about. That's the one that I go back to because that's my childhood. That's what
Yeah.
that's what gives me the most nostalgia. But they have, and that's what has the biggest community right now because of that nostalgia factor. People go
Did they
back
have, like,
to that.
full blown like gambling and shit in that game?
I think
They had,
so.
like,
I think
marketplaces
it-
where
I think
people
it's
were,
so-
like-
well, so there's a grand exchange in the video game, which is basically like fucking Wall Street.
Yeah.
It's you go in there, people are selling their shit,
Yeah.
and you can be like, oh, I want to buy like a rune longsword, and you type in rune longsword, and it'll be like, it'll fluctuate in price.
Yeah.
So it'll be like,
It's like
this
stocks
is the
and shit.
price it's at right now,
Which is gambling, right?
and you can buy it, and you can have that, and if you want to resell, it'll probably be like, it'll be not as much as what you paid for it.
Yeah. Well, you got a bad experience with the whatever great exchange is.
The grand exchange is like, I don't know, I never really understood it. I just used it as like a shop
Yeah.
because you could buy whatever the fuck
But it's
you
worse than a
wanted
shop
out of
because
there.
there's people there that are constantly flipping shit. They'll buy shit when it's cheap and sell it when it's high.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's how people will make money. I never understood how to make money in that game
Yeah,
until I
it's-
understood the grand exchange.
Yeah.
So once you understand the grand exchange, that's how you start making money. You can be like, oh, here's this item that sells for like an abnormal amount of money, but nobody's selling it. But a lot of people are trying to buy it. And so you'll be like, oh, well, here in the world, this is where it comes from. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna just
Okay,
start
so
pocketing
so
as
you
much as
start
I can.
hunting these materials
Yeah,
to
you-
sell them because there's a demand.
Yes, exactly.
That's
So
crazy.
That's how you make money in the game. You'll find that spot. So say there's like
So there's no like
there's this
no
tower in this place in the wilderness where people can beat the shit out of you and kill you for your items.
Yeah.
And it's called the Wine of Zamorak.
That sounds
and,
rough.
And in order to get this item, you have to have like a magic level of a certain amount.
Yeah.
So you can use a certain spell that will allow you to telepathically like grab this item without
You have
picking
to
it
go.
up with your hands.
So basically, you have to go grind to get this level, and then you have to grind to get this shit, and then you have to grind, and then in reality, you're grinding nothing
You're grinding to go pick up this item
to sell it,
to
get
sell it
money,
to get more money.
to do what?
To
though?
get like cool shit. I don't
Yeah.
know, like fucking cool shit.
That's it.
It helps you do the other skills as well, so you can get all your skills to level 99, like
Like,
attack, defense, strength, archery, all that kind of shit. once you, like getting 99 is like the fucking, that's what you want to do. That's like the peak.
Yeah.
Once you get 99 in everything, and you just keep making money and shit, like there's no point in the game.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right?
You just like,
But
you just fight. You can fight people.
Just keep going, right?
Yeah,
For no reason. Like,
so
it's
once
like
you get
unobtainable.
99, basically, like there's not really much else to do with your game.
Yeah.
But there's PvP.
Yeah.
And there's what people will make entire accounts just the PvP.
Yeah.
They don't care about the skills. They don't care about the rest of the shit. They just want to get their attack, defense, and strength levels as high as possible, and then just go fight people.
Yeah.
And just take all their money and take all their items and shit and sell them and get shit ton of money. Like that's the point of it.
That's
they won't worry about herbology, or they won't worry about fucking like rune crafting or some shit like that.
they're literally just out there murking little
they're
kids.
just trying to murk little kids, and there's like certain items you can get,
Art
like weapons or
real
whatever.
life or whatever.
Yeah, there's like certain weapons you can get that'll have like special attacks.
Yeah.
And you like hit the special attack and it'll do like a combo or something like that. You're just basically trying to link attacks to like kill them without them being able to heal fast enough.
So would they constantly change the way it works, like the attacking and shit? So people are constantly chasing after it. It's like a rabbit, right? So
it's people are trying to find like the best.
Because there was never no set, like everyone was just trying to get this exactly, and then you can use this to go kill everyone.
Yeah, mostly it was like people would either specialize in like magic or like range or like melee.
There was no clear like OP shit.
Yeah, there was really no clear
It was
OP
pretty well
shit.
balanced
It was
game.
pretty well balanced. Yeah,
That's good.
So people would be like, "Oh, I'm gonna get this like fucking hammer or something like that does like a good combo, but I'm also gonna hold this knife." So I hit him with a knife that poisons him a little bit, and after like this many attacks, it hits him with a little dot of poison. So I'm gonna hit him with the knife, wait for that poison tick, swap to my hammer, and then once the poison hits, it does like this much damage, and then my hammer will fucking murk them the rest.
Yeah.
And so they just like timing and like fucking waiting for your
Yeah,
opponent
like Warcraft,
to like,
right?
Yeah, basically World of Warcraft. Because you can eat food in the game and it heals you. You just have all this shit in your inventory, and so you're just like clicking a fucking lobster or some shit like that.
So you're just like, it's just spamming your keyboard, right?
No, you're just clicking. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's just clicking basically.
That's crazy.
You can like use keybinds to like switch to different inventory slots.
Yeah, I imagine like that's way faster than clicking. You can't possibly click as fast as you can type with 4 fingers or 5 fingers if you can use your thumb.
So
Most people are.
you can't really bind any of your inventory items to keys.
Oh.
You have to click them. So you have to be like, hit this potion, hit this fucking thing, hit this other thing, hit this thing, click him, hit the fucking move, like click the.
That sounds stressful as
yeah,
fuck.
yeah. RuneScape is basically you just stand here, you stand here, and you guys just fucking hit each other over and over.
Was
again.
it one-on-ones or was there like scabs?
Yeah, it's just one-on-one.
Okay.
It's basically just like you go in the wilderness and you're like, I want to hit this guy, and then he turns and he's like, I'm gonna hit you too, and so you guys just fucking stand like one square away from each other, just fucking.
It seems like the obvious
0.
thing to do is to sit there and watch a fight and then hit him with like a fucking ranged attack and just go take both their shit.
Yeah, so basically like.
Is that a thing?
I think there was a I never really got into like the fighting, like the PvP.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, I'm gonna go kill this goblin or something like that. But
you played the
like,
game where it was enjoyable because I know that.
Yeah,
just
that shit would
like
be toxic
AIDS.
as fuck. But it was like, I think there was like a timer or something like that before you could attack someone else. I don't know. I think it was like.
It was timing, right?
I think it was like once you would start attacking someone, some random dude can't just walk up and just fucking kill you while you're killing someone else.
There was like.
I think there was like a little PvP timer between being able to hit someone, but I think if you were like kind of low when you killed the guy next to you, I think someone could come in and just fucking snipe you.
I feel like that.
But
that would definitely be a huge thing. It's
but
just
I'm not
scabs
sure.
just coming.
I think you might not be able to.
Yeah.
But there were people that would like kill. There's like accounts basically that would just like be like a low level, and that's how they make money. Is they would just go out into the wilderness where people would be fighting each other. Because there's like a border where like there's no PvP and then there's PvP.
Yeah, it's just
so people would just like make low level accounts and then go out into the PvP zone and just like wait for people to finish their fight and then wait for the dude to pick up like everything that he wanted and then just like you just pick up the scraps, just pick up like the items that they didn't feel the necessity to pick up.
Oh, there's a game that was a lot like that where it was a really promising game. It's made by Ubisoft. I want to say like. I played the second, but I can't remember what it's called. But it basically got killed by these super high level people that would just sit there, and so you have to go you have to go get loot. It's very similar to World of Warcraft, but it was like an FPS or like a third person shooter. But it was like a Ghost Recon. And it just got absolutely demolished by these guys that would sit in packs and just kill anyone that. So the Dark Zone was like a zone in the map. It was like the next level. That's where you go to get really good shit. And these guys would just snipe people, and they killed the game. They absolutely murdered the game. No one wanted to play. Because there'd just be groups of, like, there'd be a squad.
There'd be shitters sitting in the bushes.
You're just like, I finally made it. I'm high enough level to go to the Dark Zone. And then you get fucking nuked by a guy you didn't even see.
Some dude sitting in a bush fucking snipes your asshole.
So I totally didn't play the first Ghost Recon. And I bought the second one. And I was going to play it with my friend. And he was like, yeah, buy it. It's on sale right now. You can play with me. And I started looking into it. And I was like, I'm not playing this. I don't need this.
Not playing the shitpost of a game.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like I was like, this is crazy. Like, it had a lot of promise. It could have been a cool game. I feel like that's how it is with RuneScape. It's a good game. But the community, psychopaths.
There's two different RuneScapes at this point. There's old school RuneScape, which is where all that shit would happen, where all the PvP, whatever people like, what I would tell you about.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. It's called RuneScape 3 or something like that. It's the newest version of New RuneScape, the one that they keep updating. They still update the old school version because there's such a big following behind it. Basically, I would say 75% of the players of RuneScape are playing old school RuneScape.
That's how
the rest are playing the newer version, which are more the casual players.
Yeah.
And it's more like World of Warcraft kind of, where you can like have hotkeys for abilities.
Yeah.
So you have special attacks. And when you level up, you get special attacks or whatever. I didn't really play it too much. I just kind of checked it out, and I was like, whatever. I want to go back to the old shit that I liked.
Yeah, I know this. This is mine.
I know this one. This one didn't change at all.
I had friends that were in World of Warcraft, but I never played any MMOs.
Me neither.
I played Miniclip and shit when I was a kid, and Age of Empires too. And recently, there's been a huge backing of Age of Empires too. This game is like 20 fucking years old, and it's got like recently they did a tournament. And it had like 50,000 viewers on Twitch for the tournament.
Yeah, I was at your house and you were watching that.
Yeah, I showed you.
You were like, "Yo, look at these guys."
I was a kid when I was playing.
I don't even know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening. But they say that this guy. They kept talking about the Viper. I don't know who that is, but they
don't know who the fuck a Viper is.
They were doing the craziest shit.
The chat's fucking funny.
The chat's fucking going crazy. They were like,
these guys know what's going on.
Yeah, they were like shit talking.
They're gonna explain it to me.
They had casters. It was great. It was a lot of fun. Like, I played Age of Empires, and it's the same thing where there's a newer version of it, but everyone just went back because that's where it really was. It's like StarCraft, you know. It's a lot like StarCraft.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I played that. That was a huge thing.
I never played StarCraft.
My uncle was like obsessed with it, and he tried to show us how to play it. We were like, yeah, just little kids.
Yeah, big kid games.
Yeah.
There was a game. Oh, what was it?
Super competitive.
It
lots
was,
of
it
Koreans.
was like StarCraft, but it was like all my friends wanted me to get it. So I guess like what got me into games was my friend's brother. My friend Sterling, his older brother his name was Ken, and he had like PSP and he would play. He's the one that introduced us to League of Legends.
Okay.
Like when it was like the newest game.
Yeah.
And that was like so old and the graphics were so shitty and like everything was like everybody was like triangles and squares and circles.
Yeah.
And like we were like, this game is so fucking fun. Like I just remember like very vividly.
Wasn't Dota first?
I think Dota might have been first or something like that.
Yeah.
But League of Legends is I think bigger at this point.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
But,
Dota's super huge in Russia for some reason. So they're still pretty competitive, I think.
Yeah, Russia.
I don't know.
I think Germany.
It's the same idea.
I think like a lot of Europe is just like
Blizzard makes a game called Heroes of the Storm, which is like the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just all
Heroes of the Storm,
Blizzard
League of
stuff.
Legends, Dota.
all the same.
And then there's like one other one that I think tried to come in, but it was like not very popular. I think I played it like once and I was like, fuck this game, I don't care. But yeah, he got us into the games, and I kind of started gaming on a PSP.
Okay.
Those old ass things.
Yeah, no.
PSP. So Monster Hunter was my fucking game.
Nice.
He was the one that was like, you guys got to get PSPs. You got to get Monster Hunter, because it was like you couldn't play online. You could only play local with your friends over a little like wireless thing that would let you connect with your homies, and which was very janky. Every once in a while, like you're just playing and you just disconnect, and we're like, fuck.
Yeah.
Because it would be like you go on. Have you ever played Monster Hunter?
I have not, but I know what you're talking about.
So it's like you just go on quests and shit, and it's a really grindy game.
It's like super old Destiny, right?
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, it's just like you get weapons, kill dragons, fucking beat up
kill
monsters.
the dragon to get the weapon that's good enough to kill the next dragon, and
Basically,
the next
yeah.
dragon.
And you get a grind to get a certain item. Like you beat up this dragon enough times to get enough scales from it or some shit to build this other sword to go beat up this other dragon that you can fight.
Yeah,
like it's basically just that.
That's a whole genre, right? I don't know what it's called, but it's just grinding games.
I don't remember what it's called either, but it was so fun, dude. I played the shit out of that game. We were like, yo, you got to get this armor set. It's like I remember it's called the Tigrex. It was like this dragon that was like a tiger.
It's a tiger dragon.
It didn't fly. And so it would just run around like on the fucking ground like as fast as shit.
Yeah.
And it would just be like, and you're like, oh god, what the fuck is that? Because in the intro of the game, that's like the main like monster that was like introduced, and so you're like, oh, I want to beat the shit out of that thing. Because in the intro of the game, you're like just exploring. It's like a cinematic.
Okay, yeah.
And you're just exploring, and all of a sudden this fucking Tigrex
they show you the strongest
comes
dragon.
out of the fucking nowhere and just kills you and fucking launches you off the side of a mountain, and then you appear in this village.
Okay.
And like that's where you start.
There's a game very similar to
it.
that. I want to say that's like one of the Zelda games. That's what happens. Like you're like full blown Zelda, and they're just like, and you're like, oh.
Well, now I'm the young dude again.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Isn't that like Ocarina of Time? Or
I think it
something?
might be. I think they fuck up. I think they fuck with the time a lot in that game.
Yeah, definitely
So,
do.
like I never really understood what was going on, the whole storyline, but
I was too young to
that shit was
understand.
good.
But I knew that if I pressed the button, it would go from one place to the other, and sometimes you needed to use that to get to certain places and whatever. I was like,
Yeah, I didn't understand Ocarina of Time for a long time. I didn't beat it when I was young. I had to wait till I got older.
Yeah.
Until I understood.
I never
what
truly
to do.
beat it, but my brothers did, and so I was like, meh, it counts.
Yeah, everybody always talked about how they liked the water temple or whatever, and I like got to that part and I was just fucking stopped because I couldn't get it.
I always would get to the mountains, and there was the dudes that would kill you at ranged, and I remember just raging because I could never. You have to like dodge it or some shit. It was like 12 years ago, probably more than that. It was probably like 15 years ago. I was a little kid.
And the game came out when I was born.
Yeah.
In '98, dude.
It came out before I was born. I was gonna say. I mostly played Battlefront 2. I don't know if you ever played that game.
I never did.
Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah, I was
2.
gonna say, wasn't the Star Wars game?
It was fucking crispy. It was such a good game. We gave our Xbox away though. You could play it on Xbox 360, so we got an Xbox 360, and we gave our Xbox to a friend. We kept the game, left the disc in the Xbox, and then moved 500 miles away. So as little kids, it was gone forever. And then,
oh no,
yeah,
this shit's fucked. You're like we fucked up.
Yeah, it was like a whole thing where we were trying to figure out. Me and my brothers were trying to figure out who was responsible, who didn't put the disc basket in the case. It was a thing. It was a whole thing. We were pissed. It was a good game.
I remember losing discs.
Yeah. So every once
for
in a while,
Wii, we lost discs a lot.
Yeah, they wouldn't stop working for us. Like we were pretty careful, but every once in a while,
our first like
not work.
game system was like an N64, I think.
Oh really?
And that was like what I played. I played fucking. There was a game for the N64 that I remember used to give me nightmares.
Whoa.
And it was like the most thing you would never think of. It's Bugs Life.
No, I get that. Bugs
like
Life
fucking,
animation was nasty.
The fucking movie of Bugs Life.
Disgusting.
You know how there's like Hopper, like the fucking scary ass dude.
Did you ever watch
Every
Ants?
time you would die in a fucking Bugs Life on that game, it would be him on the fucking blacked out screen with just the fucking Hopper's face, and he would be like giggling super creepy, and it would scare the shit out of me. I'd run out of the room every time. I was like 6.
Yeah.
And I was like, ah! Dad, or some shit, or my older sister, she would always be the one that would fucking go back in there and fix it.
I have a similar story, but it wasn't me. It was I would go to my friends and watch Adventure Time back when it was first coming out. Like it was pretty new. It was like season 2, right?
I like that show.
It was great. It was a great show. I still love it. The end last season was phenomenal. I cried.
Yeah, we all cried.
Yeah.
You ever watch Midnight Gospel?
I did not. Oh, that's the new. Yeah.
It's the new animated like podcast thing.
Yeah, I tried to. A little bit odd for me. It's a little bit too odd. I feel like you definitely have to have done psychedelics to appreciate it.
Taylor showed me it, and I watched all of them like immediately.
Yeah,
because
really?
I don't know. You just have to like not really pay attention to what's going on in the show.
Yeah,
just
you
like
just listen.
really. But like if you want to pay attention, like there's a bunch of visual stuff to pay attention to.
It's very like Rainbow-esque.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No,
But it's like animation style is kind of similar. I think the same guy might have worked on it. That worked on
really?
Adventure Time or something like that. I don't remember, but
I know.
dude, that
So the
show's-
same
that show's
writer
crazy.
went from Adventure Time to a show called. Oh shit! I just forgot.
It's like a new one, right?
I think it's already stopped making it, but it's about like 4 friends and they're like superheroes or whatever. Shit, I'm forgetting. I'm spacing
I
on the
think I know
name.
what you're talking about.
It's got Catbug. That's where Catbug came from.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was really good.
I watched it.
I got
yeah.
really drunk and watched like all of that.
My
in
friend,
one night.
my friend Michael, who's also been on the podcast before, but he introduced me to that,
Yeah, it's super good.
and he was like, "Yo, watch this show. It's great." I was
Yeah, it's like an
I was
adult.
like, "All right."
It's like an adult Adventure Time.
We watched a
It's
few
vibe.
episodes at his house, and I was like, "I like it.
I watched all of it one night.
I like this show."
I was drinking Bacardi and I was just like, yeah, fucking watching this. This is great.
Here we go. Yeah, all right.
There's like 3 seasons. I was like, fuck yeah. I don't know if more have come out. I haven't really kept up on it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I feel like I was telling a story and then I got sidetracked.
Me too. That happens a lot here.
Yeah. We've been all over the place.
Yeah, that shit kind of does happen.
Oh, the first video game I ever played was like, I mean, I played Pokemon. We had a Game Boys and shit, but we got an Xbox and we played Halo. Well, Battlefront 2 and Halo a lot. So that's why I like. Yeah, I'm excited. Halo Infinite's coming out. Definitely gonna buy that. I might have to buy a new Xbox for it, but they say it's gonna be on PC, which I would buy instantly.
Yeah, they have been bringing like Halo to PC, I believe.
Yeah.
So my roommate's been playing that shit. I've
Oh,
seen
the
on
Master Chief
Steam.
Collection.
Yeah, Master Chief Collection.
I played the shit out of that.
Because they play that shit
But I
on,
got bored.
the hardest difficulty, and I'm like,
Oh, we would do that shit all the time.
I don't know, fucking, all right,
Yeah, I play that shit on Legendary and just die. That's all it is. It's just dying.
just dying. over and over
So
again.
you will get a special helmet in fucking Halo 5, which I played a lot. I played Halo 5 a lot. That was like the first time I bought some shit. Like it was actually mine. Because it was usually my brother's Xbox or my family's stuff. First time I bought something, I bought an Xbox One S. And I played the shit out of Halo 5. It was epic. I loved that game. Everyone was like, this is so terrible. It's not Halo 3. I was like, suck my cock and balls. This is a great game. Arena is fun. Warzone is the coolest shit to ever happen. Yeah, I'm going to get in a fucking tank and I'm going to kill shit. And it's awesome. This is terrible. I was like, the max level I ever got was like diamond in like ranked. And I just play SWAT and shit. It was a lot of fun though.
Yeah, if it's fun.
But I tried for the life of me to beat all the Halo levels on Legendary and get that bonus helmet because it looks awesome. It's one of the coolest looking helmets in all of Halo 5. It's fucking difficult. Halo 2 is really hard. They made it unnecessarily hard. Every Halo is like harder than most boss battles in most games. Like, I just bought Valheim. Well, I'm probably about halfway through Valheim. Which is a pretty big game right now. A lot of people have been playing it. I don't know. Do you know?
I haven't really seen anything on it.
You should play it. That's like my only recommendation. It's really good. It's like Terraria. Imagine like Terraria and Rust combined. It's the same. It's like a 3D Terraria.
Is it like first person
it's great.
or is it like
Third person.
Third person.
Yeah, third person 3D Terraria. It's really good. The building system is great. The progression is pretty good. It's really grindy. Like, I probably spent like 10 hours mining silver. Mostly because I died a lot. I'm really bad at it. I ran out of arrows. And so
like
there's...
Minecraft, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's way harder than Minecraft, though. Like, dying in Minecraft, very uncommon for me. Like, I can fight all that shit and whatever. It's fine.
Same.
Terraria, very hard. Or, not Terraria. Valheim, very difficult. There's a thing called Death Skeetos. And they're one-shot. With a bow or with anything you can throw like spears and shit, and so they're one shot with a bow. You shoot them, but they will one shot you. They're death skeetos unless you have pretty good armor on. And I was still like on like lower level.
So
shit.
it's like single player, right?
It's multiplayer too.
Multiplayer,
But you
but
can't.
you can-
I've been playing it as a single player. I think it's meant to be played as a multiplayer. Like you can give. It's like Minecraft where you can invite people to your world. And as I don't know how the difficulty works. I don't know if it scales up.
Is it like a story, or is it like randomly generated, or is it?
There's kind of a story. It's the idea is that you're like a Viking warrior who's trying to find the way to Valhalla, and so you're like in one of the whatever worlds, and you got to kill the monsters. They're like this descendants of giants. There is a story. It's very loose. It's mostly like grind, build, grind, build, grind, build.
Survive.
Yeah, survive. The first boss, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna fight this fucking electrified deer, and it's gonna kill me. It was super easy. I was like, I was playing Halo.
You're like over preparing for it.
Yeah, I'm super over prepared for the
I
first.
gotta take 70 potions with me. I gotta take as much food as possible.
So there's 5 bosses. I'm on the 4th, which is a dragon. The first boss, electrified deer that does like shockwaves and shit. I was terrified. I made like all this shit, and I made like 1,000 arrows and all this shit to kill it. Super easy to kill. I was like, oh. Next boss, I did the same thing. The third boss, it just escalated so much. He's so much stronger. But what I was trying to say is that I was playing Halo 2, the Master Chief Collection. I was trying to beat it on Legendary, because I have like my accounts leaked so I could get the Halo 5 helmet. And I spent more time trying to kill a single elite in Halo 2 Legendary than the stupid boss, the first boss in Volume. Like, the entire idea of this game is that there are 5 bosses that you need to kill. That's the entire idea. The first boss was infinitely easier than killing a single fucking elite. I was like, man, I give up on Halo 2. I give up.
I made this game too hard.
They fucked up. Helmet's not worth it. This shit
It's
is
like
taking years off my life.
Easy, medium.
I will
fuck
fucking
you.
kill you. I will fucking kill
Fuck
you.
you.
You thought you were good at this game? Go back. Go back to MOBAs.
Just has a fuck you mode. That's what it is.
It really
It's
is.
like beat this game in fuck you mode.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
I spent a lot of time playing Halo Reach and the Master Chief Online Collection, and then I got super frustrated because basically free-for-all, super AIDS because you just get shot in the back. The team, super AIDS because you're teammates. So I gave up. I just was playing big team battles.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever played. Have you played Reach?
Halo Reach?
Yeah.
I played a little bit of Halo Reach. It was mostly at my friend's house.
Yeah.
And we mostly played custom maps and like just with the homies.
Yeah, that's cool.
I just remember like vaguely playing Halo Reach with like a Hunger Games map.
Yeah.
Where we would just run into like this cornucopia thing and you just grabbed like the first gun you found and just try to shoot your homies, or like someone would just try to run away.
Yeah, that was a good.
I remember the pistol being very overpowered though.
That might have
'Cause,
not
like,
been
we would-
Halo.
'cause-
Reach, the pistol's terrible.
I remember it was Halo Reach though. It might have been just because they didn't give you armor to start out with or something like that.
Oh.
Because you would just run in, someone would just grab a pistol and
Just one tap you. Okay, so you didn't have like shields.
and we're like, holy shit! Someone's running into the back for like the sniper, and someone's trying to grab a shotgun, and
Yeah.
it's just like Skylar over here grabbing the fucking pistol, just ka.
So we never had internet and online when I was growing up.
It
So
was just like all local.
Yeah, it was
like,
all
we would
local.
just go to like the homie Michael's house and just sit in his front room. We all just fucking split screen
Yeah.
Halo. Like that was
Shit's
it.
iconic. Halo Reach.
The only game I think I ever beat in the hardest difficulty is Minecraft.
I
think I beat it on hardcore.
Oh, you did it? You killed the dragon on
Yeah,
hardcore? Did you kill like a wither and all that shit?
Yeah, I did the game like what
Yours,
like,
dude.
I played that all on stream like it's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, there's proof that I beat it. I don't know. I just like got really sucked into Minecraft for like a couple months.
I can't play Minecraft like that. I play Minecraft to build. I like doing shit. Like I build a farm every single time. I know that there's all this shit like you build XP farms, but I build like a farm. Like I build a barn and my little horses and shit. But people that grind that game, like I've done like 2 or 3 hardcore worlds. I die.
I was playing. I played like that basically. I was just like, I want to have a cool house.
Yeah.
Just play. Because I was getting into it because there was this guy who had recently become like really popular for playing hardcore.
Yeah.
His name was Filza. I met him at TwitchCon when I met XQC.
Okay.
Because he was like the one guy I wanted to meet while I was there. Because he was just starting to pop off on Twitch and everything like that. And I was watching all of his videos, all of his YouTubes and everything like that. Because he was playing hardcore. That's the only way he plays. He plays hardcore and he does everything basically. He makes like the Enderman farms in the Nether or
That guy secretly hates himself, right? That's the only.
No, it's what he enjoys.
Yeah.
He just enjoys everything.
Deep down, he hates himself because that shit is grindy as hell and
He's
it's
just
terrifying.
he's just like, I got a plan. I want to. I guess in the end, he's like, in the end, I want to make this an ocean.
Yeah.
He's
why?
Like, he's like, I'm gonna build glass all up the sides of everything.
I replaced the end island with my house.
He's like, I'm gonna flatten out the end island. I'm gonna build walls up on the sides. I'm gonna fill it with water, and I'm gonna build like an ocean monument in the middle of it, and then I'm gonna fill it with fish.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's our plan for this year. like
For a fucking year
I
of
don't
his
know. It's
life.
gonna take him fucking forever to do this shit, but he's
At
getting
least-
so much content out of it, so much money off of doing all this shit.
Yeah.
The reason he got popular is because he had like an 8-year-long hardcore world.
Yeah,
that
didn't he
died
died?
in. Yeah, he
Yeah,
died
and
in.
it was a crazy way that he died. It was like
He was like in a cave and like a spider like cornered him, and then a baby zombie with full iron armor, full gold.
I thought it was full
enchanted
diamond.
It was full gold enchanted armor, and it fucked him up, dude. And he was like, "Oh god!" And he had like one of those totems,
Yeah.
and he was like, "I can't believe I just fucking died like this."
Yeah.
He's like, "This is so fucking dumb."
that's. I
And
would
then he
quit
was like
playing
on
the
he was
game.
like on BBC News or some shit like that, and he got super popular, and like that's what popped him off.
Yeah.
And that's when I started watching him, and I met him on at TwitchCon. And I was like, "Yo, it's me, Scuffed XQC." Like, "Yo, what's up?"
Hey, knows you by your username.
He gave me a wristband, and so I had like one of those little rubber bands with like his name on it,
That's it.
and like a hardcore heart on the back of it.
I watched like a few streamers, and one of my rules is like I'm never gonna put in any effort to meet them, because if they're dicks, if I don't like them, and I'm very like an opinionated person, and I go a lot off of like first impressions and shit.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm not gonna sacrifice because as like a kid, there's like those streamers.
Yeah, I went to TwitchCon like to meet up with friends, basically.
Oh.
All my friends. Like, I had a bunch of friends that we all rented an Airbnb together. We did this for 2 years. I've only gone twice, and we all met up twice. We got an Airbnb. We all stayed together. We all hung out. One of our old roommates, like, I took him with me before I even lived here.
Yeah.
And we went, and we got an Airbnb together, and we all met up with our homies. But this last year, not last year, but the last time that there was a TwitchCon, we all went. And we all rented an Airbnb, and we all went out together. And, like, it was the best. I met a bunch of new people. Like,
That's
a few
sick.
people stayed with us that I didn't know, and
Yeah.
now they're like super good homies, and we all talk to each other all the time. Back when I was streaming a lot, we would all just like, I don't know, that's when I was streaming a lot. So I'd be like, "Yo, what's up, guys? Like, oh, this is so cool." And I met like a bunch of streamers and stuff that I recognized, and I was like, yo, that's that one League of Legends streamer that like I recognize. Or like, there's Tyler One, like. He's short as fuck.
Yeah, he
but,
is.
I was like, yo, that's
Yeah,
Tyler
go
One
up,
standing up there on
motherfucker.
the stage next to that other guy that I assumed was taller, which he is.
Was that a thing?
Tyler One being really short.
No. Like you meet these people and you're like, oh, they're like
Yo,
tiny.
they're huge as fuck, or they're tiny as fuck.
So I was like,
I guess to me, since I'm a tall guy, like a lot of people seem really short to me.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, like the Philza guy when I met him, he was like shorter than me, obviously, but
yeah,
like
you're a pretty tall guy.
I was like, hey, he's like an average dude.
Yeah,
He's a little chubbier than I thought he was.
I know.
But like, I don't know, he was super cool, super nice to me. XQC, like I could tell he had been through it that day, and so I was like, I don't blame you for like not wanting to take a picture of me right now, but like, fucking, I need this for my homies. Like, this isn't even for me. This is for like everybody else.
I don't
that
even
keep-
watch your shit. but
I was like,
people-
I barely know who you are. Like, I know you're like what you've done.
He's massive now. Like he gets like crazy views.
Yeah, and like, there's this other guy that like I watched on YouTube a lot. His name was Harris Heller. But he was like he's like the stream doctor. I don't know if you find him. He's like always giving out tips and stuff on like
Yeah.
what your setup or like what you should do to like
He's like a
gain an
PC
audience.
guru.
Yeah, kind of. But I met him. He was super cool. I like that guy. I wish we could be friends, but like I don't know. He's like an older dude. He's like a wife or whatever, and he's like
Yeah.
all grown up. He's a
grown-ass-
grown up.
He's
to
a
me.
grown ass man.
Yeah, he's a grown ass man to me, and like I don't really care. I just wanted to meet him and say what's up.
Yeah, it's always off putting to me when you're like, I'll just be like playing Siege or something, or like playing whatever game, meet someone online, and then you realize that they're a grown ass man. You're like, this is a 36-year-old man. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Then you realize you're like, oh, I'm 21.
What am I doing?
And then you meet,
I'm looking at this.
We talked-
I'm looking at this
talked about it
34-year-old
earlier.
grown man.
you're fucking hanging out with a bunch of 15-year-olds playing video games and shit.
It
Or
was
like,
crazy. Like all of my friends that I met up with were like the same age,
oh really? That's cool.
and so like I don't know. It was like me and my friend Teo. We met up with. He lived in California. That's where like it all was. So he didn't have to go very far. But, like his girlfriend came from like Canada. She came in. One of our friends, his name is Chris. He came from Hawaii. Another friend, his name is also Chris. He came from Australia.
Yeah,
And like one of our friends, his name is Jim. He came. He's from Canada, fucking Texas.
that's awesome.
And so we had like, a bunch of people from all over. I'm from Arizona. I was like, yo, this place is so fucking cool. Like meeting homies from the internet. Like I don't know. I met like somebody that fucking knew who I was. I was like, what the fuck? That's so cool.
I had the
This place is-
opposite.
This place is just so cool.
Opposite of that experience where I was playing Siege and I met a dude and we would play together. And he's like, oh, I live in Scottsdale. I was like, I'm in Tempe, man. That's sick. Like, we totally met through the internet, whatever. Does coke a lot of it, and super suicidal. And he would like text us at like 2 a.m. and be like, "I'm gonna kill myself." I'm like, at first it was like whatever, but then it became
Like,
a reoccurring habit.
I met the wrong
I
person.
was like, I can't be fucking with this man. I can't like I don't.
Your vibe is bad. You're killing my vibe.
He did a lot of coke, man. Yeah, like every weekend. I was like,
you need to chill
no.
on the coke, my man.
Yeah. And then he'd get mad at you, like if you talked about it at all. It's like, coke's really bad for you, and he's like, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm in college. I can do what I want. I was like, okay. He did like his dad is like a major in the Navy and shit, and so he just kind of like pays for his shit and puts him aside. So he's got like a whole
background.
I was like, I'm gonna take a step away.
Step away,
kind of just like stop playing with him. I was like,
I'm hanging out with the wrong guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's probably.
Didn't you say you met him like in real life?
Yeah, yeah. He did a lot of coke. I don't know what else can I say. I don't know.
You want to get some Chick-fil-A or something, man?
He's like, you want to do some fucking coke? I'm like, no. No, he's like crazy. He's like a party animal.
I'd probably deny you if you wanted to smoke a joint right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like he knows where I live and shit, but it was like we're two different people, like online and offline. It was like a whole different experience.
He like shows up to your house. You're like,
I'm not gonna lie, he got pretty mad when I started like. It's definitely me being a dickhead, right? Like, he's fine. It's not like he's a bad person at all. It's just I don't want to be.
You don't want to be around that.
Yeah.
Type of person.
I just can't.
There's a type of people you like to normally stick with.
He's a fucking party animal, and like that's fine because he can be a party animal. I cannot live like a life like that. There's no.
Your personality's too different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Personalities don't vibe together. I mean, you can play video games, but like.
Yeah.
Fucking, not in real life.
Yeah, because I mean he would get like mad, like the coke he'd get amped up on it and shit.
Make him angry.
Yeah, couldn't deal with it. Personally, like I'm pretty antisocial person. Like this is probably the most I don't talk a lot. Yeah. You have to get
stoned in order to talk a lot.
Yeah.
This is a big step. I'm proud of you.
I have to do drugs and shit.
It's been almost 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
I'm proud of you. There's been like zero silence the whole time.
I chugged I'm trying to make sure it's an okay thing.
You don't have to worry about that shit.
I have to drink alcohol.
I'll just ask you to describe eyes.
Yeah, I talk about that.
Eyeballs.
If I haven't drink caffeine, it's like difficult for me to talk and shit. And he was the opposite, where he was all like, "You want to go do coke and fucking hit fucking shotgun some beers?" I was like, "No."
Yeah, I've worked with you in the morning, dude.
Yeah,
it's just like, I'm gonna go to the bedroom.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's fucking.
Definitely, like.
I'm not a morning person, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, I am a morning person. I like waking up early in the morning and doing shit. I like doing it by my fucking self.
Yeah, I like doing the work in the morning and then having the rest of my day to myself.
Yeah.
Or like doing whatever I want the rest of the day. But like.
Well, even on my days off, like.
You get up in the morning?
Yeah, it depends. Like recently, I haven't been because I just play video games all night. I play video games till 2 in the morning because I'm currently like in between jobs. Waiting. I'm not gonna lie. I could have definitely worked.
When do you leave?
The 3rd, which is like in like 3 days or some shit.
I thought you were gonna say the 1st. I was like, tomorrow?
No.
Well, I remember you saying like you were leaving like on the 1st or something like that.
It might be pushed back later though because I'm not gonna be going to Connecticut. Like I said, I'm going to Long Island, which is even better for me because I'm gonna be like an hour's drive from New York, which is slightly closer. Plus on Long Island, I'm gonna get tan as fuck. It's gonna be nice. Cause
That's what's up.
I'm really gonna. So like last time.
Wait, that's New Jersey, right?
Yeah, I think so. Or New York.
Long Island, New Jersey.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
By the way, one of the craziest houses I've ever been to, out of the whole thing, was on Long Island. Right on the beach, just massive $40 million house. It was like a whole. I thought it was a hotel. I was like, "Where's the house?" And they're like, "It's right there." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, where's the pool?
The balcony, where the pool was, all white, blinding, absolutely difficult to look at. It was crazy. It was hurting my eyes. They were like, if everything starts going white, you gotta put your hands like this so that you can see. I was like, okay. They wanted it like this? They're like, yep.
Right.
I was like, okay.
All right, where's the fucking stones?
Yeah. Point me in the direction of the stones. That was a... Yeah. Well, we had like tools to help us.
Say you probably had something to like lift him with.
Most of the time, it wasn't the weight because you're two grown-ass men. Picking up them were fine. Most of the time. Occasionally, they were too big. it was breaking them. Like, you have to do it a certain way. You have to both lift it up at the same time, because if it gets wedged, it's going to go and break. So it's a whole thing. It's really just stupid
It's like
stuff.
a thing that lifts it straight up, like at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's more like a crowbar. Imagine a
Yeah.
crowbar, but it's got like tongs on it. So
Yeah.
you just
Okay. Yeah.
and then pick it up.
Okay, I get it.
It makes it a lot more difficult, but it won't break it. So
What about like the middle of the pool? Is it just like
you don't need to be there.
where are the bricks at? Like where are these stones
So-
located? Are they
so
just
it's like a
around the
square.
border, or?
So imagine the phone. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
The phone is the pool. This side will have a little like this. It'll be fake stuff. They're not fake, but there won't be grouted down, and there'll be a box underneath it where it's tucked, and then there's tracks, like fucking train tracks that it just rolls on out, covers it underneath. Well, they can be on top, but that's usually it's the cheaper way to do it. Much cheaper.
So it's like a.
So the like
it's,
mid.
like, it's almost like a metal like thing that goes across the pool, and then you put
No,
the
it's
stones on top
it's
of that. Or?
it's a tarp. We have to call it a cover because it's very hard. You can run on it and shit, and like it won't rip.
And then they put the stones on top of the cover.
No, the stones go over the box that the cover rolls back into to make it look like it's not there. It's like a hidden.
Oh.
They don't want to know because
So
it's very
when
loud.
you go to a place, is there usually already a cover on there, or are you just like?
We put them in too.
When you're installing a cover, do they have stones already, or do?
Yeah. So the pool builders do it. So when they're building the pool, they'd be like, "We want this," or we do it after the pool's built. But that's usually it's way more expensive like that. So it's a lot easier to have the pool builder build the box, and we give them dimensions. They work through us. We're like a third party thing. A lot of pool build. So in Arizona, it's very common for custom built pools, but that's not a thing because you have to have the cover. You have to have they pretty much just box pools. In Arizona, there's a lot of custom like shaped pools, waterfall features and stuff like that. That's very uncommon in the north because of the weather and stuff like that. It gets cold.
Never thought about that.
Yeah.
Because my dad does pools. My dad works on them.
Like building them?
He's like
Cleaning?
a cleaner. Like he just maintains like a lot of pools. He has a bunch of customers and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So he'll just go around all day, like cleaning pools, like fixing them up if they need like a new pump or something like that.
That's a whole ass thing.
He has his own business, like that kind of thing.
That's sick.
I made him a website for Christmas.
Nice.
Because he just didn't do anything online, and I was like, "Here's a fucking website. Like, tell people like this is where you go."
You're gonna make a lot more money and get way more popular.
I was like, so you can finally have something on Google for
That's
people
crazy.
to look up.
Yeah, that's crazy. That
Because
they,
like, he was just working through my uncle like started like everybody like his like the family like kind of like in the pool business, and then my dad was like, "Yo, let me buy some customers from you, and then start my own thing." And then so he kind of did that, and then got customers from those people and like recommendations and stuff.
yeah.
I was like, all right. So before I stopped working at Fry's and started working at the airport, I was planning on that.
Yeah.
I was planning on just joining my dad with the pools
Why did you? Just didn't want to.
because I got the job
Okay.
with the pool, or at the airport.
I
And
feel like you'd make more
'cause
money as your own business.
with the own business, I think so. But I didn't have a vehicle to like do that kind of shit with.
So is that kind of
'Cause
what you're
the-
doing, like saving up money, or is it you're just like the airport's better?
I just think the airport's better.
Yeah.
But
I
in
wouldn't
the
ever-
future, I wouldn't put down like working on the pools and stuff.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's something
I
you
was
could
like,
do on like the side.
when I was getting a car, I was originally looking for like a truck or like a big like a SUV or something like
do
I could carry like pool supplies in.
Yeah.
That's what I was originally looking for.
That's-
But the only thing I could find was a fucking Mazda 3.
Yeah.
I was like, can't fit shit in this.
No.
And then I got a job at the airport, and I was like, all right, this kind of lines up. It's fine. But the next car I'm gonna try and get a truck or something. Maybe like a small like Toyota Tacoma or like
Tacomas they're kind of expensive, but
or
they're
like
they're last.
I don't know, like whatever the fuck other
Colorado
Nissan
or
Frontier. Or something. My dad has a Frontier.
Okay.
And so
they're a
like
little bit more expensive. I think
it's a
they're not worth
small
it.
like truck that fits what he needs.
Mhm.
And like I'm like that's what I want. I like his truck. That's what I like.
I think the Tacomas were really good, but then they got popularized, and now it's like the fucking like urban lifestyle Tacoma.
I like the fucking
Now they're too much-
sand-colored Tacomas.
Yeah,
Those are
they're-
my favorite
But they
ones.
cost too much for what they really are.
Yeah.
They've got the V8 in them, which is a large, it's a pretty decent sized motor, but they're very light and very like low budget. Have you ever been in like a Tacoma? That shit is. You just
think
like
so.
feel it that it's sheet metal and shit. That's what I feel like. I
I
don't know.
think so. I definitely have to look. I was looking at like a bunch of used stuff. I was just trying to buy something from someone.
My brother-in-law's dad had one, and they had given it to him, and so
You're opening it a lot.
Yeah.
You knew. He gave you the what's up.
Yeah, I was like, it's okay. I think it's overhyped.
Probably.
But if you need like a small truck,
It's not
that's what you're gonna get.
It's not like a bad option.
It's a good option.
I think the Nissan Frontier is pretty good.
Unless you have a reason where you
Because,
can be
like-
making money off of it, you have to be able to make money off of it just because of the price, in my opinion.
Yeah. So
Unless,
get
like,
it
you
for
got
a
the money
reason,
to
not
burn.
just because you want a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you can afford it, I guess. But
Care if I use the bathroom?
yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom after you.
Where is it?
It's right next door to this. It's going by pretty good. Normally, like, when we're doing kind of longer ones, it's a little bit of a struggle. Yeah. Not really. I mean, the only reason the long ones go is because we just keep going. Like, the reason why I had like a 3.5 hour long podcast is because, like, I was gonna stop it early. I was like, I think this is probably long enough, and he was like, I mean, I'm still down at. I was like, all right, I guess like fucking let's go. I've never done one this long.
No, I'll keep going if you want to, but
I mean, I don't have plans. So
yeah, maybe. I was gonna play Siege, but honestly, I'm
I'm
tired
gonna
of it.
play fucking video games.
Oh, raspberry's terrible.
Yeah. This
It's not that bad.
tastes pretty good.
Oh, really? Does it just taste like Jack and Coke? Or? I couldn't be a huge whiskey guy.
It doesn't. It's not really strong. Like, it doesn't give me like the aftertaste that like normally you get.
I also don't like Jack Daniels. Like, it's I think it's overhyped.
I'm not gonna pick it up,
You're right.
but I'm not gonna go to the store and be like, let me get some Jack.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, I don't know. I got into rum a little bit. Like,
I
would get rum and cokes a lot.
got alcohol poisoning from Bacardi Black.
I've
the
never
summer
known anyone
after-
that's got alcohol poisoning. How's that?
No,
Not good.
I was thrown up a lot. I was unwell. That's the best way to describe it. For
Unwell.
about 3 days.
Really?
I laid on an air mattress at a friend's house for like a day and a half. Just like unable to move. That was crazy. I never got like diagnosed. They weren't like, yeah, that's alcohol poisoning. I threw up anything I ever ate for a whole day. I threw up everything that was in my stomach. I had a gallon of it, and most of it was gone.
A gallon of Bacardi?
I blacked out by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I didn't wake up until like 12
When
the
the
next day.
fuck did you start drinking?
At like fucking 10. We went to Roosevelt.
The lake?
Yeah, this is the summer after I graduated. I was like, whoa.
Woo!
This
drinking
bitch
time.
was going into the army, by the way, like 5'4", 90 pounds. The fuck she's doing in the army, I don't know, except for getting dicked down. I know that's happening.
My friend Robert, who's
Yeah.
been on the podcast before, actually one of the most popular podcasts I've had.
Yeah.
He just went into the military.
Ah.
He's not the guy that I thought would have gone in the military, but all of a
really?
sudden he was like, I'm joining the army. And I was like, all right.
He said, fuck it, I'm going to be a stripper.
I was like, I guess you're going to the army, dude. Like, good luck. I wish you luck. I love you, but like, fucking good luck, dude. So I know him from pizzas.
Okay.
Like, all my long friends are just from making pizzas.
I would personally never join the army. I would probably join the Air Force.
Yeah, same. If I was gonna, I'd
But
pick
that's,
one.
yeah, because the ASVABs, like, I know I can test high on that. I know. I don't want to, like, toot my own horn, but I know things. And I know I could do well in the ASVAB and test high into that.
I don't even know what that is.
So they give you a test to figure out what you're going to do.
So you can get like a good job.
So if you score certain things, you can do certain jobs. And I've talked to a recruiter, and I was like, I'm in my, sophomore year at ASU. When I talked to him, I was. So now I'm like technically a junior, but it's gonna take me 5 years to get
Graduate.
graduate. I failed some classes. Not as smart as I thought I was. But
Talking about how you could score high on the ASVAB.
I didn't turn in any of my homework is why.
Oh, that's why.
I got an A on every single exam. Didn't turn any homework. I needed a C to pass. Got a D. You gotta turn in your homework, folks.
That's how high school
It's not
was
like
for
high
me.
school. Yeah, in high school I didn't turn shit in. I took the test and they were like, yeah, I mean,
you do good on the test. I don't really care about the fucking homework, but some people,
That's how
some
it should
teachers
be,
are
right?
like, homework is 90% of your grade.
so it literally is like they're like, this class is very difficult. We're gonna make homework more percentage of your test because people do bad on the tests. And I was like,
I wasn't listening. Fucking, I don't read the syllabus. Who gives a fuck?
Like multiple choice, more like, oh, I got it.
I'm good at guessing, son. And I guess well, but I didn't read the fucking syllabus.
Process of elimination, my man.
And if you get a 0 in the homework, and it's 30% of your grade, and you don't get 100% of the exams right, you cannot pass. So, yeah. I mean, so it'll take me 5 years. But, I mean, I could reasonably go into the Air Force and expect to get bioengineering and do that. I can't fly. I could never be a pilot. My eyesight's too bad. Also, I think I'm too tall. I think there's a height limit. I think you have to be like 5'10".
I think there's something about that with flight attendants as well.
Oh, really?
Because, like...
I've seen some tall motherfuckers.
I don't know, the other day, I was, like, talking to...
I'm sure you can't be like 5'4".
So, Jordan, you know Jordan, right?
Yeah.
So, he's quitting.
He is? Good for him.
He's leaving. He's going to, like, some HOA, like, place where he's working, like, 5 days a week. And,
yeah.
like...
Working reasonable hours?
He works from home most of the time and then goes into the office 2 days a week.
Good for him.
And, like, I was like, that sounds like a fucking good job. And he's like, yeah, it is. And I was like, okay, cool, fucking go.
Yeah.
But I was on the plane with him, and he was, like, talking to one of the flight attendants because he was like, oh, these are, like, one of the regulars. Like, I'm going to tell him I'm leaving. And then he was like, I might try and, like, be a flight attendant or something like that. And they were like, cool. And I was like, I don't think I could because I think I'm too tall. I don't like having to do that to, like, duck my head to get into the fucking door every time. And they're like, how come you don't just try it? I was like, I thought there was, like, a fucking limit on, like, how tall you should be to, like, be on here. Because I feel like I've heard that at some point.
No, it's just if you're, like, flying a jet, if you're too big, then you're too big.
Yeah.
Also,
they're made
sure
for a certain size. Like,
after, like, so many hours of you being like, if you're a fat fuck...
It would hurt your body,
cost fuel.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
If you're too fat, it would be too much money.
Yeah,
You'd
that's
put
what
your
I was
ass in the
thinking.
sky.
Also, yeah, maybe it hurts you, but I doubt it's that. The U.S. military isn't exactly on caring, isn't exactly, like, standardized by caring for their people. 22 a day or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, 22 what?
U.S. veterans kill themselves every day.
Oh.
I might have fucked up the statistic. Super dark. That's a running... It's not even a joke. It's just...
It's like a running thing. People just know.
Well, my friend group. That's probably a little bit too dark. It's really messed up. They don't care. They say they care, but there's things they could do to stop it, and they don't, and they spend a lot of money on blowing up
Things.
people
And things.
that are not helping veterans. That is... Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. Whew,
Like,
got a little bit more dark.
I was like, oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know.
I should... You think you could be like a bio something?
Yeah. Well, I
in
mean...
the Air Force.
What
I don't even know
going,
I don't even know what that would do. What do they do? You know?
Just like sample stuff, like test air pollution, stuff like that. Bio.
But get all the benefits of being in the military.
Oh yeah, that too. So my brother, what he's doing is actually going to a program which he just applied for, and he got it. And by the end of the program,
one that I know. Or,
yeah.
Okay.
Jacob. By the end of it, he'll be the lead engineer on a nuclear submarine. Yeah. Terrifying because I know him. I grew up with him, and the thought of him being like in charge of that, terrifying to me. Good on him.
That's what my
proud
family
of him.
thinks about me.
Yeah, they're like he's allowed.
You're in charge of planes.
Yeah.
And they fly.
Yeah.
With people on them.
That was one of my favorite things to think about while working as that is how many of these people actually know how planes work, like how jet planes work.
Yeah, nobody does.
They just get on the magical skybox, and it takes them where they need to be. And some people.
Tommy, Jaime know how they work. Jeff has no fucking
I don't think that
clue.
Tommy did. Oh no, Tommy was in the army. But
Tommy's the one that's like he was in the fucking
army, right? He was doing this shit in Afghanistan.
Yeah, he was in he was a military firefighter.
No.
Tommy was.
But at the end of it, he said he was working. He was doing the same job for the army. I thought wasn't he in Afghanistan?
Yeah, as a firefighter.
Yeah, but it was like on an airport.
I don't know.
No, he told me.
I just know he said he was a firefighter.
I know he was a
what
firefighter,
doing.
but he was there for 10 years. That's
And
a long time.
And they had to leave because he was like injured.
He told me that he was working on as like a ramp agent or whatever you want to call it. He was working on the ramp of a U.S. Air Force base, and so sometimes they would need people to work the call centers. That's why. So when I was getting ready to leave, and I was talking to him one day, he's like, "I have experience being a coordinator because they would need people to do the coordinators when they didn't have people, and they would just let me do it, and I would do it." So he's like, "I have experience doing it." I was like, "That's cool. That means like you're more likely to get the job, obviously." So like he was doing the ramp stuff in Afghanistan or Iraq. I don't know, Middle East.
Somewhere.
Yeah,
Doing shit somewhere.
wherever the army was, whatever they were doing there.
I remember when I got in, he was like thinking about going back in to like I don't know, like Asia or someplace like that. Where
That wouldn't be bad.
somewhere over there. He's like, yeah, they'll probably just stick me over there. He's like,
Yeah.
I'll be fine with that. And I was like, you sure? And he's like, yeah, but if I go back in, like I lose all my benefits or something like that.
Yeah.
And then like I just basically restart.
Well, he probably has like extra benefits if he got medically discharged. I don't know exactly.
Yeah,
how
I
it
think
works.
so. I don't know what his story is or whatever, but I think he'd be interesting to have come on here and talk to me about it.
Yeah. Probably get pretty heated. I feel like he gets a heat like.
He'd be like, bro, fuck that place. Like,
Yeah.
he would get fucking heated.
I don't think I would never join the army. And I know that if I like tested, like if I say I stressed out like and fucked up the test, and they were like, yeah, you're dumb as fuck, I'd be like, I'm out. Sorry, bud. Tried your hardest.
I did bad on the test. Yeah, I'm not getting in.
But
Fuck this place.
I know I go in as like a E3 because of my schooling and shit, which is the highest you can enter as. Which is like, it's not bad, right? Unless you go to like fucking, what's that one, West Point. Unless you go to a military school, like there's one in Colorado too and whatever, but the highest you can enter in is non-com or whatever, or not non-com, enlisted.
I know zero about any of the military, honestly.
All I know is I got my Eagle Scout. My parents, every time I would be like, why am I doing this? Be like, if you ever join the military. And that shit, I'm going to cash out eventually one day. They put a lot of
I went far on my my Boy Scouts career, and then they were like, do you want to try and get your Eagle Scout? And I'm like, fuck that, I don't care.
Yeah, no. I had to get it before I
was
was
like,
allowed
you
to get my
mean-
driver's license.
I was like, you mean all that work that I did, all these like kids have to fucking do, like, just to get a little badge? I was
this
like,
shit don't mean garbage.
I was like, the only thing I've ever heard is like some kid like getting pulled over and like giving him and like showing him his Boy Scout card, his Eagle Scout card, and then letting him off.
Oh, really?
And I was like, I don't care.
Yeah.
What is this gonna do?
I was pressured.
I could put it on resumes and shit, I guess, as like a show of commitment. Basically, is like, oh, I'm a fucking Eagle Scout.
I
like-
hated that shit. I was forced to do it by my parents.
I think that's what everybody else was.
Yeah, I think there was a kid. There's always one kid in the whole thing that really just loves that, and he's a little bit too enthusiastic. And I'm like,
Yeah, there's
I'll kill
always
you.
that one kid. I know that one kid now.
yeah,
I mean, I mean, I guess he's not bad. I like the kid.
he was all right. Yeah,
But his name is Brandon. I like him. He's like generic white dude. But
it's a good name.
he like
Good
went on his
generic
mission,
white
came back. I mean, he has like a wife now, I think. Yeah, a wife, and he's running a YouTube channel now
Nice.
on board games.
A little bit
Yeah,
weird.
I mean, it's a little weird, but that's like his niche. I mean, I guess he found his
Yeah,
niche.
right.
He's not
if
really,
he's
I don't-
successful, then
I mean, he's
good
not
for him.
really like successful, but I mean,
It's
it's
not.
like it's a new thing. He just like recently started doing it. I mean,
But it's not.
his
He's doing
Instagram-
it as a part time.
Yeah, it's just like he likes doing it. So I mean, that's what you need to do.
Good for it.
And I guess I'll give him a shout out. Brimley Games, I think is
Brimley
what it's
Games
called.
is the
Brimley
name of the
Games
YouTube
on
channel?
YouTube or whatever.
He just play.
He just like reviews board games and like plays them.
Is
or
it
something
like
that.
marketed towards kids,
Or
or is it like adult, like Dungeons and Dragons style
I think
games?
it's like I don't know, I've seen some like Disney games.
Oh, okay.
Sort of like Monopoly-esque games.
There is a lot of money in YouTube that, like, for kids, if you market it towards kids. There's a huge, like, Fortnite.
And he's super family friendly still.
Okay, yeah.
And he hasn't been corrupted like I have.
Yeah, he's not a heathen.
He's not a heathen. He didn't really play like video games. He was like super sheltered like growing up.
Oh, yeah. See, that's why he likes
He
Scouts.
was super sheltered growing up.
Yeah,
he wasn't.
that's the same story. Every
Like
kid
my
that
friend
likes
Michael, me and him were like brothers, dude.
Yeah.
And he lived like down the street from him on the same road,
Mm-hmm.
and they weren't even allowed to go over to their house.
Scouts. Yeah, I don't want to say I was sheltered because I did a lot of crazy shit, but my parents were like super controlling, so I wasn't allowed to go to my friend's house and shit. So like,
I never understood why. I wonder if it was like because your family or your parents were like, I don't like that family. Like don't go.
it was absolutely that, because I could go to some people's houses. Like my best friend Michael, he's also Mormon. I was allowed to go to his house. I couldn't go to other people's houses, even though like I had a friend named Brandon too, and he lived down the street,
but they were Catholic, right? They're still Christian, but they were Mormon, and so I wasn't allowed to go to his house until I was like 16
Old
and I
enough
was
to make
just
your
like,
own
I
decisions.
was like, fuck you, going over.
I'm going over to fucking Brandon's house.
I would just
fuck you guys.
leave, right, and go, yeah.
Yeah, I never understood
yeah.
why their family was like that. They were cool. I mean, they weren't like
Because they were crazy people.
they were like really Mormon.
They thought you guys were gonna like show them porn or something.
Yeah, we're not gonna be like, yo, Brandon, come over here. Like,
Brandon, you want to look at?
you
want to
see a titty, dude? You want to see a fucking titty, dude?
He did a lot.
He
at the
wanted to
time.
see a titty very bad, I
His
bet.
parents didn't want him.
But his parents, like, I guess, didn't want him to.
That's definitely.
They only went over there on rare occasions. Like when my friend Michael, like his brother was going on a mission, and like when he was going on a mission, like I guess they went over there for like a little hangout, like a little farewell thing or whatever they call it.
I feel like it worked out. It sounds like it worked out. Like he lives a pretty healthy life or whatever, and he's got his board game. But I feel like it could be very damning, like not allowing your kid to socialize. Like,
Yeah,
was he like the homeschooled kid?
Basically,
Yeah.
But he went to public school. He went to the same high school I did, and like I don't know, I saw him around every once in a while.
It's goofy.
But like, very just. I don't know. I would assume like seminary was his favorite class or something.
Oh yeah, those kids.
Like that kind of person. Like that was the one he scored the highest in. He would never miss a class or something. Like I don't know.
Was he one of the kids that was like trying to suck the seminary teacher's dick?
I don't know if that was it, but I mean he was nice.
Seemed a little bit sus.
We played like church basketball.
Oh okay.
And like he was always playing. I mean they were always very athletic as a family, but they were always short. Their whole family's short.
Oh,
and so it was
why
just
did they
like,
want to play basketball?
It was just
then?
like they were just loved playing sports, but like they were just not physically gifted at it.
I had a friend who was.
They
like,
were good at like dribbling and
overweight.
shit, but like
Yeah.
it was just not like the best thing for them to like get super into, I guess.
My friend was probably like 5'10", 5'8". He was pretty short, severely overweight, like probably like 250 pounds, but he could ball, and he fucking smacked those threes and shit. But he was short and like overweight, and I was like, bro, he loved basketball.
Bro,
That's like all we'd ever talk about. They called me Joe Bird. Like we all had like made up names like after basketball players. Like Joe Bird's from Larry Bird, who's like a really good basketball player in the 70s.
I remember people calling me that in elementary school.
Yeah, you kind of look like him. He was super tall, super white, super blonde.
And I was like, I
Also,
guess it makes sense. I Googled him one time.
He's like one of the best basketball players in history, kind of thing.
Because like I would shoot a shot from like really far away. For elementary school kids.
Yeah.
He'd be like, Larry Bird. I'm like, I don't even know who that is.
Yeah. So like our other friend Michael, he was like 6'1" in like 8th grade, and so he was balling.
He's like, I don't like basketball.
No. He liked basketball, but he was super lazy, and so he couldn't run real well. But he couldn't shoot.
I was really athletic all the way up through high school. I think.
I got super fat.
Once I found out what video games were, I just became a degenerate.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That's
My
how it
senior
was.
year,
I started doing
stopped.
shitty in school, and like, I didn't even skate like basically when I was in high school really until I got out, and I started taking skating a little bit more serious.
Yeah.
And like learning shit.
So when I was a junior in high school, I broke my ankle and had nerve damage and couldn't walk. Like I was paralyzed in my left leg.
Damn.
Because they like crushed the nerve. Some crazy bullshit happened. It was like a freak case, and they were like, "You're probably never gonna run again."
What did you do?
And I crushed like it. So you have a nerve. I don't know why I'm showing.
But like, what did you do to crush it?
It's like soccer. It was a freak accident that shouldn't have happened. And like the break wasn't the problem; it was the nerve damage the problem. They're like, "You're probably never gonna run again, and you're gonna walk with a limp." Because I couldn't use the muscles to pull your foot up. You know, when you walk, you pull your foot up. I couldn't use that muscle, so it just dragged. And so I stopped doing everything, including going to school. I didn't go to school for like 3 months. So I still got all A's because I just get my work.
They would just send it home, and you're like fucking.
So I had to have a whole conversation. I was like, I have all A's. Why can't I graduate? And they're like, or why can't I like progress? And they're like, well, I don't know. I was like, come on, man. They're like, ask your teachers. I was like, I have an A in your class. Can I go? Like, I graduated with higher than 4.0 from high school. So like, even though I hadn't gone to school in like 3 months, and then I went less days my senior year than I didn't go, or like I showed up less than
less than what you did.
But it was the same thing. I was
you
like,
showed up less days than you did actually go to the school.
It was the same thing. I was like, I'm passing, and they were like, fine.
They didn't want to hold me back.
Alright, I guess.
Because I had like a 4. I had like high. I had a clean 4.0 until the last semester, and then I just kind of slacked off because it didn't really matter for what I was doing. I was going to ASU. ASU will let you in with a lot of shit.
I ditched a lot of school now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, more than you should have.
My like, the way my school block was like made, it was like
At least that's how it is. For
I
me.
had like first hour, like seminary.
Oh
was,
yeah,
like,
that was a huge
and so I
dampener.
just always ditched that class.
I never
I
went.
never went. My like halfway through my junior year and all of my senior year, I just basically just ditched it every time.
I could go on like for hours.
I
about
lived
that.
like across the street from the school, so I'd just be like, "Mom, I'm not going," and she'd be like, "All right,"
Yeah.
and I just go home and sleep for another hour, or I wouldn't even go in for until like 10 or something like that when I needed to get up to go to second hour or something like that, and then I would have lunch, and then I would just go home again, and just get my lunch from the cafeteria, go home and eat.
My sister was trying to pressure me to go into seminary, so she got me like sign up and shit, and was constantly talking to my seminary teacher, and I just wouldn't go. So they tried to like threaten me, and
Threaten me with what? This shit doesn't affect school at all.
yeah, I was like,
This is just like an elective that doesn't matter.
So I only needed to take 4 classes my senior year, and they were like, well, you only need 4, or 3. So I had to take 4 to be a full-time student, but I only needed 3 credits to graduate, even with like an academic.
So you took seminary.
So I took seminary as one of them, and I was like, I don't care.
It's a religious course.
And they're like, well, it's one of those, so you have to show up. I was like, I don't care.
You're like, okay, I will.
I literally just didn't know. Nah, not a chance.
This was when I was playing Super Smash competitively.
Yeah, I was playing.
So I had my
Siege
so I had my
First
3DS, and I'll just practice on that. And so I would just when my school block period during whatever semester, like instead of having first hour, it was just like a second hour or something like that. I would just like go hang because. So the way that it was like the school was like here, and then like our neighborhood where I lived was like over here, and there was like a church like right here. And I would just go to the church and like use their Wi-Fi to play Smash.
Yeah.
As degenerate as that sounds, I knew the church's Wi-Fi password because I went, and so I just fucking used the Wi-Fi password to play Super Smash Bros. Online and get better. And just have a Circle K Polar Pop or some shit and playing Super Smash during second hour.
I have a question. If you don't want to answer, then don't. But did you ever use the church Wi-Fi to look up porn?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Because there's VPNs. They block it, but
Yeah,
there's
but you
VPNs.
could find ways to get around it, and so we did that.
I mean, I think at that point, I wasn't, like, looking up full-blown porn. I think it was just, like...
it was like boobies.
It was, like...
Because that's the best way to
It
get
was,
around
like, titty.
Yeah.
Or, like, something like that.
It wasn't even that I wanted to look at titties just out of spite, or
It was
as
just,
a
like...
quorum.
It was, like, but I can.
Like, how long before you stopped going? Did you go, like, teacher's quorum and whatever?
Yeah, so I went all the way up until I was... Before I moved out of my dad's, definitely.
Okay.
So
you went through, like, all of it?
So, until I moved out of my dad's house, I was going all the time.
Okay.
It was every week I was going.
Did you get, like, the Melchizedek priesthood and that kind of shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't get that far. I dipped.
Yeah, I went
It's like peace.
clear up until basically, like, you were going on a mission.
Oh.
And then I left. So, basically when I was, like, 18. 17 and a half, basically 18. 17 is basically when I started giving up.
Yeah, I was
And I was like, I don't
17
care
and I
anymore.
stopped going.
So, I don't care really anymore. So,
I had to go...
Because I remember the car ride when my dad first asked me if I wanted to go on a mission. He was like, do you want to go? I was like, no.
Nice.
And he was like, why? And I was like, it's not for me. I don't want to go.
Yeah.
I know other people, all my friends are going. Not for me. And he's like, I understand. And I was like, really? Okay.
You're like, perfect, thank you.
Well, I didn't expect this. I thought he was going to fight me and try to make me go.
That's
My
cool.
dad was very understanding.
That's
I don't
cool,
understand why. He used to like ask me like, "Oh, are you going to church?" or like everything like that, because they still do. Because my dad lives with my grandparents right now, and my oldest sister, and I guess they go every week.
That's how you're... Oh, no. You have 2 sisters.
I have 3 sisters.
3, okay.
So my oldest sister lives with my dad and my grandparents at their house because they have money, so they just like have a big house and they have enough rooms for everybody.
Yeah.
And so they just live over there. And then my dad's like buying a house or something like that, so he's gonna go move out. But yeah, so they all go every week, and my 2 other sisters live with my mom out in Phoenix. But
Yeah.
I don't think they go. They don't go like really at all. And I guess it was mostly my mom that was just kind of like, yeah, you don't have to go. And I was like, all right, fucking okay, cool.
Not a chance.
Hell yeah.
No, my parents are the opposite. They were like, "Oh, you don't want to go to church? You can leave." And I was like, "All right." See, they made me talk with my bishop because I told them I was like, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. And they're like, start crying. My mom started crying, and my dad started yelling at me and being like, "You can't be saying stuff like that in my house.
Like,
If you want to act like that, you can leave." And
I'll
I was
say
like,
it outside.
I was like, "Damn, you capping? I will." Fucking dipped.
You capping?
That was funny. Well, at the time, it wasn't funny. They called the police on me. Yeah, because I took, like, the truck they gave me, right, to drive in high school. I took it. I didn't really take it. I just drove it to my friend's house, and they called the police and said I stole their truck.
They show up to your friend's house?
No, I came back.
How'd
Because
that
I was,
go?
like, done being at my friend's house. It's like, all right, good night, see you. Came back, cops are there. I was like, what do you want? And they're like, you stole their truck. I was like, what?
You stole the truck. I just went to Jake's
I was like,
house.
Yeah, I was like, I was 3 blocks down the street. Literally 3 blocks. It's pretty wild. That was one of the last nights I talked to my dad for like 5 years.
Damn.
I was like, what? Coward.
Coward.
Real man would have came and found me himself. Call the police.
Coward. Quit.
I wish I was that bold. I was still kind of like, I was pretty, I wasn't, I'm taller than I was now. I was probably like 3 inches shorter than I was and pretty scrawny at the time.
Timid.
Yeah, I was timid.
Probably how you describe it.
I wish I wasn't such a bitch at the time and just been like,
Going to Jake's house later. Look at my pillow at least.
yeah.
Look at my phone charger later.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. I packed up my shit in like 6 hours. Took it all. Dipped. Gone.
I think if I needed to pack up everything here,
Yeah. Take me.
I could do it in like a couple hours.
Oh, that's good. I would definitely take me longer than a good couple hours now because I have like shit. I have like a bed.
Like everything I own,
Yeah.
is in that room.
Yeah.
And
But, like,
it's
you have
not
like
that
things.
much.
And
I have
stuff,
like
right?
the things that I have that like are the most is clothes, and I don't even really need that.
You
I just
leave
take
it?
like a couple shirts that I need.
Yeah, I left
can
a
go
lot
to-
of
I
my
can go
shit
to
out.
fucking Goodwill. I don't care. But like, all I really care about is like my computer, and like
Yeah.
I could fuck off with everything else
If
because
I,
that's the most expensive thing I have.
my bed is pretty expensive, but I got it given to me. It's like a
Right.
pretty decent sized queen size
My
bed.
bed's like $350.
Mine would be like 700, I think. And I'm like, I'm not gonna. I could, but I wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'd probably leave it if I was like full on just like, oh, I gotta get out of here and like tomorrow, like, all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And like I didn't have anyone that could like fucking take my bed. I was just be
Yeah.
like, fuck the bed. All right,
Fuck
I'm
the
out of
bed.
here. Just fit what
I feel like it wouldn't be
all
hard
the
to just
clothes.
go rent like
Storage unit or something.
U-Haul
Or
truck.
U-Haul. Yeah, probably. Honestly.
Yeah.
Never rented one of those though.
That is definitely one of the aspects, like being able to just dip.
Yeah.
I think I talked to you about this. It is
Yeah.
a nice.
It's a freeing thing.
It relieves some stress because like reality is I can just dip.
Yeah. Girlfriend's moving down here though.
Oh yeah,
next
I
month.
forgot about that. Next month.
In
Nice.
May.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Your
sure.
ability to just dip is gone. Well,
In May. It's gone.
Yeah, I
But
mean, really, it is.
I don't really think of it as a bad thing.
Yeah, no, that's good.
It's nice.
More
It's
stable.
gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time.
No.
We're just gonna move in here. I don't know. Maybe I think our lease is up in like December or late November or something like that.
You try to get a new place.
Yeah, we're gonna try and get our own place probably.
I
I was
feel it.
like asking him about it, like Josh, and I was like, "You cool?" Because my girlfriend has a daughter, right?
Yeah.
Like a child, like 2 years old.
Yeah, I remember.
And I was like, "You cool if they move in?" And he was like, "I gotta think about it." And I was like, "Oh shit, that's probably a no, right?"
Yeah, that's a
But,
polite no.
But they were like here for like a month basically, just like they came down for like a month.
Yeah.
And I don't know, he seems to enjoy the child. I don't know. I enjoy the child. It's fun.
Would you want more kids?
Maybe in the future.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. I know, like,
But like, I want to see like how one is for right now, and like if I want more, and I don't want to like.
are you
I
so
don't-
if you found it truly unpleasant to live with your girlfriend and her kid, would you dump her just because her kid?
No,
You're a nice guy.
not like that.
I would.
I wouldn't be like, no, it's the kid. All right, bye. No, I would just be like, I don't know, it's a child. It'll grow up. It's not gonna
It's a
be
long time.
It's not gonna be the same way forever.
You should reconsider because kids are kids,
They are kids.
and some kids last until they're like 50 and 60. You know what I mean? Like some
Children.
people don't grow up.
Some kids don't grow up.
No, that's cool of you. I know that I wouldn't.
I'd want to be like more financially stable though.
Yeah, that's a huge.
I wouldn't want to, like, definitely be safe. I don't want to be like, oh, a kid, oh shit, because that's what like 90% of the fucking people are like, oh shit, like, oh, yo, you're pregnant, oh fuck, now we got a kid coming, and then they're unprepared and like all that shit. But like,
and you can make it work. It's not hard to make it work, but what the fuck is that? Like making it work.
Making it work is not fun.
It is,
because like that's what she kind of had to do.
Yeah,
because like, all like her ex boyfriend or whatever was like the one that like is the father of her child, so like she's basically like just fucking like crossed him out of everything, like of the picture basically, and she's like trying to get sole custody.
Okay.
So like
Did he sign away?
So he's like fuck. She's trying to make him like as far away from his.
Is she getting money from?
I don't know. He's like very doing like I don't know. He basically like already has a new girlfriend and like all that other shit.
In fucking
like,
Alaska.
No, he lives here.
What?
Yeah, so she's from here.
Oh,
originally.
She moved to Alaska.
Yeah, she's from here originally, and like that's when they started, doing their thing, and that's when like the child was born, and like
doing their thing,
like all that kind of stuff, and then like her mom wanted to move like to Alaska apparently, and so like she moved with her because she was living with her.
Sounds stressful.
And so they moved out there, and then she came back here, and then we started dating, and like now she wants to move back here, but her mom doesn't want to move back here, so she's like gonna do something. I don't know. Maybe go to Idaho. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely want to. It makes it a lot easier that like it wasn't just thrown on me. Like, oh, here's a child.
Yeah.
It was just kind of like, oh, choice. Like cool, like not cool, but like, oh, sweet. Like there's like a kid. Like now it's basically mine. But like, I mean, it wasn't just like thrown on me that like, oh, cool. Like, well, here's 8 months to prepare for like a fucking kid.
Yeah.
Even like when you have zero like savings or anything like that.
I would, yeah. That was a huge thing. Like I was talking to a chick, and like we'd hung out a lot, and like she starts talking about having kids and shit. I was like,
I definitely would want to prepare.
Yeah.
Before I wouldn't want to be like, I think I'm ready for another one. Here we go. Here's 2 kids, and
you got to do some
working
work.
What I'm doing. Like I don't know. I think.
And they're expensive. That's a lot of money.
That's why I want to be like stable. I want to be able to like not have to be like, oh, I gotta work 2 jobs, I gotta work 3 jobs in order to provide. No,
yeah,
I want to just be like,
that's way too much.
This is like what's going on. Like you are gonna work, I'm gonna work. Like we're just gonna get it going. And then if in the future,
I feel like it's a lot of responsibility.
We want another child, we'll have another one.
Because you gotta think about not only like your future and your girlfriend's future, but you gotta think about that kid's future.
Exactly.
That's why like the most like easiest conversations whenever there's always every time you're talking to a chick, it always comes to that conversation like, do you want to have kids? And I'm like, yeah, but I want to have enough money where I can like set, like honestly, like it's just a pretty abstract number, but like 10 grand. If you could put 10 grand into like a just a fucking investment account and not touch that shit for 18 years until they turn 18, and then just be like fully prepared to give that money up. That's a huge thing for them and their life. They can do what they want with that money, like whatever they want to go to school or whatever. You know what I mean?
Just like have money for them ready.
Yeah, be fully prepared to be like, that's not my money anymore. That's your money. You can, like, I'll advise you, but I want you to be able to make life decisions.
So like here's money to get a car. Here's money to like go to college for like a semester or like a year or whatever.
Even mean more than that.
I don't even know how much college is. Honestly, I didn't go, but
yeah, it's pretty expensive. If you go to a state university, it's like $30,000 to $40,000 a year.
Damn.
Yeah. So, but like, if
get a scholarship, and then go to.
As long as you don't fucking invest like a crazy person, you just put in really basic, like, really, really safe investments. 18 years is a long time, especially in the investment market. Like, I don't know. It seems like
I've been trying to figure out like investment stuff more. Like stocks and that kind of stuff.
I know about it enough that I'm angry that I'm missing out, but I'm too stupid to figure out how it actually works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's we're in the same spot.
I'm good. Glad to hear I'm not the only one. I've made some money. I've lost some money. Mostly made money. I've only lost on one thing. I bought into the whole AMC shit. I know GME was really big. That's a huge thing everyone knows about. AMC is also it follows GME's same pattern, but it's like lower amounts of money, which feels good for me because I don't feel like, oh, I didn't sell at $200 a share. You know, I have a friend from ASU that lost a lot of money. So he bought at like peak prices and then it just dipped. He's just been buying every time it dips. That's a whole thing.
Damn. There was something that I made money off. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been Bitcoin, honestly.
That's cool.
I think it was back when like Bitcoin and Ethereum and like those ones were becoming, or Litecoin, all those were becoming popular.
Yeah.
That's when I got into it. I made like $300 or something like that.
Yeah.
Just off of just random peaks, and I was just like, sell it.
Beer money.
And I was like, oh shit, I made fucking dollars.
Yeah.
And then like, I don't know, that was probably the last time I ever made money off of that shit.
Yeah. I don't know. Crypto seems scarier to me because I know even less about crypto. Oh shit, it is 10:30.
Is it?
10:20.
It's 10:20.
You still good?
You have a curfew?
No. I don't want to make sure. I want to make sure I'm not overstaying.
No, I don't care.
Okay. No, it's that shit is terrifying. It seems.
Yeah. It's terrifying to think about the people that are. That's their livelihood.
I understand why the whole they do coke all the time. I would have to. That sounds stressful.
I think I remember seeing some YouTube videos of like people that are like penny stock traders, like by day, and like that's just like what they do all day. And I'm like, I don't get it, man.
So there's a subreddit. I don't know if you use Reddit at all, but called Wall Street Bets. And before the GameStop stuff, it was just people posting how they bet like $40,000 on some shit, and it just is gone. They have like a 6-figure digit stock account, and they would post a picture of it, and then the next picture is it at 0. And I'm like, what? That's crazy to me. Like, I've never invested more than like $1,000, $2,000. That's like always been my peak. I got to like $3,000 once I took it all out because I made some money off of Tesla before it's jumped like a year and a half ago. But like hundreds of thousands of dollars, these people are just like, bad losses. I'm like, what? Do you know how much money it would, like, that's like 5 years of working at the fucking, well, not 5 years, more like 3. And that's not counting for like prices of living or nothing. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money
to think about, and they lose it like almost overnight. Obviously, these are like weird. These guys are betting on like penny stocks for nothing.
Like one-off things.
Yeah, it just seems terrifying to me. It's the same. It's like the same idea of watching the guy drive $150,000 Porsche into a fucking garage and hitting something. I'm just like, how do you let that even happen? That's terrifying to even consider. And the guy's like, not a problem. I'm like, there are people that can't afford food, and that is a thing. It's kind of like a wow.
Speaking of cars, I almost witnessed a car accident today.
Oh, really?
On my way back from the skate park when I was coming back here to set up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen Val Vista here. Like, fucking, like, busy as shit.
It was crazy
But I was
busy.
on my way back. It was like 5:30.
Yeah.
And, like, I was at the freeway, like, right before the freeway. And there's, like, construction, which always fucks everything up. And, like, I don't know. Some guy was, like, turning off of the freeway. Like, exit ramp to the little intersection on top of the little bridge thing that goes over the freeway, and like some dude was like driving through it, and I guess he like ran the light or something, and like they just went and like he was like this far away from fucking hitting the guy's like right hand rear tire or something like that, and I was like, they didn't hit, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And I was like, did I just wait? I didn't see anything, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see shit. That's what it's like at the ramp, basically. Like, you see some shit happen and you're like,
it didn't happen,
I didn't see
so
shit.
I'm not mad.
I didn't see shit. I don't really tell people, but like, I crashed a tug once.
Nice.
I didn't say shit to anybody.
Yeah.
Some dude from like Swissport saw me or like somewhere, and they were just like, "You good?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And he was like, "All right," and just drove off. And I was like, "Thank God."
Just
that guy
like into the wall.
That guy wasn't a dick. Yeah, you know, like when you're walking from the elevator, like across the little bridge thing to the ramp, it was right there. The wall on the right hand side of when you're walking from the ramp to the elevator.
Yeah.
I hit that.
Nice.
I jumped the curb, hit the fucking wall, bounced off, went back onto the road.
That's awesome.
And I was like,
I watched.
I got knocked off the fucking tug.
Oh, you were like fully off of it?
I got knocked
it
off the
stopped?
fucking tug. Had to run back, jump back on the tug, hit the brakes
While it was moving. Yeah.
while it was moving.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did it stop it or does it keep moving? That's
One of the
fucking
tugs
nuts.
is fucked up in the front. That's me.
Oh, really? I was wondering. I was gonna
There's
ask.
one with like a bunch of chipped paint in the
I
front.
know,
Yeah,
I know.
me.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
should've
know.
asked.
I know. Right on the part of the wall where I hit.
That's
and
awesome.
like, it was because I was carrying a bag on the seat,
And it like wobbled.
and it started falling off, and I tried to catch it and like turned the wheel on accident.
Yeah.
And then went straight into the fucking wall
because
I
you're
was
like using the wheel to hold on while catching the.
I was turning from the bag room on to like go to the north side.
Yeah.
Past the elevator, and like right as I was turning, the bag started falling off to the right side of the tug.
Where are you going to the north side?
I don't remember what I was doing, dude.
Okay.
Honestly, have no fucking clue what was going on
Tired.
at
It
that
was
time.
one of those days.
But I was going that way for some reason.
Yeah.
And I was turning, and then bag started dropping off of the tug, and so I reached over to grab it, and I just kind of yanked the wheel like to the right a little bit, or I couldn't turn it, or I couldn't like keep turning it or something like that with one hand, and like I don't know, fucking just bar. And so I just fucking threw the bag back on the fucking tug, got back on that bitch, and just kept going. Heart was pumping like fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I was like,
adrenaline going.
not
nuts.
trying to get a fucking NOV right now. Just keep going. Some guy stopped. I know the guy, but like
Still work there? You
yeah,
still see him sometimes?
he still works there. I just kind of like see him, and I'm like, I don't know.
Thanks, homie.
I'm pretty sure he forgot about it, but like,
No, he didn't.
no, he definitely didn't.
He
forget
definitely
about that
didn't.
shit.
Every time he sees you, he
definitely
thinks about
He's
that.
like, that's that fucking guy that crashed the tug.
Absolutely. Because I have a similar experience, but I was the guy watching. I watched fucking I'm so spacing the supervisor, the nice supervisor. Spacing his name. Vincent. I watched Vincent run into the belt loader that was pushed up to the plane with one of the tugs. He just ran into that shit. He was trying to pull the baggage carts up. I watched it, and I was just like, meh. And he saw me watch it, and I didn't say nothing, and he didn't say nothing. I was like, meh. But he was pissed the rest of the day. I was like, I get why you're mad, bro. I ain't gonna say shit. Bro, he straight up hit that shit, and it hit the plane, too.
Like, was it hard?
Oh, really hard. He was going fast. It was enough to shove the belt loader forward into the plane, and I was like...
It, like, jerked the plane and shit?
No, I mean, not noticeably. It wasn't... It mostly
Because it has, like,
because
a rubber thing on the front of it?
Yeah,
so
the
it kind
rubber
of
thing took a
absorbed
lot of it, but it mostly just jerked the belt loader. It was like... I was like... I don't care.
I heard Marquez, like, fucking...
Oh, he hit it really hard. Like, enough that we had to do a report.
On the plane?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, like, Jeff suspended his, like, driving permits or something.
Is that why I asked him? I didn't know that.
That's what he told me.
Mark...
He was like, yeah, Jeff said if you catch me
Marquez is kind
driving
of taller, right?
Marquez is, like, Daniel's brother.
Ah, fuck. I don't remember exactly who it is.
He's, like...
He doesn't look like Daniel at all, though.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
I was there.
yeah, he said that if Jeff catches him driving again, he's gonna get fired.
Yeah, I told him, I was like, I don't care if you drive. I'm not going to report you.
I was like,
if you get...
dude, I'll fight for you, dude. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, right. He's not
Like-
going to fire you.
Like,
They don't fire
when you
people
say
here.
suspended, your badge still says fucking driving on it.
Yeah.
He didn't take your badge.
He's not going to fire him.
Where did he say he suspended your license, your fucking driving? Nowhere. I mean, maybe somewhere because he had to do a report on it, but like fucking...
One time,
shit's
speaking of the not driving thing, I had to run a whole... before I was even, like, offered the supervisor or even trained to do the supervising position, which they did the same thing they did to you, where I was the supervisor. Tommy was just chilling inside doing all the op shit. And I was running the whole ramp by myself. Like, I was doing it, whatever.
telling people what to do. And
Telling
shit.
people what to do. And I wasn't a supervisor. But while I was doing it one of the first times I was doing it, Isabella was there. And I about lost my shit.
All right, note, fuck Isabel.
Yeah, fuck that bitch.
Fuck that
She's
bitch.
worthless.
Yeah, she's literally
She
worthless.
tripped over a hose, hit her knee, and couldn't do shit. But
I
would
was
still
there.
work up.
I was there.
You watch it, you're like, if you are that hurt from falling like that, you should have died at childbirth. How did you survive through this?
You should have died.
She
Dude, I
tripped,
was there
and she was
when
so
she tripped.
overweight that she crushed her own knee, and for a week and a half, couldn't do shit.
More than a week and a half.
She was
She
just
was
nursing it,
playing that shit up so hard. She was like, I can't stack the plane. My knee hurts. I was like, go home.
Yeah.
I sent her home more than one time
Yeah.
because of that shit. She was like, I can't stay. I was like, leave. Go home. Tell Jeff I'm sending you home.
That's
And
crazy
she was
to me.
like, no. I'm like, yeah, leave. I'm not joking. Go
But
home.
I couldn't do that because I wasn't the supervisor.
I was like, if you're hurt bad enough to where you can't, like, squat or, like, get on your knees, fucking leave. I can't use you.
yeah.
You can't drive. All you can do is put bags on the belt. You're no use to me.
And
Leave.
she was until she got fired. So slow. Absolutely the slowest person on the planet.
And on her phone all the time.
Yeah. I'm like, you're an adult. Bro,
With no license.
with no license.
With a suspended license.
She couldn't drive, couldn't stack, couldn't load. Where she was just standing there watching. I was like, hey,
I
can
can't
you...
put you in the bag room. You're not reliable.
Yeah.
You can't stack. You hurt yourself. You can't drive because you have a suspended license. Why are you here?
Yeah, why are you even working here? You can't do anything.
Leave.
You can't push back. You can't fucking do the ops. You don't know how to do any of the paperwork.
You're not a load master. You're not a supervisor. You're nothing.
It was infuriating because we were down people. Like, people didn't show up.
And she would call out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't really care if she called out. She was useless anyways.
So I was running...
It sounds really bad saying you're useless, but we're not
it's
joking.
the truth.
She is, like, at our job, you need to have certain things. And she didn't have any of them.
And the fact that she was getting paid the same amount as... Like,
That's what I was most mad about.
Oh,
because
yeah.
this was
Same
before I
thing-
was a supervisor.
Yeah.
I was like, why are we getting paid the same amount as she is, and she's doing jack shit?
yeah. It's crazy to me that they let that shit slide. Because, like, they don't... That's why
I'm pretty sure they fired her because of attendance, too.
Yeah. That's
Not even because, like, she was not doing anything.
not because she was fucking worthless. That I had a similar situation with Michael. Where he would just refuse to hook up power to the plane because he was too weak to do it. He was literally could not do it because he's too weak. And so one time... I'm like, look there's a lot of things that have to happen, and some of them are more physical than others. If you can't do the physical stuff, do the stuff that isn't physical, like marshaling the plane. He wouldn't do that either. And so I marshaled in the plane, and then I just sat there and waited for him to hook up power. And I was like, Michael, hook up the power. And he's like, I can't. And just sat down on the boat loader. I was like, I will strangle you right fucking now. Am I going to get 20 for this? Probably. I don't give a fuck. Might be worth it. He just sat down, dude. I
Now
was
he's
like,
a load master.
I walked in and I was like, Tommy, I can't get paid the same amount as these people. Like, I clearly work harder than this if this doesn't change. And he's like, yeah, I know what you mean. I was like, this is crazy.
That's how I became a supervisor.
Yeah.
It wasn't that I was doing more. It was more that I was
It
doing.
was
more
that
than
you do the
everybody.
job.
It was that I was doing the job.
Yeah.
I was doing what they asked of me.
But
That's why I became a
The
supervisor.
only thing that I can actually be like, oh, okay, is that they don't pay you enough to do the actual job. That's my only been like, well, okay, good for Michael. But the reality is him acting like that made other people have to work hard.
Like, they hired you to do this job, and you're saying you can't do this job because
Yeah.
you're not strong enough.
Well, then do the other jobs
then
that don't
don't work
require
here.
physical. No, that too.
Like,
There's only like two things that are really physical, and it's stacking
it's like
the bags.
stacking bags
Yeah, and
That's-
unloading the bags.
and unloading, maybe unloading. Because
Hooking up the power is a little bit difficult because it takes a
If
lot
you're
of upper
short.
body.
If you're
But
short,
he's
it's
really
hard.
short and super weak.
For me, it's just like,
yeah,
and like that's it.
but
For
he's
Michael,
like
it's
5'6". He's like trying to do this number.
He's like got to reach above his head and press up
Yeah.
and like wiggle at the same time.
And he just couldn't do it, and that's fine. But you don't sit down.
Have someone else do it. Like, fucking, don't just sit there and expect someone else to do it. Have like help. Have someone help, or have someone do. I don't know. Whoever is like pulling, like dropping the fucking cable, like have them do it and do
And
it.
it's not even that.
Or practice.
It's not even that I cared about the plane getting out on time or any of that shit, or people being delayed to where they need to be. I didn't give a fuck about those people. I knew that Tommy or whoever the supervisor was, or like you or Jaime, would get in a lot of trouble if we were delayed, and it was our fault. So I was like, I'll help do that. I don't care. And just to see him do that and be like, he's getting paid the same amount of money as I am. And I was like, I can't. That was like a huge reason I was like, because I definitely could have stayed. I could have just not gone to this job
Yeah, for a little bit longer. Before,
for a little bit longer too.
Before going.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
It's baffling to me. That's how it is. I'm like, if you guys wanted good workers, they would pay for them. And so they ask for their problems that they have. That's what my opinion is of the whole thing. Right? So they just pay people more, they would do a better job. That's like basic business.
Yes.
Every single study ever conducted is like, oh yeah, this guy, he was paying people minimum wage, decided to stop doing that, and they're good employees. Like fucking In-N-Out Burger.
makes hella money. They're paying people. Well, now it's like almost the same as minimum wage, but they were paying people 15 an hour way before it was a thing.
Yeah, I guess like I was hearing a lot of the gate agents talking, and they were like, "Oh, if like Biden makes like minimum wage like 15 across the board, then we'll be getting paid more, because they'll have to like up our wages or whatever." Since like something they were like, "Oh, if we're getting paid, I don't know, like 16 or something like that," they're like, "Well, we'll have to get paid like $3 more than that." And I was like, "No, you're not. Jeff's not gonna fucking be like, oh, minimum wage is 15."
It's up to Jeff. He doesn't set that. I'm sure he gets
he sets how much you get paid.
Oh, really? I don't think he does. I think that it comes directly from like global. Because they negotiate the contract because they have a contract. They're private contractors.
Yeah, and then they'll be like, rampers are getting paid what, 13?
Yeah, this is our budget set for rampers and for each plane. And each plane we make this much money.
And then so just because minimum wage goes up, they're not gonna give they're not gonna give them a bigger budget.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to change their budget the way that it is. Maybe they could use that as grounds to renegotiate with Frontier. I'm sure Frontier is a fucking piece of shit company and would be like, "Well, you signed the contract, right?" Kind of shit.
You guys have been doing it for this much, anyways. Like,
yeah, but the reality is that they make a lot of money. Frontier net profit, like last year, even with COVID, was like $250 million. Damn. Net profit. That wasn't even like total. Their total income is like $2 billion.
Wait, of who?
Frontier. Yeah.
Did you look this up?
Yeah, I did. I got frustrated one day because I was talking to fucking Victor, and he was like, "Well, Frontier's kind of a small company." I was like, "No, it's not. It's absolutely not. They're massive. They make a lot of money and they spend a lot of money, but that's a lot of money to be profiting." Because they would rather profit that money than pay people. Just fuck people, apparently. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a.
I guess like the only company that like was making more money, like continued to make more money during like COVID, was Southwest.
Oh really?
Yeah, they kept making more money during COVID, where everybody else was like losing money.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was weird. I don't know why.
I like Southwest out of all.
I wonder if they just like cut back a lot of their employees. And like laid a bunch of them off and shit like that.
I don't think they can. They're unionized.
Unionized? Maybe they did. I don't know. I don't know how they would continue to make, like, I don't know. There's just Southwest. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know enough about
I don't work for Southwest. Fuck it. I'll work for them.
That's what my whole idea was, is if I can get ramp experience, especially you, because as a supervisor, you'd be way...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm going to get as much experience as I can and then fucking go to Southwest or maybe American or something like that. I want to be mainline. I don't want to be fucking contracted.
Yeah. I feel like that's where you're at right now, right?
Something like that. I don't know.
So you have like a year. You're almost at. When did you get like?
I'm at like 7 months.
Oh really?
Yeah, I got hired in like August.
Really?
September, October, November, December, January, February, March.
I thought you got hired in like June or like earlier.
August.
That's cool. I was hired in like October then.
Yeah, August, and then I got supervisor in November.
Yeah, I was saying after I got hired, like a week after you got the supervisor, and then I guess
I was only there for like 3 months, and then they made me supervisor.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right.
I won't lie. I was kind of mad that they made Christian a supervisor before me, but I didn't apply because I kind of knew I was going to quit soon. I was like, I don't want to do that. That'd be kind of fucked up.
You like fight for the position and you quit.
And that's why they were like, we're going to give you the supervisor.
I'm kind of glad Christian's a supervisor, honestly.
Why?
Because like he puts in way more effort than I do.
Yeah.
He was like, I seen some of so like all supervisors like send everybody emails and shit like with all the reports, and he like puts so much more shit into his report than I do, and I'm like, I don't fucking care that much. I'm here an extra 20 minutes after I'm supposed to clock out just because I have to fill out a fucking report about what equipment works, what equipment doesn't work, what planes we had come in today. Like, we have all this shit on file everywhere.
Yeah.
Why do I have to put on a report what planes came in, like if we downloaded them or not? We have to do a thing called a download audit. You know that?
Yeah. Who the fuck cares?
Download audit. All it says is what plane came in, what number it was, where did it come from,
where did it go,
did we do these steps?
You're like, nah.
And I'm not gonna be like, no, we didn't do any of these.
I know, right?
It's always the number, what plane, what type of plane, 320, 321, and if we did all these steps, it's always yes, and then that's it. And then we have to like write down that we did those.
Right.
And I'm like, it doesn't matter. We're gonna put the same shit on there every time.
It's just pointless.
I'm not gonna be like, because it asks questions like, did we connect ground power? Did we pull up belt loaders? Did we pull up the belt loaders safely?
Fucking never.
Were there marshallers? Yes.
Fucking dude, everyone.
I'm not gonna be like, no, we didn't bring it up safely,
right.
and then send it out and be like, good luck.
They're so stupid.
Yeah, like last week, Jeff, like, he pulled me in after I sent out the ramp report because I didn't have information on like all the equipment and shit, so I just didn't really change anything. And it said that like some shit was broken, that it wasn't broken, I guess, or whatever. And he was like,
It's all fucking broken.
and
all the time.
he was like, look, when you give me these reports, I cross check it with these 3 other things, and if it doesn't match these, then I question. And I was like, what the fuck? I don't care.
Yeah, no,
And he's like, this email that Oxford sends me, the people who fix all of our equipment, he's like, this one says that they fixed these ones, but you're telling me these aren't fixed. So who do I believe?
you're Oxford.
I fucking believe the guys that fixed it. I don't fucking
Yeah,
go.
you're like, I'm
They're not
gonna
gonna
go
get
out-
paid to come in and not fix it.
Right. I mean, sometimes they did not fix that shit because they would be problematic and then come back and be
And
like,
then
"Oh,
and
they
be the
just
same
fixed this
shit
one."
would be
Same problem.
wrong. Yeah.
One of those pushbacks is older than my parents.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I found like the little plate that had the serial number and shit. It's 70, and my mom was like 71.
I want to see one of the pushbacks like hit a car.
Oh, they would obliterate a car if you were tanking. If you're third gear.
If you were going backwards, because the front is just glass,
Oh yeah, it
So,
would probably
like,
kill you.
it would probably fuck you up if you were driving it
But if you're going
forwards.
backwards,
But if you were driving backwards into something, I always think about that when I'm driving backwards from like
Oh, yeah.
pushing a plane out and I'm crossing the VSR and there's someone driving by. I'm like, fucking stop. You're
You're like,
gonna get
win
fucked.
this.
I'm like, I win.
Yeah.
This thing's
You
40.
have zero
This thing's
chance.
40 tons, dude. How much is your car?
It's deceiving. It's deceiving.
It's
that
deceiving how heavy those things are.
they're massive. They have like inch.
They're
plated
just
steel
solid
walls.
metal. That's
Yeah.
it. They're solid metal with tires.
Yeah, and the tires are like 500 pounds a piece or some shit like that. Crazy.
Something crazy, dude.
They're massive. Just literally
Plane-
just wait. They're like, we need something to be an anchor in case the wind picks up and tries to yeet this plane. And they're
Plane pushback
40
tugs are crazy. Also,
40
the
tons.
connecting point on planes, I felt like it would be stronger.
like, no, yeah, no.
I feel like they would get like the strongest metal they could find to
Is it-
fucking be the connector point of the tow bar.
Well, it's super expensive for type. It's tungsten is like the densest metal or whatever.
I don't know, something like that, man.
Super expensive though. They're not gonna splurge. Also, if it's super
I feel like
it's super brittle and heavy, it's gonna be heavier, and
I feel
when
like-
you're trying to fly.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like tow bars or something like that should be stronger than what they are. I don't know.
I think they're deceiving how strong they are. It's just the pushback is so fucking big, and the plane is so fucking big. The
I always,
tow
hear
bar,
I always hear stories of fucking the tow bar breaking
yeah,
or something like that, and I'm like, alright.
Well, it's like Vincent's whole deal, right? He snapped 2 tow bars or some shit.
No, I
like
guess
that.
he like was pushing and the tow bar just busted off of it.
Oh, it broke.
It broke off of the plane, and so I don't know, something like that happened. But I heard about something that happened in like Orlando or whatever, where
Yeah,
like,
where
where they like just the whole tow bar,
they fucked that one up real
the
good.
whole shit just it just broke off in the middle
Well,
of it.
Because it's a cylinder, and so like the physics of it is that a cylinder is very strong like this, but if you twist it, it's very weak.
Yeah, I guess they were pushing the plane, and then it was like after an air start or something like that.
Yeah.
So they're pushing it out with one engine going, and then they told them to turn on the other engine before they were done pushing them. So it like they cross.
Which we do all the time.
They cross. No, so it's different when you're air starting.
Oh, yeah.
When you're just like
I forgot
pushing the
about
plane
that.
out, and you're like start 1, start 2, or whatever. Like the shit doesn't matter. But like when they air start the plane, they have to like bleed air from one engine to the other engine to start it the right way.
Yeah.
And I guess when they did that, it created so much back force it just broke the tow bar.
Dang.
Something like that. I don't know. Imagine being the pushback driver though. Holy shit.
I'd be like, damn.
It's partially pushback drivers and partially the pilot's fault for
It's
starting.
no one's fault. It's the fucking air fault. They have to wait until the. Oh,
Bec-
okay.
No, it's because the pilot started it. He's
I-
the one that turned it on.
Yeah,
He's
it
the
should
one that
absolutely be
cross-bled
the
it.
pilot.
Yeah.
The pushback guy, like
But
the pilot
the-
should just be like, "Fuck off, you're an idiot."
But the pushback driver's the one that tells him to start it.
Yeah, but he knows, right? The pilot knows there's an air start.
Yeah, the pilot should know. The pilot should be like, okay, well, we gotta wait.
They
to
get into
start
the
it.
habit, and that's why. That's the whole.
Yeah, it was like a fault on both of their parts,
Yeah.
but mostly the pilot because he should know.
Should absolutely. It should be like 80-20 split, I would say,
Something like that.
because the pilot,
Because it's like
that guy is getting paid.
it's like
infinitely
it's
more.
like an intersection. It's like you're sitting at a red light and there's someone driving, and they're not stopping, and then the green light turns on, and you're like, just fucking go, and you get plowed into the side of by your fucking car. Like, you should have known that guy wasn't fucking stopping. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's
It's like the guy's fault for not stopping at the red light, but like it's also partially your fault for not seeing him not fucking stop.
But the pilot is like trained way more. I was trained to push the pushbacks, the planes out. Multi-million-dollar planes with a fucking 40-ton pushback after 3 months of not giving a shit. Minimum effort, I wouldn't show up half the time.
If you put it into hours, how many hours you've been like actually driving a pushback? Maybe an hour.
Yeah.
because
it's literally like
it takes
a minute or two.
It takes like a couple minutes to fucking push the thing out.
By the time I was certified, yeah.
So like the amount of time I probably have behind a pushback drive is like a couple hours.
Yeah, and you've been doing it for like 7 months. Well, you've been pushing back
I've been
for like
pushing
5.
planes probably, like 5 or 6.
So I pushed back for
maybe
like a
5
month.
or 4 months, something like that. And like...
Which is really annoying. That was also something that pissed me off.
It's like a handful of hours.
Jaime told me I was done with my pushback operator shit to get trained in November. And they told me they were going to. And then Jaime proceeded to train everyone. But he trained no one. Tommy would train people. And so that was like a huge thing.
I have to keep telling him.
Jaime?
To like train people.
I
have to keep telling him like whoever needs to be pushed back, just sort of like trained.
Yeah, he just didn't want to.
Like
train.
Daniel, he's been working on it a little bit. But that's because I keep telling him. I'm like, hey Daniel, go tell Jaime to come out there and push with you.
Yeah, I had the same thing, especially in the morning.
Because Jaime won't just go out there and be like, all right,
won't.
let's go push. You have to go tell him to like go push.
It's kind of annoying
because you can't just like have a new guy sitting there by himself. I can't go in there because I'm not trained. Yeah. I'm not certified to like train people.
Yeah. It's too much bullshit.
But it's also kind of stressful being in Jaime's situation.
Yeah.
Like, going and pushing with someone that doesn't fucking know what they're doing.
He just has to be able to take command of the situation. Just be like, stop, put it in brake. He could just put it in neutral, too, because then it would just coast out. I don't think that it is. It is stressful. I'm not saying that it's not, but I think that he is scared of it, I think.
A little bit. I think he just doesn't like doing it.
Yeah, but that's... Fucking he wanted the job, right?
Yeah,
he didn't.
He got certified in it, so
yeah, he
got certified as an STC, so he can train people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, he could just make Tommy do it, but he got certified to do it. I think he's really competitive with Tommy.
Tommy is like not certified to do it anymore.
Oh, he isn't?
Yeah, I guess something like that. Something happened and like
he signed me off. Tommy did. So it had to be between.
I don't know if it was that. I don't know. Fucking something happened, and they were saying that Tommy wasn't certified to like be an STC to like train people.
He wasn't certified to train people as new employees. He's learning to do frontier training.
Well, it was something like that.
Unless it was like super recent.
I just kept hearing something about like Jaime being the only person that could like train people and pushback, and so I was like, "Fuck, this sucks." Because like, we need as many people to be fucking trained as pushback as possible.
Jaime wouldn't certify me, and so Tommy did.
Huh.
Because I had a pretty bad push one time.
Probably
I was like, fucked.
Probably because fucking Jaime just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. I was like, fuck you, Jaime.
He's got more shit to worry about than fucking seeing if you can push a plane or not.
I mean, I pushed a couple. Actually, I pushed a lot of them with him. I would always fuck up the first turn when you're coming out of gate 1. And so the way it was is like, to explain for people, if there's like the airline strip. This is the landing or running way where the people take off, and there's a gate right here and a gate right here, and these are the two gates we usually use. And so you have to push the plane all the way out, all the way to this plane, or to like runway. And I would fuck up this turn and take it a little bit too wide and get too close to the fire station, which is right there. And so he didn't like that, and that's why he didn't want to certify me. But I fixed it. Like, I started doing it better.
There's like little like at this point I just kind of do it and like don't really think about it.
At the end, when I stopped carrying, I was pushing him out like fucking terribly. I was getting like the landing gear would be on the line. I didn't even care. I just say like, fuck it and unhook it.
Like the rear gear or like the main gear, like the back ones.
The back ones, yeah. The rear.
It's like as long as the both wheels are on one side of the fucking line, you're fine.
They take it too seriously. Like Jaime would insist that it was on that the front landing gear was on the line, and I was like, it doesn't matter. Like, why stress about it?
It's mostly just because like your wings are
but
they can't be too far over this side because you can hit like taxiing planes.
Yeah, but
you can't be too far on this side because you can hit like people driving on the VSR.
Yeah, I get it. I know why, but I was never gonna hit anything.
Yeah, I think people with like huge ass, tall ass things like driving will be like a little close.
Yeah.
Scoot over.
But it wasn't close enough. At first, like I mean, I was able to do it right. Like I could get it then perfect if I wanted to. I just was too lazy to at the end because I really didn't care. I was really mad actually, right there at the end. I was like, "This is some bullshit."
I'm at the point where like I can just correct it.
Yeah.
When I get out and it's not if I don't turn it the little last turn to get it onto the taxiway, if I don't get it right on there that first turn, I can correct it.
Yeah, I was having trouble.
If I just get it
I would
close,
overcorrect.
if I get it close, it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's on the line or not. If it's close, it's fine. I don't care if it's tilted a little bit. Fuck it.
Mine would be like 10 feet off. I wouldn't even care. I was like,
One of the first few pushes I pushed out, it was like so crooked that
Yeah.
it was like blasting some people over on the fucking
That's awesome.
our neighboring gates. And he's like, "Yeah, you might want to turn a little bit like fucking that way or whatever
You're just
to
like,
like
"No."
correct it." And I was like, "All right." I don't know what I'm doing.
by what tilted I
It's
meant, it would be
crazy.
like literally just off like a degree or 2 degrees. And I was like, this isn't good. He's like, yeah, it really was a little bit crooked. I was like, 2 degrees.
Unless you get it right on, they don't praise you.
Yeah. It's
I feel
crazy.
like-
They're over zealous about it, I think.
We need to like really get into the routine of like praising more people. I
Oh
think.
yeah, whenever it's done right.
Of like
definitely.
if you do your job well, like good job, man. Like that was nice. Like
You know
good
how
job
you
on
do
the-
that though.
Good job on the
You know how
floor.
you do that? You pay them more. that's what you guys. That's what, if you guys wanted to get better people, you don't do bullshit like pizza parties. Fucking.
Hey, pizza parties? They might make me work a little harder. I don't know.
If
If we're like, hey, if we don't get any delays by the end of the week, we get a pizza party.
I'm like, fuck your pizza.
No pizza.
I.
Not bringing out the bags late.
Yep. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. That literally happened. There was a meme, and it's like when you work through a deadly virus, but your company gives you a pizza party, and then that happened. They brought in pizza. He literally had me go and help get the pizza. And I was like, I'm not even.
I
eating
went
any of
with
this.
Jaime one time to get pizza.
Oh really? But
Yeah.
was it for like everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Jaime were like,
Jeff had me come and carry it from his
yeah.
car.
Jeff was like, you guys can go get pizza. Like here's our card. And me and Jaime were like, we got a Gap. You want to go get the pizza? And we just went to Costco and got some pizza and we got lunch and shit.
You guys got the company card to go get pizza, and you got Costco pizza.
Yeah. Costco pizza's not bad.
Could have gone to like Mellow Mushroom or like bars.
Or actually, I don't even know if it was a company card. I think Jaime was just like, we're gonna go get pizza. Let's go. And I was like, all right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we did. I did that a couple
But I just
times.
assumed Jeff paid for it. So I don't know.
No, Jeff made a whole thing.
But
where
I
it was like his
drove,
pizza.
and I was like, fuck, I don't want to drive.
Yeah.
I don't like driving whenever we got to go somewhere. Whenever someone's like, yo, you want to go get something? And I'm like, sure. I don't want to drive. Don't expect me
If
to
you
drive.
offer to go get something, you should probably drive.
Yeah, even if I offer to go get something,
You make
I don't
other
want to
people
drive. I
drive?
don't want to drive.
I feel like if you're offering,
The other day,
You gotta drive.
me and Daniel and Marquez, we were like, let's go get smoothies. I think Daniel was like, I want a smoothie right now. I was like, dude, smoothie sounds so good. You want to go? Like,
why you guys have like a
we
gap?
had like a huge gap. It was like 3 or 4 hours.
That is disgusting.
it
that
was like a clock out and then
Yeah.
come back later type of thing for the Rons. And I was like, all right, yeah, it's fine. We're gonna be gone for like a few hours anyways. Let's go get fucking smoothies.
That-
And then I was like, Marquez, you want to come? And he was like, yeah. I was like, all right, you driving? Marquez
awesome.
drives like a Mitsubishi, like it's basically like the Mitsubishi version of a fucking. What's that? What's the fucking,
like a Highlander.
no? What's the fucking Mazda car? It's like a fucking convertible.
I don't know.
Miata. It's like
Oh.
the fucking
Okay.
Mitsubishi version of the Miata.
Nada.
And so it's like really cramped in the fucking back seat. I can't put my feet down at
Nice.
all. So I just have my feet like on the back seat, like the whole thing
Yeah.
just stretched out. And we were driving with the top down. It's fucking cold. I was like,
is
dude,
terrible.
I was like, dude, I'm wearing a short sleeve t-shirt and nothing, like just shorts.
Yeah.
And we're going to go get smoothies and it's fucking windy and cold and he put the top down. What the fuck?
This
Because we get in,
should have drove. I told you.
we get in, and then he puts the top down.
Oh.
And I'm like,
He's trying to
the
flex.
top.
Dude.
I was like, the top was up. We could have just left it up. Instead, I'm back here freezing my ass off. And
Yeah.
you guys have sweaters.
bro, he was trying to flex.
Eat a dick, guys. Eat a dick. And I just got a smoothie, and I'm cold. But I was like, hey, I didn't drive, so I don't fucking care. And he passed the joint.
Nice.
Bro, we got in there, and he was like, you guys got a lighter? And I was like, no. And he's like, huh. And then Daniel pulls out, like, the fucking cigarette lighter thing in the car.
Oh,
and he's like, here. He's like, never used that. And then we just, like, were fucking in between the gap, allegedly smoking a joint in the back seat.
Smoking a cigarette.
He, like, lit it, and then he, like, took a hit, and then passed it back to me, and I was like, cool, yeah, for sure.
With the top down?
With the top down. And then I was like, yo, Daniel, here. And he said, nah, I'm good. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, because he's got, on parole.
And then I was like, fuck. Now I'm like the only one that's going to be fucking stoned.
As long as you just hit it like once or twice.
Yeah, I only hit it like once or twice. But
you ain't smoking the full.
We didn't like kill the full fucking joint. It was just like, all right, here.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to be a gentleman, puff, puff, pass.
Yeah. Following.
But when he turned it down, I was like, oh, shit. I could have turned it down. Fuck.
I
thought it was like we all doing it. Ah, shit.
He's on parole. He gets drug tested.
I didn't even know that. Whatever.
Yeah, no.
I feel like he said something like where he's,
I said something crazy. Like, at the time, it was just a joke, right? But one of the, like, first times I talked to him, I was like, no, I got a meeting with my counselor. And he's like, oh, you on parole too? And I was like, damn, no, I'm white. I don't commit crimes. Super. It was just a joke.
Yeah, I'm white. I don't do crimes.
He looked at me like I just tried to stab him. I was like, it was a joke, man. I'm sorry.
Bro, I love making jokes with Daniel. It's so fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I was talking to him the other day. I was telling him like, man, I saw like a meme on iFunny or some shit like that, and I was like, yo, I just want to be like a dad with like a neighboring dad mowing his lawn, and he can't get it started, and I go over there and pull and start it in one pull in front of his wife and kids. And he started dying.
Yeah, because he's a grown-ass man. He's like 36 or something.
Dude, I was fucking like, dude, this is the best joke I've ever come up with in my entire life. When he started laughing, like,
yeah.
He was like, bro, you fucking stupid. And I was like, yo, this is the best. I've peaked.
Yeah.
Imagine that, though. Imagine being a neighboring dad, and you guys, and like you two dads, like have a rivalry. God. And you're like, yo, Tom, you doing all right? And he's like, yeah, just trying to get it started. And I'm like,
I feel like I'm the opposite. I want to be the person where people are coming, like, be like, I'm having a fucking steakout. You want some barbecue? And they'd be like, hell yeah. And
yeah, I want to be that guy. But
that'd be way cool.
I also
that passive aggressive shit is not.
But I also want to one pull start his lawnmower in front of his wife.
Trying to alpha dick his wife.
That was like the subtle joke behind it, was being the alpha in front of his wife.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I described it just in case you didn't know.
Thank you. I'm glad that you think I'm retarded. I appreciate it. No, I totally.
Every once in a while, I forget you're smarter than me.
I'm not, by the way. I'm fucking retarded.
I'm retarded.
Hard R.
Hard R, both retarded. Just two guys.
Downsy, if you do consider me so. Might have to cut that part.
No, we ain't cutting shit, dude. Honestly, no one's gonna be listening past this part except my little sister.
Yeah, shout out to her.
Yeah, and her.
Hey, cool if you're listening this far. Thank you.
Thanks for listening, little sister. I know you're here.
Glad you appreciate how autistic.
Out to your forehead.
Oh yeah. Meow. Speaking of planes. Meow. Oh my god.
That fucking 5-head can land at about 757.
757. Oh my god. Nah.
That was funny.
Man, that shit's. It would blow my mind because I'd just be like talking like because like between like you, me, Victor, and like David, there's a couple dudes that are like our age. It's like, yeah, this is chill. This is a job and whatever. And then there's some grown-ass dudes that have kids that are our age, like fucking dead Tim.
You expect, like, fucking, like, 20-year-old dudes to be working this job. And then you get here, and there's, like, 40-year-old guys, like, that have been there for a while.
There's dudes at, like, ATS and Passport that are, like, 60 years old, like, white-haired dudes. I'm like, I don't know.
I'm like, you must be getting paid good enough to stay here, I guess.
Right? They must be getting paid enough to have... I think it's just because, like, when they were our age, this was a good job. You know what I mean? But, like, if you want to buy a home, like, let's be honest, if you want to buy a house, you need to be working there for a long time and saving money.
Yeah. You need to be, like, doing this shit and something else.
Yeah, you got to have something on the side, like a business or something.
You got to have, like, more than one money income that's just not just working the ramp.
You
if
could
you
not,
want to, like, own your own property and that kind of shit.
And I think that's what they did, is that, like, their houses are, like, paid off and shit. And so now the job is, like, they don't have rent and shit.
Or they're, like...
That's what it's got.
older guys that are retired that want something to do.
Yeah, it's got to be
Because
something.
like I worked
that.
with a lot of the people at Fry's, where a lot of old ladies were just retired and they needed something to fucking do, so they worked at the deli.
Yeah, that's terrifying to me.
And
It's
I was like,
you couldn't find something to do.
I was like, you don't even need this job.
Yeah, that's
So you don't-
terrifying.
And the fact that you don't need this job makes me worried because you're not going to do shit
Yeah,
because you don't need this job.
that's crazy.
I want to get to that point. I want to be to the point where I'm
It's fuck
retired
you money.
and I go to work at a job with a bunch of like teenage kids and just don't give a fuck.
fucking make them hate old people.
Make them hate old people and just don't give a fuck. If they
Already.
fire me, I don't care. It's
I
not going to
would-
reflect on me at all.
I hope that when I'm old enough that I could retire, that I'd be able to find like an outlet, like a creative outlet.
Exactly, that's where
That is not
we all
working
wanna
at
be.
Fry's.
We all just want to like have something to keep you busy.
Bro, I'll start carving.
My
I'll start
grandpa plays softball still.
playing softball. Yeah,
My
I don't
grandpa's
know.
old as fuck and still plays softball.
I've never played baseball or softball. I'll start though. Before I start working.
I'll join a league. Fuck
I,
it.
I worked when my first job was at Dairy Queen in high school, and I worked with a lady, but she wasn't retired. She needed the job, and she was like a manager there. Depressing as fuck.
Those people worry me because
Yeah.
at Fry's there's like store managers and like front end managers and shit like that like that's their job. They just like they have families and kids and like they're working at a grocery store.
It's kind of unnerving, right? And it shouldn't be. Like honestly, you have to have grocery stores, right?
Yeah, and they like have to be getting paid enough to like fucking make it worth it to be there.
I know that managers, like store managers at Walmart, make like 6 figures.
Like it's crazy.
I've talked to a couple.
There's like one of the guys that worked at my store who was like the store manager.
Yeah.
And like his voice was like the ones that were like playing in the fucking speakers, and I was like, that's weird as fuck. Cause like
You are God.
I was like,
This is his
I
jurisdiction.
was like, I could do a better voiceover than this.
Your voice. Did he have his terrible voice?
No, like it wasn't that it was bad. It was just like, thank you for shopping at Fry's or something like that.
Oh, it was
and,
clear that he was trying to make it deeper. Or?
and no, it was just like that's just how he sounded.
Oh.
And I was like, I mean, you can make this.
So-
You can make
so
this way better. Like
it was bad.
if you put like effort into this like voiceover, like it would sound so much better. I can make it sound better.
Yeah.
If you just you give me $5 and I'll fucking like make you an advertisement. I don't fucking
Give
care.
me $5 and a cheesecake, and this shit is gonna be.
Give me like a free pound of deli meats and I'll fucking like do this shit for you. I don't care.
Speaking of someone that got paid to do something, the guy that painted the original tails for Alaskan Airlines made him look like Shrek. He's supposed to be the guy on the tails of the airplanes for Alaskan Airlines is a civil rights leader. I don't remember his name.
So I remember looking it up. I remember we both looked this shit up because you
I
told
showed
me
you.
about this.
The first one on the old planes they have looks like Shrek, and they got trolled. I know he had to have done it on purpose. I have to find the guy that did it because they changed it because someone pointed it out. I was going to like add him on Twitter, but I think someone already beat me to it. It looked like Shrek. It was
definitely
beautiful.
looked like Shrek. It had like the fucking ears. That
It had
made
the
him look like
Shrek ears,
exactly
yeah.
like Shrek. A lot of people think that it's Bob Marley.
It's not Bob Marley.
My
I know.
girlfriend thought it was Bob Marley.
It's like
I remember
and-
driving by and she was like, "Yeah, it's weird that they have like Bob Marley on the tail." And I was like, "What the fuck? No, it's
Nah,
not
it's not
Bob
Bob
Marley."
Marley.
I was like, "I'm pretty sure it's some Eskimo guy."
Yeah,
I remember
it's
looking up
some
it's some
native
like
ass-
civil rights Eskimo guy
Yep.
who like was something of like the first worker or whatever, like Alaskan or whatever, something weird. And so they just put him on the tail.
Yeah, he was like I thought he was a civil rights leader for like Native American rights in Alaska because they like treated.
Yeah, it was something like
Whatever.
that.
But it looked like Shrek.
Yeah, it looked like Shrek. And then
Regardless.
people thought he was Bob Marley, and I was like, why would they put Bob Marley in the fucking
Definitely-
tail of Alaskan?
Right, that don't add up. The Shrek thing kills me. I have a picture on my phone. I'm gonna save that till I die. It looked like Shrek.
Shit's hilarious, dude.
That was my favorite thing ever. One of my memories at this job at Frontier is sitting there with you and Tommy and being like, "No, look at it. It looks like Shrek." And you guys are like, "It really does look like Shrek."
What the fuck is that Shrek?
I was like, how do you guys not see that? This is like the first thing I noticed.
Remember
I
you
wanted-
saying like, oh, like you're like, oh, the tail on the fucking Alaskan planes look like Shrek, and,
And you guys
I
both
was
were-
thinking of the new ones, and so I was like, it doesn't look like Shrek. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And then you were like that one, and I was like, that one looks like fucking Shrek. What the hell?
Because I was like, yeah, it does. I thought you guys were like fucking with me because I was like, I know
Yeah.
it looks like Shrek.
And
And then I realized there was
like
two different
there was
versions
like an
of it.
old one, and then there was a new one.
And so I literally waited for like a week until I saw one of the old ones, and I was like, "You guys come out here, please!
hurry, get out of here,
It's fucking Shrek. He's about to fly." That was
donkey.
donkey. That was fucking hilarious. That was someone got paid money to do that, and I wish I was him. I wish it could be him. What a guy! I want to find who it was. If someone watches this and knows the guy that did the artwork for Alaskan on their airlines, the tails, Please.
They're not gonna be listening.
I know.
But
There's no one listening.
we
at
can
this
hope.
point.
We can hope.
Yeah. I can dream. If they at me, I need to fucking. Can you post my Twitter so they can? At Hudson. Hudson will text it to me so that I know who did the artwork.
I'll put your Twitter in the bio.
Thank you. I think I have like 2 followers on Twitter from high school.
Yeah, me too.
I
But,
don't fuck with Twitter.
I don't have like enough people that follow me on any social
I
media
have-
to make it worth it.
Yeah, I have more followers on my R6, my Rainbow 6. I have 2 Twitters. I have my personal and my R6 one. More followers on my R6 one. I don't even try on that one. I just do it so I can follow. Like, I'd be like, I want to look at R6. I don't have to search through all the bullshit I'm looking.
So you
No,
just
no.
like follow like a bunch of pros and like
Yeah.
all
All the
the
orgs and shit.
ESLs and shit like that.
Yep. Yeah, it makes it easier. Just, different account, different shit. You know what I mean? Easy way to classify it.
I have one for the podcast.
Oh, that's good.
I don't use it.
Yeah.
I just forget.
Yeah.
I forget that I have it.
It's actually quite a bit of work to do this kind of stuff. Like,
Yeah, you have to like keep up constantly, like posting and
yeah,
all that kind of shit.
finding clips and
I
shit.
just kind of do this whenever I feel like I want
Yeah.
to. I usually do it like try to do it once a month or like, and then I was like trying to do it once a week.
I feel like you could get a lot of clips from this one. Oh.
Like if I broke it up,
You could find clips into it that are pretty funny and post on Twitter. That would be like the thing to do, right? On Twitter.
just like
is get
cut it into
clips.
bite-sized pieces and then
Yeah,
put
just
it
like
out.
a small clip of something funny.
Yeah.
If you
I
really
should-
want
I
to,
should
or
probably-
TikTok.
I should probably start doing that.
I think you'd
honestly.
get more people from TikTok than Twitter. Twitter is basically like pretty concreted.
I don't even have TikTok. Yeah.
It's good.
It's fucking
I
weird.
resisted. I actually didn't though. I had it. It used to be an app called Musical.ly,
Yeah, yeah.
and it got bought out. I had Musical.ly like a long time ago, and I was like, "This is shit. It'll never be anything," and I was wrong. And I wish I wasn't, because I wish I would have just fucking started making shit. Because there's a lot of people getting. It's really big. If you wanted to like publicize, that is the way to do it.
I might have
Absolutely.
to like
Because
cut up like some pieces and put it on there or something.
yeah, the easiest way to get new people to show up, that is definitely it. Because the algorithm will it'll just send it to random people in the middle of nowhere that have no relationship, but they're like, they might think this is funny, and if they do, then there you go. There's no, how are you gonna reach those people without that shit?
I'm just imagining like that clip of like, yo, look at that, look
Look at that 5-head. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's a
Lane
good.
7-5. Oh yeah.
I like that.
I'm imagining
for-
that shit like my sister scrolling through TikTok and seeing that
See
shit.
that clip? Yeah,
It's like,
both of us making airplanes.
Yeah.
I like that. Like 90% of it, it's gonna be just my shadow of my face. It's just gonna be me in the background being like, yeah, yeah,
Some hands.
yeah, that'll be good.
Except in the beginning, they're like, who's that fucking guy?
I was kind of like leaning
I
forward.
had to buy a new tripod today.
Did I look?
Oh god.
I've got the chronic case of I gained 20 pounds in the last month, and so you can really see it in my neck.
Yeah. I've been sitting at home doing jack shit.
Jack shit, dude. I literally was like, I haven't weighed myself in probably like 6 months. I should probably weigh myself 190.
I like never weigh myself.
Yeah, well,
I'm like, it's probably like this much, and then I always like do it, and I'm like,
yeah, it doesn't
It's
really
like probably like that.
all of my family on both sides is super fat, so that's gonna be a whole thing my entire life.
My dad like has a big belly, and like I don't want that. So
No, they're like
I told-
man titty.
I told my girlfriend, I was like, yo, if I ever start like gaining weight, fucking tell me. Like,
Well, it's because he eats unhealthy. That's why he's got like the bloated gut, but he doesn't have the titties to match it, right?
yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's just like eating unhealthy. As long as you eat.
Yeah, he's been telling me, he's like, every once in a while we go out to eat lunch, and he like tells me, yeah, he's like cutting back on soda and stuff like that, and he's
Yeah,
like
that's
drinking
like
it
the
and more.
fastest way to do
And
it.
I'm like, good.
Good for you.
I'm like, good for you. You know, he's like eating broccoli and shit.
Yeah.
We go get a steak or something like that. He's like, broccoli. I'm like, I mean, I like broccoli. It's always good at a steak place, anyways.
I've just been like,
And he's like, just the water. I'm like,
I usually
"Alright."
watch what I'm eating or like try to eat well or go to the gym. Like I do one or the other. Like you have to have like, if you're eating a lot, you gotta work a lot. You gotta do that calorie deficit shit. I haven't been.
When my,
I've just been eating like shit.
when my girlfriend gets here, I told her we'd start going to the gym.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I know.
That's
gonna
what,
be, it's gonna be rough to like try and get that into a routine, but like
Yeah.
I just feel like I do too many things to make me like want to focus on one.
Yeah.
That's like the
I
same
had
thing with like all the video games and shit, where like I can't stay. I get bored too fast.
Yeah.
I feel like I have ADHD or something like
Yeah.
that.
I think I'm just stupid, honestly.
Like you don't understand something long enough to like actually get it to like make it fun.
Yeah, no, so it's the opposite of that, is where I get hyper fixated on shit and I'll be like, I have to know everything about this. So I learn everything about lifting weights. Don't lift weights.
So I did that. I do the same shit.
Nah,
I did that
perfect.
with like, I don't want to say podcast because I don't want to stop doing it because it's fun.
Yeah.
But like,
You learn you spent a month and you learn so much and then you just were like, man.
yeah.
And that's how far you go.
I get like average at like a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'm not good at anything.
I think
I'm
of like
average at a lot.
think of like jack of all trades, master of none type of thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like I know how to embroider.
There's more to that saying,
I know how
though.
to stitch and sew. I know how to fucking do like basic like little art projects. I know enough to like get the shit done. I can like repair some stuff. I can like fix things.
Yeah.
But like not enough to like be really good at it, but enough to like do it. I don't know.
I can kind of stick weld. I can't weld. Like, if you wanted to hire me as a welder, I'd be worthless. But I could weld if I needed to. I can
Exactly.
I can kind of make shit out of wood. Like, I'm pretty okay with the saw, and I know how to do all of it and like finishing whatever. I can kind of do like flooring. I've poured concrete before. I've worked at a roofing company. I couldn't do it well. I can do it enough though. I'm like, maybe I just need to start remodeling because like I could kind of do all
I
of it.
feel like my customer service skills are kind of good though.
Mine are terrible. I fucking hate people.
I hate people too, but like I can de-escalate situations very easily.
Yeah. Well, no.
Because I just remember like
can't.
shit happening like at Fry's where people would be like pissed because it'd come in order like fucking like a bunch of fried chicken or something like that, just random.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be ready when they got there, and they'd be fucking mad because they'd be like, "We got like a time sensitive thing. I just came in to pick it up and leave." And I'm like, "Hey, don't worry about it. I got you. I'll go back there and make it myself right now." These guys, I always make it seem like it's someone else's fault.
Yeah.
I'd be like, "Yo, like these guys, hey, they didn't do it but right now. I'm gonna go back there. I'm gonna bust my ass. I'm gonna get it done for you."
You're too nice.
I was
I'll
like,
be
it's
"Fuck you."
gonna take like 20 minutes, and you can have.
Why are you ordering fried chicken from Fry's?
And I was
Fucking
like,
weirdo.
I'm gonna give you some extra too. I'll even throw in some extra, and they're like, "Thank you, I appreciate it."
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't fucking care.
I think you cracked
And
the
then
code. And just people just want to think that you give a shit.
Yeah, exactly. I just know
But
like
you really
what
don't.
I know what to tell people to make them think I give a shit.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Yeah, no, not even a little bit. The problem is that takes a lot of effort. What you're doing is a real skill, and I don't care. I'm just like, fuck you, dude. You fucking ordered chicken at Fry's. What are you doing with your life?
Yeah, I've never once
Fuck
been
you.
like, I want to order like pre-order grocery store fried chicken.
Yeah, I know, right? That's crazy to me.
Yeah,
It's baffling. It's like if you're gonna.
the only time
cook it
it is
yourself.
only time it's good is when you freshly change the oil
Yeah.
and it's like right out of the fucking fryer.
Yep.
But also like fucking potato wedges and shit.
Potato wedges are good.
That's just good all the time.
Yes, sir.
But like that's not a fucking meal.
That is a snack. That is like.
It's not a meal.
That's a thing.
I
That's
always
a-
feel weird when people come in and
rough
they
day
order
snack.
like shit that's been there for a while
Yeah.
and they're like, "This stuff is so good. I love it. I come here every Friday and like I love the fried chicken."
I
And
used
it's
to
like
do
been
that.
there for like an hour and a half,
Yeah.
just sitting there in the hot lamp, and I'm like, "Yeah, it is. Sure, yeah, man."
I used
How
to
much
do the
you
same
want?
shit,
Eight?
but with
Sure.
Panda Express. Every Friday, I'd go get Panda Express when I was like actively. I was like living on campus, so there was one right down the street from where I lived. It was just a little walk. I was like, it's Friday. I'm gonna go get Panda Express.
They like know you.
Dumbest
because
shit
you're
I
there
ever-
every week.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever done in my life.
I've
Like,
never been to a place long enough for them to know me. I think.
They didn't really know me. They just been like they would serve thousands of college students every week. They
Oh
didn't
yeah,
give a fuck.
definitely. There were people that I recognized all the time though.
Although
When I
that
went to
smoke
Fry's.
shop I was telling you about, they recognize me and my brothers now because we go there like pretty frequently. Like
The
once
one
a
that's
month.
like right across the street from my house.
Yeah.
They know me at this point. I don't have to show my ID anymore when I buy cones.
Nice.
When I go in there and I'm like, "Can I get like a pack of like pre-roll cones?" And they're like, "Yeah."
Nice.
And I like I pull up my ID and they're like, "Yeah, I remember you." And I'm like, "All right, cool."
So the
I always pull up my ID before they ask, just because like
Yeah.
I'm just used to it. And then they're just like, "Yeah, I remember you." I'm
So-
like, "All right, cool."
my brother's girlfriend turned 21 and we made a whole thing about it, and we spent the entire night going to places and buying alcohol, like different places. No one ID'd her, and she got sad. She was pretty sad about it. She's like, I just wanted to show people my ID. No one ID'd her. We bought alcohol at 5 different places, 3 different bars, a gas station, and like a Fry's. Or
It's
gas.
so weird that like a bar wouldn't have done it.
She was in a tube top. They were like fucking titties. Guaranteed.
They were like, She's hot. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because the first time I ever
I bought alcohol like after I turned 21 at Fry's, and they ID'd me, and I still had my under 21 ID, and they almost didn't sell me like fucking alcohol.
Yeah.
I was like, look at the birthday on there. I'm fucking old enough.
That happened to me.
I
and
just
they
haven't
wouldn't
got
sell
my.
me alcohol.
I just haven't gotten my other ID. It's in the fucking mail.
Yeah. That happened to me.
I was like, whatever. And then like one of the managers up front came up, and he's like, he works here. I know him. It's all right.
I literally have worked.
I was like, I work here. You guys know me.
Fuck you. They were trolling with you. I had that happen because
It
I
was
kept,
like some new chick that didn't know who I was, and she was like, I can't sell it, dude. And I was like, go fucking get Ken or whatever his name is.
Go get fucking Ken.
Go get fucking Steven up front.
I want to talk to your you pulled the Karen card.
I want to talk to the manager. He comes up and he's like, hey Hudson.
Hey,
I was trying to buy some fucking beers, dude. I just turned 21. You guys give me a happy birthday card.
So I turned 21 last August, right? And I spent the summer before that in Connecticut doing the work, and that we were talking about earlier. And there was a place that just wouldn't card. It was owned by an Indian dude, like India, like Asian India, and he just wouldn't card. So I spent all summer buying like alcohol underage. The first place I went to, they were like, you have to get your ID updated. I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, we can't serve you. You don't have the right ID. I was like, why not? I was like, it's clear that it's my birthday. I can't have the ID in the same day. And they're like, actually, you can if you just went in. I was like, what? And they're like, well, actually, you have to leave. It's after 10. After 10, everyone under 21 needs to leave. I was like, I'm older than 21. He's like, but you don't have your ID. I was like,
Bitch.
Fuck me then, I guess. Fucking leaving. Bye.
All it changes is
Yeah.
it just changes the way it's like oriented. Like that's fucking it.
It was so rude, and then we went to another place and they're like, yeah, we'll serve you. I was like, they wouldn't at the last bar. He's like, that guy's a dick. I was like, yeah, I know.
He's a fucking dick ass.
Yeah. I was like, whatever.
Okay.
Honestly, overrated. Turning 21 should be like 18 probably.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
When they changed like
Not weed, though.
When they changed everything to fucking 21, like including like nicotine products, and
Yeah.
they changed that to 21. Like, I think that was. I mean, I don't smoke nicotine,
I see.
so it was like
Yeah.
I didn't care at all. But like some of my friends were like, "It's fucking dumb." Like it doesn't. I've been buying it already, and now they just changed it, and now I can't again. Like it's fucking dumb.
I
Like,
think that
like Taylor, she was buying like whatever she needed, and then it changed, and now she can't anymore.
I feel like one of the first times I ever talked to her, she was like trying to get fucking Adderall from Victor.
Dude.
And I was like, that's kind of a huge red flag because she was like joking about it. She's like, haha, but seriously, you have Adderall? You want to give me some Adderall?
Dude, she
I
says
was
that
like,
shit all the time. It's fucking hilarious.
she sells it or
No, she
harasses
doesn't sell it. She just like, she's like, you know, sometimes I just joke about it, and he just gives it to me.
Yeah, but she's not joking about it because what is she doing with it?
But she's like, I'm joking, but if he gives it to me, like fucking, I'm gonna use it.
Yeah.
She's like, I used it, and I got like 4 paintings done in one night, and I was like, all right, cool.
Nice.
The fact that she can like paint and like make money from that is crazy.
Yeah.
Like do something that you like, and it's also cool and is also creative is like crazy.
Yeah, that's definitely a girl thing though. Like a reasonably like a good painter as a dude is not gonna do.
It's mostly because she knows people though.
Yeah.
It's mostly because she just knows a shit ton of people, and they're all just like, "Oh, you do art? Like, paint me something."
Yeah.
And she's like, "All right, $60."
Yeah, but
And then they're like, "Okay,"
I don't
or like, "Oh, I'll give you fucking."
did she ever
meat."
get you
Like,
your shoes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a little late, but
That's
she
not-
got them to me.
Yeah, that's good.
I gave them to my little sister, and she liked them.
That's good. I definitely have met dudes that were trying to do the same thing. And maybe she's just a better painter or she's better at selling it to people, like you said. But I've met dudes that were like, they were good at it, but they couldn't sell it.
Yeah, I think she's like trying to make it into like a business.
She probably
or
just
something
tries a
like
little
that.
bit harder, you know what I mean?
Yeah, she tries kind of hard.
Oh, really? That's
She
cool.
like is like all about making the money, I think,
Oh, really?
because she's always out doing DoorDash and shit, even when she's off. Like she'll get off of work and then be like, "All right, I gotta go do DoorDash. I gotta make
she's
money."
kind of struggling, though. From what
it kind of sounds like it.
I'm like, she's got like a bill for a car that she doesn't have anymore, too.
No,
Because if someone stole it?
no, so she like got a car from like her boyfriend's mom like said she would co-sign on a car, and then she like got the car, and then they were trying to change the fucking like the plan on her, whatever was the contract.
Yeah,
they were trying to change shit on her, and saying that she needed to like she owed more or something like that, and she was like, I don't fucking owe more, I already paid it, like the contract is right here. And so like it was like a little bit of a weird shit with that.
That sounds sketchy.
They were threatening to like do some other shit with like her like credit or whatever, and it was gonna affect like her boyfriend's mom's like co-signing thing or whatever. And so she was like getting kind of afraid and like wanting to back out a little bit. But like they were just like they stayed a little strong, and then it was fine.
Oh, that's good. It's good to hear it got resolved, because last time I heard it, she was like panicking pretty heavily.
Yeah, it got resolved. I'm pretty sure. But I don't know. I feel like the Move wasn't like the newest car you could possibly get.
Yeah.
Cause I think it was.
Did she buy like?
I think it was like a 21 like fucking Toyota Corolla like hybrid.
Not it. I was looking at that, and because you can get.
I think she's paying like $420 for it, like a month or something like that. Yeah, on top of
with insurance, right?
And rent.
Yeah. I
think her.
That's why
when she got into her apartment that she's living in now, I knew her before she moved into that one.
Oh, okay.
She used to live over on like Mesa Drive.
Yeah.
And I knew her there, and we would hang out every once in a while over there. And then she moved into another place, and then that one, she said her rent was like $420 there, and she was like, "It's fucking great. It's like $420, like haha, smoke the weed number." And I was like, "Yeah, it's neat. It's like pretty cheap because she's living in a house with some roommates."
Yeah.
And it's like $420 a month. Like that's cheaper than what I'm paying here.
Yeah, it's cheaper than what I pay.
But I think my living is better than hers, but I'm paying more. So
yeah, that's how it should be, right? You pay more.
But I don't know. And then she's like, what is that? Like $420 twice. That's like $840 on top of fucking insurance.
Damn.
For a car.
Yeah, so most of her money's
going to bills.
Yeah.
And then food, I guess.
I really didn't actually make money when I was working that job. I don't know what I was spending it on though.
A lot of my money goes to food.
Cause I don't have a car payment, and so
I just have to pay insurance. I own my car, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's super nice.
I just pay insurance, and that's like $100-something a month. It's not even expensive. It's like $110 or something like that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of my money goes to food or like eating out a lot.
I don't eat out a lot though. Like I've eaten out.
And like reoccurring payments on like just random shit that I've been buying.
Do you get a lot of stuff for like payment plans?
Well, like Spotify.
Oh yeah, that's
like
that's
I pay
$10.
I pay Spotify Premium, YouTube Red, because I listen to shit when it's like my phone screen is turned off and I download a bunch of podcasts and shit. So I found it was worth it. To pay for.
Yeah, obviously you found it was worth it.
Yeah, I found it was worth it to pay the extra $10 to just have no ads.
Yeah.
Fucking download videos. I can do all this shit, and then it lets you like play videos while your phone's off.
Okay.
So I was like,
I haven't watched YouTube. Like I watch YouTube occasionally, but I mostly watch like Twitch now.
Yeah, I never even watched Twitch. Like,
really?
Honestly, I streamed like a lot, and I never watched it.
I watched a lot of like Pro League, and
I think that makes more sense since you're like into a game, and so you're like watching that game, but like I would be into whatever I was doing, and I didn't feel
I was like playing
unless it was like one of my friends.
Yeah.
That was streaming. Like I enjoyed listening to them and like what they were talking about and like being a part of like their chat and stuff like that.
I'll usually watch a streamer if I'm gonna buy a game to try to figure out if I like it, or like watch a YouTube video or something.
I guess I also pay for Amazon. So like Spotify, YouTube, Amazon.
Yeah. And
then I'm sure I have like Adobe Premiere Pro. That's like $20-something a month.
That's still like that's only adding up to like $70. Yeah, it's really just not.
But that's
that
a
much.
month. That's just like
a month.
Yeah, it's just like random shit that like, and it'll just like come out at random times.
Yeah, but aren't you're making like $2,000 a month, right?
Probably something like that.
It's about that.
Yeah, it's not much when I think about it, but
it's enough. I mean, it's
I don't know.
decent.
There's gas. I don't know how often I fill.
I know that I was buying like bullshit, and I shouldn't have been.
Yeah, definitely. That's what most of it goes to. Is just bullshit.
I get bored and go buy like. I know groceries are actually pretty expensive. I was spending probably like
$500 to $600 a month for groceries, but I was buying for my roommates.
Every time I go to buy groceries, it's about $100.
Yeah, I just went.
If I
today,
get
actually
if
got
I get things
110.
that if I don't really think about how much money I'm spending,
Yeah,
and I just go and get things that like, oh, I think I need like some frozen stuff, I need some fresh stuff, I need like some odds and ends like fucking bacon.
I got like 3 pounds of bacon today. It's like $15. I was like, oh damn, this is gonna be good bacon.
You're like cheap, yeah, hell yeah.
This is cheap bacon, and then I realized it's $4 a pound when every other I don't buy other meat.
Do you get
unless
it
it's
like from the deli or like meat department, or do you like just buy the prepackaged stuff? When I worked at Fry's, I would get a lot of the meat department stuff, and like
it's expensive.
I was like, I don't know how people just like go and buy this shit every week, but
I think that there's like the financial situations of people. There's definitely like that lower class, middle class, upper class thing.
like when you're
It's
at the
really a
grocery
thing.
store and there's people watching, I did that a lot.
It's easy to tell.
You can tell who's like gonna go buy like the craft singles, and who's gonna come to my deli and fucking buy cheese.
Yeah,
Because that shit's way different price.
I've been
A pound of like sharp cheddar or some shit like that. That
It's
would be close.
$8.
That would be close to fucking $10.
yeah,
And then you can go get craft singles for like $3,
yeah,
and
for
you'll
a
have
bunch
like
of them.
way more. You get like a pound of
yeah.
craft singles or something like that.
I go to a place called Chef Store, which is a bulk supply for restaurants, and it's way cheaper. I talk about it all the
You
time.
get a
I've told
shit
you
ton
like
of it.
4 different times. But like the cheese, so like if you get cheese at normal places, it's like $6 a pound. It's like $2.30 a pound, but you have to buy 10 pounds. But I eat a lot of cheese, so it works out. And I buy food for my roommates.
I always buy.
Because they're both in
I always buy
college
like a
with no
carton of
jobs.
eggs and never go through them.
We buy eggs by the dozen. Like we'll get like 6 dozen at a time and go through them because like all my roommates. You've met my brother, who's one of my roommates, and he's a pretty big dude. He goes to the gym a lot, so a lot of protein stuff.
So he like cooks a lot.
You
You guys all cook a pretty decent amount.
Yeah.
Since this is
I
me
cook-
and if I had another roommate,
Yeah.
like other than just one, and like when my girlfriend gets here,
Yeah,
I'll probably,
start cooking
I'll
all the
probably like we'll probably go through eggs faster.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess until she starts working when she's here, she'll probably be just like cooking every meal basically.
Yeah.
Or so, I don't know. We'll probably have to buy more groceries then. A lot more groceries. So I'll be feeding 2 more people.
It's a whole ass thing.
Because
man.
whenever I buy groceries, I'm always like, yo, Josh, like, you can get whatever you want, dude. Like, when I buy groceries, I don't expect it just to be mine.
Yep.
Because I'm like, I don't know, I'm just like that kind of person, I guess. I'm not just gonna be like, oh, fucking don't touch my shit.
I'm
Unless it's like
that on
unless it's like,
certain things.
it's a certain, it's like a,
But if
I
it's
don't know.
milk, it's milk. If it's eggs, it's eggs.
Yeah, if
Take
it's-
it. If it's bacon, it's bacon.
There's cheese in the fridge, fucking use it, I don't care.
3. I feel like I want to get another one, but I'm also like,
I'm
they're
kinda
really
hung-
not that good.
I'm kind of hungry.
I haven't tried strawberry. What are you thinking? You want to? Oh, it's pretty late
You
actually.
want to get food?
Kind of.
It's kind of late.
Like, what are you thinking?
Filiberto's is open. Jack in the Box is open.
Filberto sounds good.
Filiberto's.
It's open
I'm
24
not
hours.
even like buzzed at all. It's
I
weird.
am. I'm pretty. But I'm a lightweight, so.
Yeah. Want to get food?
Yeah.
All right, we can end it. Holy shit! Almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Record breaking.
Record breaking.
Fuck you. What's the longest? That one guy streamed for like 7 days straight because he was every time someone subbed, it added 10 seconds, and he was like fucking 7 days straight. So.
Damn. Well, speaking of, never mind. I'll save it for another time.
What?
I was gonna say I tried to do a 24-hour stream one time.
Oh
Or
yeah.
I was thinking about it actually, but then
That sounds stressful. The longest that stream I've done is like 6 hours.
And I was like, I wonder if
I just
I'm
get
gonna
bored.
sleep like during it, or if I'm gonna like just keep going through the whole time, or I think I was like trying to plan one if we reached like a certain goal or something like that, but I can't remember what I did.
I've been awake for like the longest was like 39 hours, and that was terrible. I was just chugging.
I want
Took
to
my
try 24-hour stream maybe sometime, and like have friends come over during it and just like hang out and have fun.
I think as long as you like have a pretty decent
You have,
schedule.
if you have shit planned during
Yeah.
it, it won't be hard.
Yeah.
But if you're just like,
Oh, what am I gonna do now?
We're gonna play Minecraft for the next 12 hours. Like, let's go.
No.
We're gonna start a new Minecraft world and play it 24 hours straight. Like, haha.
Yeah.
No.
Well, if I'm here, I'd love to
No.
be a part of that. Sounds fun.
Hell yeah.
Busting here.
Love
Like
to
a fucking Kool-Aid man.
Cooking stream.
Hell yeah.
24-hour cooking stream. Holy shit.
That'd be nuts. You're just cooking for 24
All
hours.
my
Get-
cooking streams last like 4 or 5 hours.
So you could like cook like
I could
10 different
just
things.
keep cooking recipes for my neighbors.
And you have people show up and like rate them as like a cooking show stylist.
Okay,
thing.
so I've talked. Okay, this is gonna go a little longer. I've talked about doing like a chopped fucking cooking stream.
Yeah.
But you need
like the TV show, and like have people come over and like cook in my kitchen, and then like rate their dishes.
That would be pretty cool. I feel like that's something you got to do when you have like a full kitchen though. You need a
yeah, I
whole
can't just have an apartment kitchen. I gotta have like a house kitchen, you know.
It's cool. That'd be a really cool thing to do.
Cool idea.
Chopped ice cream. I think it'd be cooler to have like more like people show up and like so you're like this dish I'm making crepes and people come up and they rate it and they're like yeah it's pretty good and someone's like you're a fucking shit cook. Stop.
So my first cooking stream I ever did, I was making crepes.
Oh nice.
And
yeah.
I made crepes and I used my phone as like the webcam, and I dropped my phone in the crepes.
Nice.
I think I showed you a clip one time, and I was like, oh god, and it was just like into the fucking pan. But like the next one I made, it was I was making chicken wings.
Yeah.
And I had my friend Robert over.
Did you have like an air fryer?
The one that went to the army. My friend Robert came over, and we just used the oven, and
okay.
We made like baked chicken wings basically. And he was like, my mom has a recipe. And it's like, it was like vinegar or something.
Salt and
vinegar or whatever, like fucking wings. And he was like, yeah, use a little marinade. And they were the shittiest fucking wings. Dude, we didn't even take them and cook them, dude. It was like, yeah, I don't want to make these. but we were cooking them. And I lived in an apartment over on like Brown and Horn or something like that over there. And my friend Jake and Tyler, they live right there, and so they were watching my stream, and they're like, "We're coming over. We're getting some chicken wings." So they came over midway through the stream of cooking chicken wings, and they were like, "Yo, these are fucking good. Thanks for letting us come over." Because like
awesome.
our kitchen, the window to the kitchen, like we were on the second floor, so it went out into the parking lot, and they were like, "We want wings."
Hear them on the outside.
From the outside,
And
I went out there,
over.
and I looked in the chat, and they're like, "We're here." And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I looked outside, and they're like, "We're here. We want wings." And I was like, "All right, come up, fuck it." And so they came up, and we had like a 6 dudes in the fucking kitchen, and we were all just eating chicken wings and having a good time, and I loved that. That was my favorite.
We have my roommate Xavier has a deep fryer, and so we made buffalo wings, and they were fucking good.
Dude, I can't stop talking. We need to stop talking about food. I need to eat.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut it here. This is Joseph. Thanks for coming on the podcast. The longest podcast that we've had so far.
Record setting.
You can check it out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or YouTube. You'll see the video version on there. Appreciate you guys stopping in. You guys know where to catch my social medias at. They'll all be in the description. I'll put whatever Joseph wants me to put in the description on there.
I don't want anything. I've got nothing. Unless you know who did the art for the Alaskan Airlines. Send it to fucking Hudson, and Hudson will get it to me, please.
I'll get it to him.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll catch you guys in the next one. Thanks for stopping in. We'll see you when I see you. Peace.
Bye.